Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze, jewelry spinning trays, can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's indie zone hiding truths in the phrase. Custody queens, devil's advocate schemes. Lucy's morning star burning through dreams. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the smooth. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's new. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Chasing who? Chasing who? Chasing who? Dago streets hum, secrets in the air. Tommy Drew's tune, decoding despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies in the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's due. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze, jewelry spinning trays, can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's indie zone hiding truths in the phrase. Custody queens, devil's advocate schemes. Lucy's morning star burning through dreams. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the smooth. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's new. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Chasing who? Chasing who? Chasing who? Dago streets hum, secrets in the air. Tommy Drew's tune, decoding despair. Docket lines blurred, the lies in the care. Unfiltered lucky, the burden we bear. Pavarotti's cry, cutting through the night. Murder, metal, mayhem, justice in the fight. Bubbly waters ripple under dim light. A convict starts wrong from right. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through the snow. Unleash shadows, stories they pursue. True crime warriors chasing what's due. True crime warriors chasing what's due. Whispers in the cafe, voices in the haze, jewelry spinning trays, can't be set in the blaze. Outcast hearts beating in the Bronx night maze. Kathy's indie zone hiding truths in the phrase. Custody queens, devil's advocate schemes. Lucy's morning star burning through dreams. True crime warriors seeking the truth. Birdies fly, cutting through chasing what's due. Drop the guitars, truth moderators in the mix. Heavy bass hit your chest like a ton of bricks. Brandy B, Christy with the Nevada glow. Seahawks fan, tomboy charm, let the rhythm flow. Mama bear vibes, Molly Drek in the den. SRB Zelda casting spells with a pen. Sassy Cassie Ray, Shalusha J in the booth. Wrench wrecking crew, they the moderators of truth. True blue crew, wrench in the game. Breaking all the rules, never staying the same. Moonlit baby, typically unique. Rising, let the truth speak. KK, Meg P, Leah story unfolds. Bonnie Bailey, Lucy Morningstar bold. From the shadows to the stage, they spark the flame. Each line they drop redefines the name. Randy Fur with the claws, cutting through the noise. True blue crew, real talk, no decoys. Sassy but savage, the truth they pursue. Wrench wrecking crew, it's what they do. Moonlit skies, truths collide. Shatter illusions, no place to hide. Typically unique. Fizzy cake sweet, steady on the grind, never taste defeat.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, all you beautiful people, and happy Sunday. It's great to see you all today. I hope you're all having a great day. And thank you all for joining me over here and hanging out, because you are my favorite peeps. Great to see you all, guys. Make sure you hit that like button if you will, please. And thank ya. And share this out. Let everybody know what we be doing in here. That being said, you know what comes next. Let's do this thing and get this thing off and kick in. Here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the TruCrime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Cracked reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the highway, demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back, all you crazy meatballs. It's wonderful to see you all here again today. Thank you for joining me. Very much appreciate you all. More than you realize. I'm grateful to see you today. I hope you're having a great Sunday. Thank you for being here. I hope everybody is feeling amazing today because you all look amazing. Now I sound like Horse. You look beautiful. All of you beautiful people look amazing today. I don't want to do that. That's his thing. But you are the beautiful people, and I'm grateful to see you all. It's chilly here. No snow, thank God. And yes, I'm wearing all of this stuff in hopes that it'll do some good and give them some luck as they play it right now, playing against San Francisco. Come on down, everybody. Come on in. Let's see who we got here today. Miss Lisa Winchester, welcome back. The megastar, Miss Meg, good to see you, dear. Wade Bird, Miss Christine, good to see you. The Tomboys in the house. Shut up, Tomboy. Miss Kim, typically unique's in the house. Miss Tandy, wonderful to see you, dear. The Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Miss Krista Marie from Reality. Good to see you, Krista. Michelle Cardwell, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Mittens for Kittens, always happy to see ya. Great to have you here. SoCal Gal, welcome back. Good to see you. Brandy B, my OG. Good to see you, Brandy. Esther Hahn, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. All right, come on in. Moonbreaker's in the house. Good to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us today. Ginger, hey. Ginger, hey. What's going on, Ginger? Great to see you. It's been a minute. Excuse me. Miss Jen 7 in the house. Great to see you, Jen. Always happy to have you here. Summer is watching me. Awesome. That is awesome. Hello, Summer. True Justice with Anna D. Welcome back to you. Wonderful to see you, Ginger. Thank you. Happy Sunday to you as well. There's a link pinned if you guys want to join me up here. Feel free. I always love the company. It's pinned at the top, as always. Ginger and True Justice, yes. Let's see. Show. Thank you for those of you that joined me last night for my Creepy, Weird, Unexplained, and Scary Saturday night. We talked about the Montauk Project and some other little things that go along with it. I hope you guys that were here did enjoy it to some extent. Next week, it's going to be ghosties and haunting stuff. So, all for you, Miss Meg. All for you. Oh, Miss Kim says there's 11 likes. Stop and go hit the like button. Please do, if you will. 38 peeps in the house. And now we have 15 likes. So let's see if we can make that match. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Thank you, Kim. I hope you enjoyed it. It was cool. I thought it was interesting. I like that kind of stuff. I'm kind of a nerd. You know what I mean? So, just saying. Luther 75, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Moonflower's in the house. Good. I'm glad you liked it too, dear. It's nice to take a little break from true crime at least once a week and decompress a little bit, get all this stuff out of our head and watch something a little different. Oh, I understand, Beach Babe. No worries. Yeah, we're going into some personal, private hauntings next weekend, guys. Just saying. I get it, Meg. I get it. Absolutely. Wonderful to see you, Moonflower. Thank you for joining us. Tomboy, you don't count. You weren't even listening to it. You were sewing and watching things move on the screen. That's what you were doing. So it doesn't count. It's okay. I still love you. Come on in. 45 peeps. 24 likes. We're getting there. Guys, we are 11 subscribers away from hitting 11,000. Go tell somebody. Subscribe your dog for all I care. Come on. We need 11,000. I've been sitting in this 10,000 spot for way too long. I want to hit something different. CZ, welcome back. Good to see you today. And thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. Yes, we do. We can do the Sasquatch again. I did not. Oh, yeah, I did with the popcorn thing, Tomboy. I did. That was funny. You subscribed your dad. That's hilarious, Krista. Thank you. And thank him. We have done the Mandela effect. Molly loves that stuff. We can go back and do. There's other things I haven't done with it yet, Krista. Yoy. You're welcome to join me, Miss Krista, if you want to pop up here, or Kim, or anybody. I'd love to hear. I always like having extra people up here because I hate hearing my own voice. Allegito, welcome back. Good to see you today. Phenomena Mom, welcome to you. Oh, that's no worries. No worries, dear. I hope you had a great night with your granddaughter. Or your daughter. I'm sorry. That's always fun. Oh yeah, I used to do it all the time, Wade Bird. Saturday nights is the weird, creepy, unexplained, and scary Saturday night, where I cover something of some form of paranormal something. Whether it's UFOs, Bigfoot, Mandela effect, Jesus God, I've covered shapeshifters, nightwalkers, dogman, werewolves, vampires, all sorts of the Jersey Devil, Giants of Kandahar. I did cover that before. All sorts of things. That's different. You have a pretty voice. I don't. Big difference there, Miss Meg. You have a pretty voice. You do, truly. I don't. I don't like my own voice. Big difference. I don't have a pretty voice. Christy 398, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. You've come a long way. I remember when you had less than 1,000. Thank you, Miss Christy, and I appreciate you being here and being around that long. It's been a long time ago, like 4 years ago. But I wanted to grow this channel organically, folks. I want to do it right. If it takes time, it takes time. Hopefully, I'm around to see it hit a big number. That's all. A lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort. No worries, Allie. No worries at all, dear. Yeah, it was a long time ago, CZ, but it doesn't mean I can't do another one. Yes, guys, we are. Let me make sure I have that number right. And I'm not trying to beg, but I kind of am. Been a while. I've been stuck in this 10,000 zone for a long time, and it's like, enough already. Let's move on. You know what I mean? Yeah, we need 10 more. We're at 10,990 subscribers. We need 10 more to hit 11, and I'll be okay for a while at 11. Yes, and we have much, much more room if you want to become a member as well. Plenty more room in these pots to drop some more meatballs in there. Why, thank you, Miss Allie. I appreciate your confidence in me very much. See, it sucks, Krista. It sucks. You know what I'm talking about. Watch some of these people that'll go from 1,000 to 30,000 in 6 months. I'm like, damn, how did you do that? You know? Oh, you have a pretty voice too, Moonlight. You guys got to stop. Quit it. Quit it. I have an ugly voice. I don't understand how you guys think this. Nobody's gonna judge you in here, Anna. Just don't call Dago's Ghost meatballs because they don't like that. I guess they don't. I agree with you on that one. Plenty of room for more meatballs for sure. So if you know somebody that would be interested in being a part of this community, have them come by, check it out, see if they like it, have them subscribe, hit the notification bell, and have them become part of the family. I'll say one thing. I do need to start putting together more shorts, you guys. I've never, ever done that. I'm not really big with like editing and stuff, and that's probably why. So I don't like the sound of others' voices. Oh, I can see that, Miss Tandy. More meatballs. More meatballs. We got some baby meatballs. We got the spicy meatballs. We got the medium meatballs. Mama Bear just added some more emoji things in here, as you'll see. I think we got some Christmas trees and some more meatballs and stuff like that. So, Miss Ginger, just clip out segments. That's what I was thinking about doing typically. I'm starting to learn how to do that better, so that's what I need to do. I've been listening to your old original lives, and you have really stuck it out and come a long way in 3 years. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Ginger. I appreciate that. I'm trying. I truly am. Do you have porcupine meatballs? Those things are delicious. Those are good when you make stuffed peppers. Very good when you make stuffed peppers. Or stuffed cabbage. Opus clips will do it for you. I made me and you and Willie shorts from it. They are good. I don't know how to do that, Krista. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this. Sorry, guys. I just started learning how to clip and edit, and it worked, I think. So I'll have to do that. They're good over finished potatoes. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not a fan of editing either. Come on down, you guys. Join in. If you want to jump into sauce like the rest of these awesome and crazy green old meatballs in here, please do. More green is better. A couple of them I have. Jen. I have some family hauntings. The Shea family, the Beckner family. I have a few other ones too that I have written down in my other notebook. Excuse me. I just got to find the rest of them. Mary Holt. Those are just a couple. Welcome, Mary. Great to see you. I just use the editing program from YouTube when I'm doing my videos here. Yeah, I thought some like personal, like family hauntings would be interesting to cover at that point. Um, because it's more than just somebody seeing a ghost. There's a whole story behind it. You know what I mean? I did not see that. Good for her. Good. They deserve it. It looks like Miss Christie put some stuff out. Maybe we'll review that today. Sorry, guys. I got congestion again, so excuse that today. I know it's irritating.
Yeah.
1 minute. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Let's see. We got 53 peeps and 33 likes. Hit that like button, please, if you will. Let's see. Maybe we'll have to look into that, Beach Babe. Yes, that is the baby Dago. You can get that on a t-shirt if you want it. We have them in the shop. Just waiting to see how many people shows up in here before we get things moving. That's all we doing. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What's going on here? Yeah, we probably should because we have a couple people that we added. So I agree with that, Miss Tandy, for sure. Guess nobody wants to join me today. That's understood. No problem. By the way, Miss Kim, is Carlos doing better? I hope. Hope he's doing good. Need some Z's. Welcome. Good to see you. Why does it matter who's here before you start your stream? Well, because it does. So, I like to have everybody in the house so that I don't have to start over and people don't miss things. But if that bothers you, I mean, you don't you don't need to stick around if you don't want to. I'm sorry if you don't like that. My apologies. That's just how I've always done things. Jeez. I don't like for people to miss out on things because it's not fair to them when they come in, and I just try to wait a few minutes. And this is what the stream is, guys. We're hanging out, talking, chatting, things like that. It's Sunday. Um, doesn't matter, whatever we talk about, it's up to you guys. I try to give that to you guys sometimes, but I'm sorry if there's things I do, you guys, that you guys don't care for. I don't do that on purpose. I just try to be fair to everybody. I always have. That's all. Good to hear, Kim. I'm glad to hear that. That's good. That's some scary stuff. So I did head up a couple things I wanted to review that I saw put out. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Jody. I hope you feel better, hon. I do. That's pretty much it right there. It gives people time to come in, get comfortable, and not miss out on anything we're talking about. Because I've had a lot of times where people have come in and we're like midway through something and they don't understand what's going on. And then I feel bad. Let's see. Oh, I understand, Krista. I go through that all the time. I don't think I've done maybe 2 pre-recorded videos in my entire 4 years of being out here. I just don't. I'm not comfortable with myself when I'm doing like editing and trimming that I'm doing it right. You know what I mean? And I don't want to mess it up. So that's all. Good God. Let's see. Okay. Well, one of the things that I was gonna review because I think she did a good job. Let's see. Hold on here. That's why I don't do it. I'm looking for it, Tandy. I forgot about it yesterday. I'm sorry, dear. I pre-record me and Carlos, and that's why I don't do it because it takes me forever. And then with my ADHD, my patience level is like that much, and I mess things up, and then I get frustrated, and then the whole thing gets screwed up, and I'm just not happy with it. So I typically just do my lives, because it's better and it's live. You guys get like a full effect of a situation, and we're doing it, stuff like that. And I had a request yesterday that I didn't get to. Miss Michelle wanted me to review the Corner Club footage from Idaho. So that's something I will get to today for you, Michelle. I'm sorry I didn't get to do it yesterday. That's exactly how it's happened with me, Krista. Sometimes people are driving, can't get to a TV, respond. They need to get time to get there's multiple reasons. Oh, well, yeah. That is true. Like I say, I always try to be fair. I start this early, too. I start usually 10, 15 minutes early to give everybody a chance to pop in here. And then I usually wait because some people don't get notified right away because YouTube sucks. And I always just kind of try to wait to gather the people that want to be here for the day, so on and so forth. Hey, Brandy, good to see you, sis. It's fine. Need some Z's. No worries. Yeah, that's interesting too. Like I said, today's a Sunday. And I'm not trying to like push anything specific, but I do have a couple things I wanted to review based on requests that I've had from you guys. So, Miss Diane Draper, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. I was messing around with the Suno app this morning because I told Coco I would put a song together for her channel, which I did. And as I was doing it, I couldn't help myself. So I put a song together for Miss Lucy. Y'all, it's funny. It's funny. For being a Sagittarius, you explain yourself too much. It's a Sagittarius pet peeve. I guess so. I don't know. I feel bad a lot. I always worry about what people feel and think, Moonlit. I don't know. I've always been that person. Thank you, Ginger. Scully put that together, the baby Dago thing. So, sorry, you guys. Excuse me. Yeah. Sagittarius. Yeah, that's probably the other part of it too, is I'm Roman Catholic. I don't practice it, but it's embedded. So I always have guilt. I feel guilty about things all the time. When I feel that people may be unhappy or may not be okay with the situation, I have a tendency to always feel bad. I always worry about everybody else before myself. I've always done that. Always done that. Damn it, Janet. Hello. Roll Tide, roll. That's right. Roll, roll, roll. Gotta love it. They beat it out yesterday for sure. Welcome, Krista. How are you?
Hello, how are you, sir?
I am good. Thank you
Good
for
to hear.
joining me today. It's great to
You're
see you.
welcome. Thank you. Get down, kitty cat.
Welcome, Bootsy. Just stopping by to say hello. Thanks for all you do and how you do it. You're awesome. Well, thank you, Bootsy. I appreciate that. Ooh, excuse me. What did you say, Krista?
I was watching something that had to do with the case, but I gotta think about what it was. I was gonna bring it up to you guys. Let me think about what it was now.
Take your time. I'm not going anywhere. You don't owe anyone anything from one sag to another. We're both people play. Yeah, I know. I can't help myself. I've tried to stop being that way. Believe that or not, it don't work. When I do it, when I'm forcing myself to not be that way, I get all discombobbled and screwed up, and it's like, nope, not doing that.
It's frustrating on your brain to try to be like it is, because you have to be so self-aware all the time, but then you're just like, screw it. Like,
well, I also found out when I first started doing this, most of my crew came to me and explained to me that I am what you call an empath. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I didn't even know what the hell that was. And they're like, yeah, you're definitely an empath. So you take that and roll that up with all the other issues that I have, then in that this is who you get. So
I know that. I used to look at my husband and I used to think he was a sociopath, because I would cry just watch it. Like when the one baseball player got in the helicopter accident, and him and his daughter, I always forget who it is. So I'm like bawling my eyes out. And I look at my husband, and he's just like normal. And I'm like, what's wrong with you? And like before I even knew what that meant, what empath meant, but like stuff like that, I would cry and I think, oh my God, you have like no emotions. But I didn't realize how much more I feel it than everybody else does.
You're overly
That's who we
emotional,
are.
right?
You know, like we're just so emotional and like so sensitive too, that like people don't get it. We're like, you guys are sociopaths, because we're like, how could you not feel what we feel?
That's why a lot of people, like I've literally been attacked for being that way. I've had people that have come and be like, you're fake. Nobody cares about people like you do. Nobody can why? Why do you think that? Why is that so hard to think? Like I love people, you know? And you know, I've done it with you and many other people. Like when somebody's missing from here that's been missing for a while, I go look for them because I want to make sure they're okay.
Right.
If I have the ability to do that, you know, if I have a way to connect with them, I like Captain Jenks.
Yeah.
Alicia J and myself both were looking for him for a good 2 months, okay, and kept reaching out, and then poof, here he is. Well, and that's why I say things like that, because I really do care about people, you know, because I feel like not enough people, and I'm not saying you guys, but within society and in the world, not enough people care about people anymore, and that's a problem. it should be, even if you don't know somebody. That was the person that attacked me a couple years back. Welcome, Beth. Good to see you. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. And Debbie Gazzardo, welcome to you. Stuart Jones, welcome back. Hold on 1 second. Taylor, good to see you, dear. Mark Schumann, welcome. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. And see, this is why I waited, and see, there's more people that are rolling in. So that's why I was waiting. So, what was I going to say now? Or what was I saying? What the hell did I say, Krista?
No, I forgot too.
I can't remember, but I'll get there.
Mhm.
Oh, when people don't show up for a while, I go look, and some of them just maybe don't want to be here anymore. Okay,
Yeah.
but I still want to check in on you because a lot of times that's not what it's about.
Yeah. And,
Okay,
like, the
Taylor,
stuff
no
that we're,
problem
like
here.
talking about too, or sometimes it's like the worst of humanity.
Yeah, and
And how
that's why I
betrayed
said
they can be.
I promote positivity here as often as I can, and I try to promote other people caring about each other. I say it.
Yeah.
Oh, when I got attacked. Thank you, Kim. So when I got attacked, that was why I portrayed myself sometimes live, overly sensitive. I've cried. I've done things like that in certain situations.
Yeah.
And the person that came in was like, "It's so pathetic. It's you guys are being bamboozled," or whatever the hell he said. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, why? I'm sorry that you don't have I'm sorry that you don't, wear your emotions in public, but I do. It's just how I was raised. You know what I mean? I can't help that. And if you think I'm less of a person because of that, well, then piss off. That's all I can say to you. I'm not going to stop being that person. You know what I mean? I'm just
I don't
not.
know why people attacking you for it. Like, I don't, that's just, to me, that's just like, they want to be something. They're just jealous because they don't have the ability to care as much as you do.
I guess that's probably it. Yeah. Crazy.
I don't know. It just doesn't make sense.
I know.
You're
I'm an
kind.
empath, a Scorpio Italian, and have Catholic guilt. Makes for a great comment. Hey, welcome to the
Yeah.
boat here.
There you go.
Same here. I'm a Sag.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever that. I don't really know much about that stuff, but I'm an empath. I'm very sensitive. I'm Catholic. So mix that up into a ball, and I'm a mess. You know it.
Me
And
too.
I also have PTSD. So there's that too.
Yeah.
I hope you're feeling better too, Fizzy. Good to see you.
Let
me see here. See, that's the other thing too. If you get to that other side of me, that's very bad, because it takes a lot to get to that point. To get to that side of me, the other side of me that I don't like, it takes a whole lot to get there. So you have to really push me, and then when I finally do,
you don't look back, right?
The door's open, folks. Sorry, at that point, I can't hold back, and I have to be who I am at that point because I have held back. And I don't like doing it, but when people push me that far, it is what it is. Now you get to deal with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And like I feel like I cut people off. Like, it takes a long time, it takes a lot for me to do it. But like when I do it, it's not only for you, it's for me too. Like, it's for my own like sensitive, like I can't take you doing anything else like to hurt me. So like I've had to cut, for various reasons, but and it's not it's not hard. People think that you want to do that. You don't want to do that. It's a form of protection.
Yeah. That's why I do that sometimes too, because I've almost wondered, Meg, if I have that sometimes, because I do feel overly, like really strong sometimes for people's issues they're going through, as if I'm going through it myself. Welcome, Carolyn. Good to see you. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So I was watching some of those. It's not just the body cam footage channels, but there's also one called Strange Stories. And it was about this guy who attacked his friend in the middle of the night, and he, with a knife, and it was like 90 times. But like you could still see, just for one person, you could see he tried to clean everything up, and they were still finding it just with their naked eye in spots around the room, right? So I'm just thinking, like, how is it that like they walked in? I mean, they really redacted. They really didn't redact anything. I mean, they redacted just, they actually really hit the body was gone, but like it was just.
What case was it?
I don't know. I'll send you the link for it. It was called Strange Stories. And the guy's name he killed his friend named Brandon, and his name was Aaron something. But yeah,
Okay.
it was a case. It was just recently. Yeah, I was thinking about saving the link just so I could send it to you, so you could see. Like, you could see. I mean, there was just like it was. You could tell somebody was one person was unalived in that room, and I'm
Mhm.
like, man, could you imagine like if it was two of the same type of because the injuries seemed kind of what our people went through. Our people, what the
Right.
item before went through, and it was like it's just I don't know, and just the way that they interview people, I'm like, I just feel like we're for six agencies, and they're not really calling each
Yeah.
other out for mistakes. I can't imagine that that wouldn't be the case if it wasn't some type of I don't want to say fed job. I don't know. My brain is like every week I might go back and forth, but like I'm starting to really think that even Dylan and Bethany were told what to say just by the way she says it and just a couple of things that she says. Like it just seems too I did this and then I did this and this. I don't think it would go down like that. I think you would be scared for your life and you would have ran for help. I think we were talking about that the other day. Like then maybe they weren't even there. And they just I don't know. For going for this long, and we still, in my opinion, I'm still like who done it. Like I don't know who. Like I go back and forth with like Brian, and then I'm thinking Brian had to be there. You know, because why else did he plead guilty? Not guilty, but why would he feel responsible for something? And maybe he was the driver, like somebody like DA was saying, like maybe he was the driver. And he didn't know what was going to happen. Oh, another thing with Molly. I was listening to Molly, and she says, I want to testify against Brian next year. Like, she doesn't say Brian Koberger or that guy, but she says it like she knows him. And I don't know if it's just me, but I was like, Brian. Because I came up on somebody's video, and I'm like, against Brian next year. And then she was saying, oh, because I'm going to have a DUI or something. And then they said something, they're being more right about the drugs. So to me, though, like you become a CI after you've been caught with something. So she was already caught with drugs. Like I thought she was already caught before she decided she was going to rat on Brian. See? Do you know what I mean?
Gotcha. Absolutely.
I have to testify against Brian next year. And I'm like,
Fucking witchy.
and even the cop that she was talking to, the lady didn't. She's like, who? And then she said, you know, the guy that did this and this. But when she says Brian, it seems like she's like, they should all know who Brian is. All of us like, you know, like they all are on him this big secret. She's testifying against Brian. They all know who Brian is. I don't know.
Right. Right. I got you. That's don't push too hard because see, that's how I am too. Is people think because I am the way I am, Italian lady, that they push and they push and they push and they push because I'm a pushover. I'm always going to just forgive it and forget.
Yeah.
That's not true with me. At some point, I go over, and that's a problem. I don't like doing that at all. I hate that. And when you start making me scream, yell, and swear, that's bad. So anyway, moving on from all that stuff. But yeah, I agree with you. That's wild, Krista, in some senses, and I agree with some of the parts of what you were saying for sure. Me too, Tandy. Even people out here. I've stuck up for people out here. I will repeatedly.
You stuck up for me.
Yes, I've stuck up for you too. I will do that always because if you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're right, you're right. You know, you don't go at people that just you don't do it. I care about people, and I care about a lot of people within this community. You and many of my moderators and people like that, I truly do. So hey, Jane, good to see you today. Don't mess with them. That's my thing. Don't mess with them at all. Anyway, where'd we go? Candy Girl, good to see you. That video from Kane really had me reflecting. I think, as you say, it absolutely could have been a motive. See, I mean, it truly could have been the arresting thing with the university. The arrests made at the university, so on and so forth. That is facts. I do truly love my
arrest, right? It was like a recent arrest.
It just made sense. They created an empire, a drug drug selling community and an empire within the college community, and it, to me, at some point, something within there does match as the possibility of being a motive within this case. So,
I mean, it's a vicious crime that doesn't really scream one
Right.
person did it, or scream one person over an emotional breakup. You got to convince a couple people to help you over your emotional problems. Are going to throw their life away. No,
Yeah.
you
No,
know.
right. What was I gonna do though? I lost my train of thought. I was gonna show you that song I wrote for Lucy before. And then I have a video I want to review that Christy put out. Miss Potts is in the house.
Any girls.
It went from east to west coast, from PA, North Carolina, etc.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Thank you, Annie.
Wow. Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
it was a big deal. It was a big deal. So I just feel like motive wise, something within that type of a situation would be a good motive. It would be a good motive, in my opinion. So
Wouldn't it be great if they were being,
I'm not saying,
protected?
I can't give you like a pinpointed specific particular thing within there, but the whole basis of it, in my opinion, could
Right.
relate to a motive within this case, in my opinion. Great to see you.
Maybe they're alive, and this was what they were waiting for.
That I don't know. Yeah, I can't follow that one, Krista. I know a few people
No.
do believe that. I respect it, but I just can't follow
I
that.
know. I just think like, oh gosh, something went wrong that night, or didn't go wrong, or maybe they were scared for their lives because of what their parents were doing.
I feel like somebody may have gone there and expecting something, or went there to look or to discuss a situation that was going on, or might have been. And I think it may have gotten carried away.
Right.
Okay. That's my point. Something was either said, threatened, or something was found out that they didn't like. And I think at that point things went a little bit overboard. And once it was kicked into gear, it was too late. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. And
Yeah, they're definitely not alive.
Yeah.
I know I had another subscriber hit come in here a while back. She was from overseas, and she was really heartbroken over this and was crying on panel, telling me that she was hoping that they were alive and this wasn't real. And I had to tell her and explain to her, like, this is real. It's not.
Yeah, it's so hard.
Just wasn't handling it, and I was like, Jesus, I felt so horrible for her.
Somebody was came on live to argue with me. I told him to come up there to argue with me about the Idaho 4. And he's like, you got to remember they were 19. Like Dylan was 19 or something like that. And he's like, do you remember they were at 19? And he's like, you're calling. He called it a straw man argument. And I'm trying to have him explain it to me, like why I don't see it the way he sees it,
right?
And why I can't just accept that Brian did it, and why can't I accept the Dylan story. And I'm just like, I don't know. Maybe because I'm an adult. Maybe I don't know. I know she's not an adult, like a fully grown, fully actualized, mature adult. But I mean, I would think by 20 or 21, like just. Like, would she listen to people if they told her don't say anything, and like
right? No, absolutely, completely. Care Bear, good to see you, dear. Hold on, real quick. Always happy to see you, Miss Annie. Thank you for being here, Miss Potts. And anybody else that I missed, I will catch up with you. And anybody that's not in the chat, you're just hanging out here. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me play this song for you guys because this is funny to me. I love it. I played around with this all early morning this morning. I was messing around with that stupid app again. And when I was thinking of certain things that came out, so I'm gonna play this for you, and then we're gonna jump into Miss Christie's video. I want to review because it's kind of interesting. Amethyst is in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. $20 million crypto home invasion. And they wanted her crypto key or whatever to access the account. Oh, wow. Wow.
Like that happened in New York, actually, too, to somebody.
Yeah, I think that's what she was talking about.
Oh, yeah. Guy's name was one of the guys' name. He was on a show called Next Gen New York. His name is Charlie. Well, he's like a nepo baby type name guy named Charlie. And they tied this guy up apparently for weeks. Okay.
Right.
But I don't know if it's the same case that they owed him money, or I don't know. I don't know how they're getting out of being charged for it. I don't know, but I'm not laughing. When I heard the story, I'm like, well, wait a minute. For weeks, the guy was there, like for weeks. His friend, like, I don't know.
Never know. All right, guys, check this out. I hope this makes you guys laugh. I wish Lucy was here. I want her to hear it because there's some things in this that are funny to me. She's a famous streamer. They
And her husband, yeah.
targeted her for the crypto. Her and her. Oh wow.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, okay. Yeah, the girl.
What was her name, Annie? I think I remember what you're talking about. It was a wild story. Very wild.
His
But
hands,
yeah, it's all captured on security.
yeah, coming out of
Right.
the video.
I'm about to check that out. I'm about to check that out. If you have a link, Annie, or just a name, let me know and I'll go look that up. Look that up because that sounds interesting. Anyway, like I said, I hope this makes you laugh, guys. At least parts of it, because I thought it was hilarious. I just couldn't get these words out of my head, so I just made a song into it. Just for Miss Lucy. Oh, yeah, I didn't see that, Annie. I'm sorry. Amarath. I do remember that name now. Okay. Hang on. Amarath. All right. Yeah, I didn't see that up there. It rolled off, Annie. I'm sorry. ASMR. Busy knows who she is. Okay. Wild stuff. I will check that out though for damn sure. And if you can hear it, here you go, Miss Lucy. And all you got to do is think about what Lucy does and all the channels she goes into, how she is, the way she acts. It's funny. Cleone Noir channel has. Okay, let me write that down too. Thank you, Annie. NOIR. Awesome. Okay. Here we go.
Lucy Morning Star got the gavel in a grip. True seeker soldier taking liars on a trip. Basement full of experts, locked down tight. Keeping facts on deck all day, all night. She don't blink, sees through the smoke. Corruption and conspiracy, she ain't no joke. Tired eyes, but the fire still burns. Every crooked corner she's making that turn. Beep, beep, here she comes, rolling like a tank. Not a real name, but she'll break the whole bank. Dropping the hammer, exposing the scene. True crime warrior, keeping it clean. Beep, beep, here she comes. Keeping it clean. Morning star glare, sharp as a blade. Justice on her tongue, call it lemonade. Sweet for the righteous, sour for the fake. She's the kind of storm you don't wanna wake. Fixing misinformation, stitch by stitch, unraveling the lies, ditch by ditch. She don't flinch, got the mind of a hawk, cutting through the chatter. She don't need to talk. Beep, beep, here she comes, rolling like a tank. Not a real name, but you break the whole bank. Dropping the hammer, exposing the scene. True crime warrior, keeping it clean. Beep, beep, here she comes. Keeping it clean.
There you go. All right. Yeah, the beep beep thing. I had to do it. I had to do it. I was sitting there thinking when I was in there messing around with Coco's song this morning, and I was like, beep beep. I don't know what the hell brought that to my mind, but every time she pops in the chat, she says beep beep. And I'm like, hang on a minute. And so I started writing stuff down. And I actually have another one too, but I just threw that one out there real quick. I think it's hilarious. These things are. I like being able to describe people. And don't worry, Chris. I've already got notes down that I told you I helped you with one too. So
I know. I realized I was like, oh wait, I didn't, because I was like, I'll take a rock song. I don't care. I'll take anything. I just was laughing. I was like, wait, he's probably not even like. I sent you my friend's intro, and I'm like, this is nothing like the songs that he makes.
Yeah.
But
no, I got. Oh, thank you, Tomboy. I got it. She sent it to me. No, I have notes for you too. I've been writing them down. I just did that real quick.
That's really good.
Scully in the house. Is he here? Where's he at?
I think so.
If he's here, welcome, Scully. Blue Devil, good to see you guys. We got 113 of you awesome and beautiful people in the house. Hold on a minute. And we got, that ain't right. That can't be right. Come on, y'all. 74 likes.
Mhm.
We can do a little bit better than that, I think. At least pretend like you like me for a couple hours, guys. Just a little bit. Just pretend. Doesn't have to be real. Just pretend. That's all I'm saying. All right, guys, let's check out Miss Christie's video here real quick. She did a great job as always. Give me 1 minute. Oops, sorry. Why, thank you, Bootsy. Appreciate that. Micro Blue, good to see you. Scully, there he is. Good to see you, brother. Hope you're having a great day. All right, so this was Molly McMichael.
This might be the one I was talking about, I think.
Stop when she got pulled over by Brett Payne.
Oh.
I don't know how many of you guys have maybe seen this already, but it's interesting. Just saying. Good day, Micro. Good to see you. Wait, now she's in here? She waits till the song's over. And then she picks it up. Of course. Beat, Miss Lucy. Good to see ya. And guys, please make sure. Hold on a minute here. If you have not yet, subscribe to Christie's Chaos and Miss Christie Nevada. Please do, if you will. Did she really say I summoned her? And there's her link right there. She's hiding from you, Meg. What happened? What happened? There's the link right there, guys, if you will. Make sure you subscribe, hit the notification bell, and like it up. Christy does some great stuff over there, too. Anyway, here we go.
With Idaho 1 Lincoln Edward 2980 6.
I gotta wonder how many phone books he's sitting on. And if he's got little blocks taped to his pedals. I always wondered that.
His feet probably swing.
This dude is so little.
He is short.
Picture it. When he was sitting in the chair in the one interview, I swear his feet were dangling.
Joe swinging.
I'm telling you, that's what I picture in my mind when I see this. It's too much for me.
And line.
Yes, Dan, I can envision him in a high chair too. I mean, you can tell right there, Chris.
Yeah.
When he gets out of his car, look where his body cam stops in the door. Right? Like, look at this. Look where his body cam's at. It barely like breaches the window. I'm like, dude.
Right there over the steering wheel.
You're just a little dude, just a little guy. You know what? I can pick on short people because I am short.
Good evening.
Hi, yeah, my headlight's out. I'm actually trying to earn money to go.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Yep, no big deal. I'm Corporal Payne. That's why I stopped you guys.
Yeah.
All right, where are you guys headed this evening?
Good. Just in the middle of the dash, so I just want to.
Okay, gotcha. You got your registration proof of insurance as well?
Yeah, I got everything. I just usually they know because the dashing has got it all set up with the app.
Just in case anybody wanted to know, the date on this says that it was June 18th of 22. And this was like I think 8 or 9 or yeah, 9:30 at night.
Registration right there. Thank you.
That's 9:20. Thank you, baby. 9:20.
No insurance, but an older one. I gotta put up the new one. So.
Okay, well, I'll double check on my end for you. If you can look and see if you can find a new one of these. Do you have one?
I don't have one on me. I gotta print it off. I
Okay.
actually got stopped the other day, and I gotta call.
Jesus, guys, look at her there. Like, look at her face as compared to what we saw most recently. Like, she doesn't look in as bad a shape then as she does now. Obviously, she's been through some shit, but just saying. That's exactly what I was just saying. Exactly what I was just saying. Good call, Christine.
The DMV too, because they said that I didn't have insurance and issues, and so yeah, I know it's gonna come up all weird, but yeah, it's all cleared out. That's why I could use the dash.
Okay.
If I didn't have insurance, they wouldn't actually let me use dash.
Okay, well, I'll check on my end. If you don't have a way to prove it, I might have to issue a citation, okay? So I'll double check. Sometimes we get them on the state return for your vehicle, but if not, then I'll have to issue a citation for that, okay?
It's gonna come up saying that I don't, because yeah, I gotta call the DMV.
Okay.
Said that the other day.
What's is the let's see what's a good address for you here? Is Garfield still a good address for you? Okay. What's a good phone number? Okay.
So then just tell him you don't have insurance, Molly. Don't beat around the bush and try to play some kind of game. Just say, I don't have insurance right now, because that's the truth. End of story.
All right. Thank you very much. I'll be right back with you, okay?
I'll go ahead.
Moscow 157, code 4. I'll be busy issue.
Starting sync process. Please wait.
No return through Idaho.
Sync
Through
is
Iowa
complete.
ID only. Clear. Copy, thank you. 108.
Code Corp scanner detected. This person is required to have corrective lenses.
report. I'm going to stay in the area just to make sure he leaves. 2136.
Alrighty, ma'am. Here's your documents back for you. Okay. So I was unable to find anything on the state return, just like you said. All right. So I am going to issue a citation. Now, generally, how these work is if you can go to the courthouse and show that at the time you were pulled over, you had current insurance, then they sometimes will work with you and they can just dismiss it. Okay. The reason we issue these citations is obviously if you hit somebody and you don't have insurance, that person's out a lot of money, right? So we take it pretty serious, all right? So,
I need to get it straightened out.
Yeah.
I've gotten one in the past. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Okay, alrighty, sounds good. Well, I'll just explain this to you real quick, okay? So this is your information up top, the vehicle you're driving right in the middle, where I saw you, and this is the infraction, is failure to provide proof of liability insurance, okay? The fine for that is $131.50, okay? If you want to contest it, you can do so on the 30th of June at 8 a.m. at the courthouse up here, okay? If you don't want to contest it, make sure you make arrangements, go up there and talk.
See, I was under the assumption that she didn't even have a driver's license. So just saying.
To them or pay it before that time, okay?
I didn't say I did only. I thought.
Alrighty, guys. Well, good luck and just try to get your headlight fixed whenever you have a chance. I know it can be expensive, so.
Yeah, I'm just waiting because I had 3 of them out on me.
Yep, lovely.
I know.
Yep.
I'm like, holy cow, and I just bought them.
Oh, shut up. Just go.
Of course. All right. Well, you guys have a good evening, okay? Drive safe. Thank you.
Okay. Any thoughts, anyone, on anything? He pulled her over because her headlight was out.
And he lets her go. I swear they said ID only, but when they were calling her.
I didn't catch that. That's why.
Unless they were talking about somebody else, but I think they said state ID only. And I'm like, oh, now she's got no license.
Where did you hear it at? How far back?
Like when they were talking, I guess when the radio was playing, when he was in his car.
Or?
No, I guess when he was like calling our information in and checking our information, it was kind of in the middle.
Okay.
Yeah. I was like, state ID only or something.
Hold on. I mean, her license is in his hand, but that doesn't mean it's valid.
I mean, yeah, mine's.
Let me see.
I heard that come over.
Yeah, I heard about the corrective lens things, but
I'm pretty sure it was like the lady that talks or whatever. Not the.
Yeah, in the beginning, it's funny because it sounded like he said, "I'm Corporal Brett Payne, and that's why I pulled you over." But what was said was because she said, "I know my headlight's out," so on and so forth. So he's like saying, "Yeah, that's why we pulled you over." But it's funny because it's like, "I pulled you over because I'm Corporal Brett Payne. I can do whatever I want." That's how it sounded. That was too funny.
So cool. Yeah, he didn't even write her for that.
Yeah.
No return through Idaho. Through Iowa ID only.
There you go.
Oh shit! Wait a minute.
I felt like maybe it wasn't the word I was talking about.
Process. Please wait.
No return through Idaho. Through Iowa ID only.
Okay, they were responding to another officer.
I was gonna say, yeah, maybe it wasn't hers.
Yeah. I was gonna say because there's no way in hell he'd have let her go with no driver's license.
I mean, like, I'm surprised she even has a license. Actually, like,
well, we were told earlier before that she didn't.
Right.
So, yeah, that was another officer that was going through 911 that they were responding to. You were right. You heard what you heard. So, hey, cat lady, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us.
I thought too, like that's why the DoorDash stuff wasn't in her name because she didn't have a valid driver's
That's
license,
my
right?
understanding, and I'm pretty sure she's got her boyfriend Jimmy in the car with her there too. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, she seemed okay there, but
Yeah.
obviously down the road things got a little bit caca for her.
Mhm.
All right, moving on. Let's see here. Well, let me check my emails and see what was sent to me. Maybe. Anything in particular with this case you want to discuss, Miss Krista?
With Idaho?
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
anything for that matter, but whatever.
No, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out the whole Molly situation because like she got in trouble before the murders. I could see how they could try to talk her into ripping her into being a witness.
Right.
Saying she's a witness. Like, oh, we got this chick. Because they really don't care about you after that. Like, they'll tell you they do.
Of course.
They'll never know it's you. They'll never know it's you. But they'll know who CI1 is or CI2 is,
Yep.
So it's like, I can't see her doing that unless she had a very good reason to get out of something.
Right.
But like, I just remember there was one stop. I think it was Jimmy. I guess that's her dude. And the cops whispering, oh, I got him. He tried to sell me.
Oh, you're talking about the initial body cam we first saw that they were talking.
Yeah.
I remember.
I don't know.
I remember. Yes. Like Annie said, let's a meth head keep driving with no insurance.
I know.
And a headlight out. Thanks, Corporal. Yeah.
He doesn't seem familiar with her here.
Not yet, but I'm sure he was very soon hereafter. Or unless somebody sent him a message about her when he called it in, who knows? They get things in the background going on. Could have came through a cell phone or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
She knew Bill Thompson.
Yeah, but she knew Bill Thompson. They're friends.
That's what I mean. Like that had to have to do with that case. Like it has to do with that case, I would think, right? With this case, her knowing him, like he pulls her in the office and say, "Hey,
Right.
Like were you door dashing that night? Says your car. It says you were. Yeah. I mean,
Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
You just say this for us, and then all your charges go away. And Jimmy's.
Right. Now, something else I wanted to review with you guys too is Miss Kathy from Kathy's Indie Zone put something out that I thought was kind of interesting, and I wanted your thoughts and feelings on this as well, if you don't mind. That's all of you, of course. And for those of you that are not familiar, Kathy's Indie Zone, she does a lot of stuff with the documents. She does a great job, and I really like Kathy. She's helped me to understand quite a few things in some aspects. So her link's in the chat. If you have not yet subscribed, please do check her out. Hit the notification bell and see what you think. But this is interesting. It's talking about the PCA implying more than one person being involved in this.
And welcome back to the Indie Zone. My name is Kathy. According to the affidavit of probable cause signed by Detective Brett Payne on December 29th, 2022, that directly led to the warrant for Mr. Koberger's arrest and his arrest the following day, December 30th, 2022, states as follows. At page number 5, the timeline of the crimes per the PCA and all of the information that the Moscow Police Department had at the time that this PCA was signed, December 29th, 2022, reads as follows. The combination of DM statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from BF and DM's phone, and video of a suspect video, as described below, leads investigators to believe the crimes at 1122 King Road, ladies and gentlemen, occurred between 4 o'clock a.m. and 4:25 a.m. This is a statement that Detective Payne is signing as true and correct under penalty of perjury, as he did at page number 18 of this very same affidavit of probable cause, that the timeline of crimes were between 4 and 4:25 a.m. And just a word of explanation, suspect vehicle 1 during this affidavit of probable cause is believed to be Mr. Koberger's car. The crimes here, according to Detective Payne, occurred between 4 and 4:25 a.m. The next page describes sightings of suspect vehicle 1 after 4 a.m. at paragraph number 2, the second full paragraph of this page, and then sighting of it no later than 4:20 a.m., where it states suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 a.m. at a high rate of speed, and then goes on to discuss suspect vehicle 1's sightings allegedly in other parts of Moscow and elsewhere. We've had the opportunity in the past few months as the public to review documentation, video, photographs, information, reports that was not available to the public at the time that the PCA was published. Not available to the public during the entire time Idaho versus Koberger was opened on December 29th, 2022, with this affidavit of probable cause effectively being document number 1. It was only thereafter that information began coming out from under seal to the public. And one document that was released as a part of the court filings was a document from the state of Idaho describing the injuries that the 4 students sustained. And in my opinion, asking the rhetorical question, is it possible that those injuries could have occurred within the short window that the state of Idaho was alleging that only one suspect who's ever been arrested, and that would be Mr. Koberger, committed all of these crimes within that short window? But there's information here that the affidavit of probable cause also seems to imply a second perpetrator, at least, because it says here that the law enforcement officials, MPD, believe that the crimes occurred between 4 a.m. and 4. So if that's true, who was inside the house between 4 o'clock and the last sighting of suspect vehicle 1, which another document says was approximately 4:07, and whatever time it took from the driver, assuming it's just one person in that car, to stop the car, get out of the car, walk up to the back of the house, which law enforcement states the back slider on the second floor was the point of entry. What would that have been? 4:07:30, possibly, even if the person was walking very, very swiftly. And then the time that it would have taken to leave, get in the car, drive to the point where this vehicle is seen at 4:20 a.m., leaving the neighborhood at a high rate of speed. Who is inside the house committing the crimes between 4 o'clock and 4:07 plus, and then again from 4:19 until 4:20, when suspect vehicle 1 is again seen on camera at the corner of King and Queen, making that turn, leaving the neighborhood at a high rate of speed. These are opinions, comments, rhetorical questions that we provide, as always, per the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. If you have any comments, any thoughts, any opinions regarding the presence of a possible accessory before the fact, accessory after the fact, co-conspirator, or alternative perpetrator, please leave them here. Until next time, this is Kathy. Thank you for joining us here today.
What do you guys think? I just don't see how one man. I just don't think that we know that one man couldn't have done this. At least in my opinion, they couldn't.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
There we go. Something got stuck. Sorry about that. So what'd you think of that one? Anything specific? Any thoughts? You there? What's going on?
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, okay. Any thoughts on that at all, or?
Well, I was reading. I was listening. I was reading the Kopaka comments, and I didn't know if I should share my theory on it, but
no, of course, your theory. Everybody's theories are welcome.
I wasn't really. I was listening, but I did watch it this morning. But what I was thinking when they said to Kopaka, or when Payne says to Brian, "I look familiar."
Yeah.
Now I go back to thinking maybe Kopaka, maybe Payne wasn't on a hunting trip that night, and something happened where Kopaka and BK had to meet up with Molly, or we're going to the house. Maybe Brent, maybe was meeting up with Kaylee. I don't know. And maybe he snapped, right? Let's say Brian's outside, but somehow Payne is in the area, or maybe he's there, or maybe they're in that car, or he's getting information from the circling undercover. And say he shows up, and because he walks in on this murder, he's like, he doesn't snap, but he lets Brent go because he's thinking PTSD. He didn't mean to do this. I don't know. But he lets him go. He says, run, go now. Then Payne turns and he double crosses and he unalives the witnesses. This is just a theory. But he could have seen Brian sitting outside in the car, and maybe he walked past him. And then Brian's all confused, like, oh my God, what just happened? I don't know what just happened. Here's my friend. He's bleeding. He's running away. I got to get out of here. Brian leaves, or whoever leaves. Brian leaves. And then so then Brent's paranoid because I don't know why he thought they were setting him up. I forgot to ask you guys that. Why wasn't he saying like they're going to set me up for this, or I'm getting set up for this?
There were stuff like that said. Yeah.
Why would he think that? Like, unless he knows.
He was having mental health issues. Okay.
I know.
So I don't know if you can. I don't know, guys. I've had issues with believing Brent Payne's, or I'm sorry. You're talking about Kopaka, right?
Kopaka, yeah.
Yeah, I've had
maybe didn't they know through the army or something? Maybe he understood why. Maybe he snapped. I don't know. Or he
went through some stuff when in the military, so on and so forth. He had some trauma, so on and so forth with that. But I don't know. I've never felt like he had much of an involvement.
I know it's really out there what I just said, but I can't think why them two together. The DNA, I don't know if that blood DNA came back to Kopaka or not. I don't know if that was just somebody's assumption because he has 4 brothers, or why
he thought the 4 brother thing. I don't think that really means anything here. Hey, false star. And I respect your feelings, Chris, on how you think about things. Everybody has their options to look at multiple things.
Yeah.
I don't think Payne would have anything to do with it.
There's no rumors of any type of affairs with him, right?
Yeah, I don't. Not that I know of, right?
Yeah, I know. Because I couldn't figure it out. I'm like, well, then my theory goes dead. Because I'm like, well, why would Brent go out of his? Or why would Payne go out of his way and to do all that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I could see letting the guy go, but why then turn around and because I'm like, well, then what about the other 3?
Right. Now, do I believe that there could be law enforcement involvement? Sure. Not him, though.
No. Yeah.
And I don't even mean law enforcement involvement as in hands-on. I mean, that could be a possibility. Don't get me wrong, but as in knowing something. That's what I mean by that. So. But again, like I said, I'm not saying you're wrong.
I know. I can't figure out why. So with the DNA, did they find this DNA that supposedly Brian's touch DNA? Why did they have to go to Pennsylvania to figure out if it was his or not? Why? How did they know to go to Brian's parents' house? So they say they found this DNA, right? But they don't know whose it is. So how did they get Brian's name to begin with to check his dad's DNA? Where did how did that all come about?
They had according to this, they had a tip from the FBI.
So that's what made them check the touch
That's what
DNA.
made them check into him with the car, with that stuff there. So
Huh. Okay. Yeah.
it just doesn't. It still doesn't make sense.
It doesn't, because I'm like, why would you go get his own go get DNA from his own trash can? Why do you have to go to his dad? Like, to check it. You know what I'm saying? Why wouldn't you just go and check his? Like,
And it's evident at the very earliest or at the very latest. I think they knew who he was by December 5th.
Right.
They could have done something in Moscow or in Pullman. They didn't have to go
to Pennsylvania.
Right? They didn't have to do that. I think my personal opinion is that whole thing was done for show. That was part of building the narrative that this is some kind of a monster by having to kick the doors in and do all that bullshit. That's why I think that went down that way. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but
yeah, I feel bad for his parents for that too, because it's not like they, the first people I'd be worried about would be my animals and my parents. If you just told me you kicked my door down in my parents' house looking for me, this quadruple murderer, is like, yes, I want to know if my parents are okay and my dog and my parents, like all the things they say that he asked are just like normal questions. I think, like, why are you holding me here? Like, what do you? I appreciate the small talk, but can you tell me why I'm here? Like, what do you want to know from me? Seems like all logical questions to me. Especially for somebody that's in a crimeology, that's into this stuff and knows what's kind of, I don't know if Brian knew the magnitude of what they're about to blame him for, but
right.
It just, I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
At the least, there's got to be some more people involved. If it was just him, it couldn't be just him.
There's absolutely more people involved.
Like, Ethan's a big guy. He doesn't look like the picture they're portraying him as.
No, he's not the 8th grader that they keep showing you.
Yeah, exactly.
By no means whatsoever.
Like, even the day that with all of them in front of that one house, they definitely did something with his face to make him look young again. I'm like, no, I
said that before. I think they've been putting out pictures of Ethan looking like 2-3 years younger than he actually was.
Yeah,
to make it more believable that Brian could have handled him. That's truly my thought on that, guys. I know it sounds crazy, but people do shit like this. You know what I mean?
No, even if it wasn't like even maybe the 3 girls could probably even try to take down one guy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see them all just letting one guy come in and murder one of them, and then the rest of them just are waiting for their turn, or like, I don't know what. Like, they're gonna fight back unless there's somebody there stopping them from helping or fighting or running, or especially Ethan. Because when you see his body, when they pull him over, you're like, who is that guy? And he's like, oh, he's like a big, bulky guy.
He's a big dude. He's an athlete. Yeah, he was athletic and all that stuff. And Brian wasn't. So, yeah, that's why I've always struggled with that. I truly always have.
Yeah.
DH, what's up, Dilly Dill? How we doing?
What's going on? I'm just getting ready for Bama, Georgia Part 2 in Atlanta, the SEC title game. We're coming for revenge.
Yeah, but you see your little call on the Auburn thing. That didn't happen now, did it, big guy?
Well, yeah, it kind of helps when the refs get involved.
You're blaming it on the refs now. We just beat the shit out of them. That's all there is to it.
You won by 7 to a 3-3.
We still beat him. We still beat him, and I'm gonna take the W. So hush him out. Hush him out. I knew you was gonna say something about it. I knew. Anyway, it's good to see you.
Hey, I wasn't gonna go towards the Iron Bowl, but you're the one that went there.
It is what it is. Roll Tide, roll Tide.
Go Dogs.
I'm gonna puke. Anyway, say hello to Krista.
What's going on?
Hey, fancy mic guy.
Yeah, it's glowy. It's glowy, guys. Look at his glowy mic.
I'm jealous.
I can make it Georgia red.
What?
Or Eagles green.
I'm gonna throw something at you through the screen if you keep doing that. Hey, Stiggy. It's all in good fun, guys. We do this back and forth all the time. It's fun. I enjoy it. Are you familiar with a channel by the name of Idaho 4 Revealed, Miss Krista and or Dylan?
No.
Isn't that Pav's series?
I mean, he calls it the Truth Revealed or something like that. But this is a channel by the name of this.
Oh no.
Wait a minute. Cynthia said sorry, but go Vols.
I feel bad.
Tennessee. No. That's okay, Cynthia. I like you. I'll let you say it for today. Anyway, Sky, welcome to you. Good to see you guys today. Thank you all for jumping in. Miss Sarah's in the house. Thank you, Sarah, for all you do on Twitter, putting out all the stuff you do. We really appreciate that. And I've been referring to a lot of that. Oh, God, how do you drink that stuff, dude? Listen, real quick, not to jump off subject, but I tried to drink. I used to be a Pepsi-holic. I loved it. And I tried to drink a regular plain can of Pepsi the other day. Okay. Instead of the Pepsi Zero stuff. God, bro, how? Like, I can't imagine how I ever drank that.
It's sugar-wise?
The sugar weird is because I've been on the zero sugar stuff for so long now that the real sugar tastes so weird to me. I just, ugh.
If you're going to drink a soda, drink a soda. I mean,
I'm a normal human being. That's how I drink Pepsi.
I got this now. One of my favorite drinks for years was the cherry 7-Up. This is the zero sugar, and it's really good.
And it tastes good. See, I drink quite a lot of cream soda, and I have to have a lot of sugar.
The zero sugar stuff, it just kind of tastes like stale water to me.
Yeah, or flat soda.
It's the syrup. Yeah, I agree with Fizzy. That's true.
Flat soda.
Yes, guys, can you drop Mr. Hildress link, please? Even though he's a Georgia fan, it's okay. He's wearing the crap on Pepsi.
Just got done doing getting the Formula 1 review wrapped up, and that's out and going. One race left. 3 drivers can win the championship.
I could never watch racing, dude. I don't know how you guys watch it. I did watch NASCAR for a little bit, only because I lived down the road from Dale Blaney, and he raced at the local track, and I was on the rescue team for the local track. So I supported him because he lived down the road. So we watched it. No, I can't. All you do is sit and watch people go in circles all day. Make constant left turns or right turns. Like, what the hell? It's like, what's the point?
I mean, it's really the story arc that happens throughout a race and throughout a season. It's hard to explain on why it's so fun.
It's like, you don't know, you can't figure it out.
I don't know.
There's no answer, Dylan. Just say it doesn't make sense, and you just like it. Just say it.
It's cars going fast. Like,
okay.
There's like a cultural thing too.
Cars going fast, and sometimes cars hit things.
Yeah, those accidents are crazy. I used to do the stock cars and the oh my god, they were the little tiny cars with the little fins on the back. They'd run. Those things when those things would flip and bounce. I mean, they would bounce like 100 yards down the track. I mean, it was crazy stuff, and people got hurt, guys. It's not funny. Crazy.
Oh yeah, when those things get airborne, you're going for a tumble.
It's like a giant basketball sprint car. Yes, Moonlight. Thank you. Sharon Speedway. Dale Blaney used to run out of there. That's where he started at, and then his son as well, which my understanding he's a NASCAR driver now too.
It's Dave. I think you're thinking of Dave Blaney and then Ryan Blaney.
Dave Blaney, not Dale. Sorry, and Ryan. Yes, yeah. Anyway, I only did it because he was my neighbor down the road. He was from the community we lived in, and we had to support somebody that was doing it. So that was it. I even had one of his bumper stickers on the back of my truck, and they're like, "You like Dave Blaney?" And I'm like, "Not really, but I'm supporting him because he's my neighbor." You know, that kind of shit. But that's all. Anyway, enough with the boring sports stuff that I know most of you guys get bored with, but unless it's football. I don't like watching horse racing in case they get hurt. Yeah, it's rough. My uncle raised race horses and thoroughbreds and stuff like that. It's not good to see that happen. So this next thing I wanted to review, I was sent this a while back, and I'm a little bit behind on this. And I watched this by myself. It's kind of interesting, you guys. That's why I asked if anybody had heard of Idaho 4 Revealed, the channel. Did you really? That's cool. Yeah, I was on the rescue team out there because I was on the local fire department in Berg Hill and Hartford. So mostly Raceway 7. Gotcha. And then that one night we were there and the stands collapsed when everybody. That was a disaster. That was bad. Very bad. Oh, you followed them? See, I can't get down with NASCAR, guys. It's just boom, 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 boom all day long. You like that channel? Cool stuff. Good. So then you got
F1's a little bit different though. F1's a little bit different though. They don't do ovals.
Yeah.
They don't do.
You're talking about Formula though, like them stupid looking cars that go super fast, right?
Yeah, the cool, even faster cars that are really sensitive and very fun to watch.
Yes, I guess. I don't know. Welcome, Robert. Good to see you. Booby. Ricky Booby. It is. Ricky Booby. Anyway. All right, so let's check this out. Again, guys, this is, it says Idaho 4 betrayed, Koberger framed, and there's some interesting points in this that I had watched this, and I haven't got to get it to you guys because I kept forgetting about it. And I'm sure you guys have all probably seen this, and if you have, I'm sorry. I just wanted to discuss some of the points within this, so that be why. And of course, now that I have Mr. Hildreth and Miss Krista up here, I'd like to get their opinions as well as the chats. So here you are.
And then I called and said she thought maybe there was a fire or like a firework. We didn't know. She heard this loud noise and there was a light, I guess.
Did you hear it like a pop, like a bang?
I don't know. Did you hear it bang?
It's what she heard.
Okay.
It's what she heard.
Okay, then my you sit there. I didn't hear that.
Okay.
I don't think I ever heard a bang. I didn't think anything about fire or firework.
Or a gunshot.
I told her I don't think I heard anything of that, but I also was kind of in and out of it because I was scared and I was really tired.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Have you talked to all your roommates and stuff like that?
Yeah. We
Okay.
kind of got the whole, nobody like know what's going on, yeah.
Okay. Did anybody hear anything last night? Anything like that? Suspicious this morning? Anything?
I fell asleep around like 11, and then I woke up around like 2 to like some yelling.
At 2?
Yeah, around like 2 or 3 to like some yelling. But it didn't sound like it was right over here. It sounded like it was more down this way.
Okay.
So I don't really know. But that's really all I've ever heard, so.
Yeah.
They're not going to go.
We all came home around like.
You think not going to go, Grayson?
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you. Okay.
So her room is like right next to me.
And that was till about 5 a.m.?
Well, they left at 3.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
If anybody wants me to stop, back up, or anything like that, slow it down, whatever, just let me know, and I will do it. No problem.
The gal Mitch is talking to said that she can, said that they're pretty small hands. Said they saw a guy come in last night with a ski mask on or a black mask on, and heard screaming and stuff, like around 3 or 4.
It would be a fair contribution to the record if we included times given from statements made by friends and associates of the 4 victims: Ethan, Xana, Kaylee.
Yeah, Busy. I was gonna say that myself. She said, does it sound to anyone else that the dude who says, who do you think knocked on her door, sounds kind of pissy or irritated? I was gonna bring that up. He does. He sounds aggravated as all hell. Like who do you think knocked on the door? Dude. You know what I mean? Like he's got an attitude about it or something. It's kind of weird. Makes you wonder why. Good catch, Biz. What'd you say, Krista?
Did I agree?
Yeah, I'd like to know why.
Yeah,
You know
like
what I mean?
exactly. Like okay, like
Why are you so irritated right now?
wait, sorry, people got murdered.
Interesting. Very interesting. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And Madison.
All the people that were here right out front here. Gotcha. What's that?
Do you need anything?
I need your ID. Oh yeah, just your info. I can grab your information. You can't. You know how many people live here? Or is that their place?
This is their place.
Okay. What's your name? Middle and birthday. What's your local address?
Hang on, I'll go back, Jane. Sorry. I didn't even see that. I'm sorry. Hold on.
And Madison.
All the people that were here right out front here. Gotcha.
Sorry, guys.
What's that?
Do you need anything?
I need your ID. Oh yeah, just your info. I can grab your information. You can't. You know how many people live here? Or is that their place?
This is their place.
Okay. What's your name? Middle and birthday. What's your local address?
I didn't see it.
What's your local address? Oh yeah, just your info. I can grab your information. You can't. You know how many people live here? Or is that their place?
This is their place.
Okay. What's your name? Middle and
I don't see the arrow, you guys. I'm sorry.
What's your local address?
Oh, on the Emily pick. I'm sorry then. Hold on. Okay, so it's pointing at. Oh. She's got a band-aid on this finger and a cut on this knuckle. Right where my cursor's at, that red dot, there's a cut on that knuckle and a band-aid on this knuckle. Huh. Okay. There you go. That's what the arrow is pointing at. I never saw that before, you guys. That's
I didn't even know that was Emily.
Yeah, that's Emily on stuff. Yeah, there's a cut right there on that knuckle there, and then there's a band-aid. Actually, it looks like there's a scratch or a slight cut on this knuckle right here, and then there's a band-aid back here. That's interesting.
weren't they all? Didn't everybody show their hands though?
Yeah.
At least it was told to us.
Well, at least the guys did that we know of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No problem.
And with at least Xana's injuries, it does fit a female perpetrator with having 50 plus defensive wounds.
Yeah, definitely could. There you go, Jane. And I'm sorry I didn't see it before, but sorry I had to back up so many times, you guys. For those of you that didn't, Jane wanted to know what the arrow was pointing at, and I hadn't even seen it, so my apologies.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah, she did have writing on her arm. I remember reading it. Hair's wet. She obviously taking a shower, towels wet. Yeah, good point, Amethyst.
All the people that were here right out front here.
Except for Bethany.
Gotcha. What's that?
I don't know the date that was, Witchy. It's a good question. I would like to know that, I guess. Sylvia Ponce, welcome. Gideon was here, is what was written on. Thank you, Phenomenal. That's what was written on Dylan's arm. Yeah. I don't know, Witchy. I'll write down to see if I can figure out a time or a way to figure out when that picture was taken.
I need your ID. Oh yeah, just your info. I can grab your information. You can't. Do you know how many people live here? Or is that their place?
This is their place.
Okay. What's your name? Middle and birthday.
Pause it for a second.
What's your local address?
There you go. That's exactly what I was going to say, Krista. That sounds like a forced cry.
Right. And it doesn't sound like the one that was on the 911 call. It sounds just like
in the background, yeah. A lot of people have said the same thing.
Yeah,
we only hear them do it one time. It's like they all get really loud when one of the cops walks up to it. We hear it on the body cam, and then you're like, you don't hear anything after that. You're like,
or when Maisie showed up, they started crying harder too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what you were having me pause it for, Dylan?
Yeah, I was gonna say because that sounds like you're trying to force yourself to cry.
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought that too. Definitely. And even the cry on the and guys, I'm not gonna denounce somebody that's truly in some kind of trauma or pain, but the 911 call where it's Bethany, she sounds like she's fake crying too.
Yeah. I always feel like Bethany was really traumatized, but she was unwilling. But like I thought that was Dylan doing that.
I raised 7 kids. 2 of them were girls. Okay, and I know that's what it reminded me of was when my kids were faking stuff. You know what I mean? Just saying, I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I'm glad that's what I want you guys to catch is stuff like that, Dylan. I really like when people point that stuff out because I think it tells a story. It kind of does. Hold on a minute here. Yeah, that sounds really fake. It's like she's forcing it out. I agree with that.
That's not even Oscar worthy. No, it was that bad.
I wouldn't even give her the MTV Video Music Award on that one. I'm just saying, Amethyst, great catch on the wet hair. LA. See, I never noticed that either. That is a good catch, Amethyst. Very good catch. Never noticed that. So you had a chance to take a shower. When and why? If you have, okay, now I got an issue. Okay, so you got all this traumatic bullshit going on overnight, and you took a shower.
Maybe she was sleepwalking. But she was asleep the whole time.
I never noticed that. That's insane, and that's some bullshit, folks. If you had
Right?
time to take a shower, like, what do we got? Nah,
So
We didn't see towels in that bathroom either.
so
Like, we in her room.
so allow me to walk through this here. So Bethany and Dylan say that they were so scared to leave the room that they didn't go out exploring to see what was going on. But yet they go into the. Yet Dylan goes and takes a shower, where every first scene of a horror movie starts.
That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, why are you taking a shower? Were you that dirty?
Apparently, she's never seen Scream.
If you got trauma going on, you got people being murdered, and you don't know what's going on, but you're gonna take a shower.
After you see a masked man.
That just takes me back to you got messed up somehow. You got messy somehow. What were you doing that you got messy? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
I'm saying, like, all the things that she says she saw, I can't see it. A 19-year-old saying that and not being scared. Like, how could you look 4 times or like not run for help or like not register? Like, you definitely are not going to take a shower.
Yeah, and Witchy's got a good point. I think
Right.
Bronx talked about it too, that there needs to be a water usage report to see if there was more water used that night by some chance than there normally would be, for as far as the cleanup goes and stuff like that. And there isn't one, they said. So that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. It would be interesting to know the difference, you know. Yeah. Amethyst says again, and I've talked about this too, you guys. Dylan intercepts Jack to dramatically tell her side of the story, how it happened. So obviously that ninja stopped her, right? And that whole thing, you guys, was so dramatic.
The guy, and I said, "Oh, fuck the guy."
And she's bounding up and down and explaining this and that and everything else, and it's like, what? Why are you doing that? Like, the dude didn't even react to her either. That's the other thing.
He's probably shocked. Like, well, how long ago was that?
Yeah,
8 hours ago, and you didn't call 911 now. He's probably completely like, "What the hell are you saying to me?"
Yeah, we're talking about the shower thing because they're saying her hair's wet. Well, it's not raining, and I didn't even pay attention to that when she was talking. So I need to go back to his body cam and look at that. They're saying that she took a shower. There were some towels, I think. Then again, they could have been in her bedroom. We just didn't see them. But
yeah,
there were a couple white towels, I think, that were in that second floor bathroom. We'll have to go through the pictures and look again. But that would explain it if it's true. You know, why are you taking a shower if that's a fact? Especially with everything going on, that's the last thing you should be thinking of, just as much as the last thing Bethany should be thinking of is, can I go home for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, like, were they really even, like, could they have really known the magnitude of what happened in that house?
Yeah, you got your morals jacked up, ladies. I'm sorry.
Yeah, or like they really didn't believe. Like, I keep going back to, like, maybe they really weren't there and they were just told they were talking to, and
I don't know. I think they were there. There's a lot of people that disagree with me, but I think they were. That's just me, though. At least one of them was, for sure.
Think how sociopathic you have to be to think. First, I mean, to admit some of the things that you're saying that you saw. That to me, like, why is she admitting to this? Because she's got to think she's not in trouble. Like, she's got to believe that she's not in trouble for something. I don't know why you would, unless Ellie's telling her, say this. You saw a masked man and he had a weapon and it looked like that. You know what I mean?
I definitely believe that's what happened. Well, here's the thing, though, Fizzy, is she could have taken the shower right before she called 911, right before she called Hunter and Emily. So it would still be damp. She got long hair, so it would still be slightly damp, in my opinion.
If you could go to sleep and wake up with wet hair. Like, I've woken up with wet hair.
It took her that long to be, if she was involved in the cleanup, it took them that long to clean up, right to the point where, okay, now we're done. Everything's clean. Everything's right. Now we call 911. She took a shower real quick and then called 911. You know what I mean?
It would make more sense if you were like cleaning up all night or morning, that 4 hours they say.
That would be what I would think. Exactly. Yeah.
Because, I mean, you're going to have, like, I'm sure, bleach, whatever you're using, the smell of chemical all over you.
Yeah, then she would have 100%. Yeah, unless she used the third floor shower or the basement one. 100% correct, Busy. I still think she did. And I've said this to you guys before. I'm never going to change my mind on this. When she claims that she ran down to Bethany's room because she was scared, I think she stopped and went into Xana's room and looked down at her probably saw Ethan as well, and then she went down to bed. I don't think she looked down the hall, glanced down the hall, passing by, and noticed that was Anna. I just don't. I don't believe that unless she went down the hallway and stepped into the room and looked at her and maybe even touched her, called out to her, shook her. Hey, are you all right? What's going on? I'm telling you, I think she did that. That doesn't mean it's true. It's just what I think. Just as much as I believe that Hunter went to the 3rd floor when he went in the house.
And I wonder too, like when they were calling their phones, did they hear them ringing in the house? Like, because all their phones are probably with them, right? All the 4 victims. Like, did you not hear them binging and zinging, and then wondering why aren't they answering? Like, they're obviously not sleeping that quick after you hear noises.
Right.
So why aren't you? It's not triggering in your head, like, okay, I hear their phones. But then you knew Kaylee and Maddie were used to. Had to have known Maddie.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. You just brought up when they're talking about how they called them.
Yeah.
If their phones were charged, they heard them. They heard them ringing.
Right.
Okay, they heard them ringing. They had to have. So they know they're in the house.
Yeah. So you knew they were there.
Know they're in the house.
Yeah, it's like, and then you saw, like, where did you think Kaylee went after she ran from the guy that you heard her screaming from? Wouldn't you want to know where she went to? Like, or are you not worried about, maybe you're not going to just think, oh, maybe she just got away and maybe she's sleeping over. So I don't know. It just doesn't register to me that.
Fizzy's got a good point though. If she went to the 3rd floor to shower, she would have seen Xana, or I'm sorry, she would have seen Maddie and Kaylee.
Right.
If she went to the 2nd floor, she would have saw, so she would have known either way.
And would have seen the blood on the door.
100%. So either she went to the basement because she was in the basement with Bethany and showered there. But if that's the case, why didn't you put on some socks? If you went and put clothes on that were yours after a shower, if that happened. Again, I'm telling you guys, she knew what was going on in that house that night. And she knew exactly who was involved in it, in my opinion.
And to play a little devil's advocate with the whole phone thing, there's a solid possibility they were all just on vibrate.
I thought that too.
Yeah, that's possible too. I was just thinking that. Yes.
I mean, my phone's always on vibrate, so it's just
yeah.
I get it. It's possible, but if they weren't, then you would have heard them ring. Is what I'm saying.
I would think.
But
welcome, Big Red.
Even on top of that, though. Like, if I'm trying to get a hold of somebody in the house and they're not answering the phone, and it's like something urgent, like, what was like, I'm gonna be like, hey, did you
hear that murder?
Did you have a friend over that wore a black mask and had a gun?
Yeah.
Good point, Witchy. Dylan Bethany told law enforcement they did not leave Bethany's bedroom until Hunter came over. How do you shower in a locked bedroom? Good point, and thank you.
Yeah, because we're all like, well, what? You didn't go to the bathroom the whole time, or you didn't do this? Like, what do you mean? Like, you never left the bedroom? You're right. She did say that.
Right.
We're like, what about Murphy? Like, you didn't think to go. Where was Murphy?
And in the same breath, they said that they couldn't find Murphy anywhere, insinuating they went and looked.
There you go.
Yeah, good point. Very good point.
Do you think wasn't Murphy left outside at some point by whose jacket was outside? Maddie's or something?
We don't know for sure it was Maddie's, but it looks just like hers.
She wasn't one of the people that went out looking for Murphy, was she?
Yeah, according to what we understood.
Maybe if she got attacked outside, like how we heard on that one camera.
I don't know. It could be. It very well could be.
Well, she's looking for, like, let's I don't know, like, get Murphy lost, so then.
Yeah,
she has a reason.
Anything's possible, in my opinion. Yes. Thank you so much for that, Witchy, and the super chat. First out of our goal. Appreciate it very much. Crazy stuff, guys. Crazy stuff. Thank you so much for that, Witchy. I fervently believe there was no unknown masked man. Good point. Good point. Very possible. Someone put him in the bedroom and closed the door. Could be. Yeah, for sure.
I think Kaylee got.
I think they let him outside on the balcony, guys. I think they opened that slider and let him out, shut it, and that's why he was barking so insanely all night, because he was trying to get back in.
Yeah, that makes sense too. Like, and you could tell he was in distress.
Yeah, and then when you hear. I still think it's possible, you guys, if he was on that balcony or whatever, that deck up there, okay? You can run that deck back and forth as a dog would, and he could have seen into the window of
yes.
that bedroom and possibly watched that stuff happen. And why could be why he was barking like crazy, because he couldn't get into the window to his owner to,
Oh.
you know what I mean? It just made me wonder about that back and forth. And he was trying to get in the doorway that he goes out back and forth, because you hear him coming and going as he's barking. You can hear that. So
yeah,
just an opinion I have. Big cavat to the whole using the bathroom on the first floor of the toilet paper. Good point there, Busy. Well, that's kind
it
of
looked like
nasty.
it was all in the trash can. It looked just like the trash can was filled with.
Maybe it was used to clean something up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It just looked like
a door open. I think it was Fizzy at some point. Well, at least when police got there, they looked in the room. I think it was open, but that doesn't mean her. I don't think the slider was open, and then they let him back in at some point. Somebody did, and he stayed on the bed when he was on the bed when the police got there. Maybe I'm wrong about the door being open. I don't know. That's a good question, though. Yeah, I feel bad if he did see something going down. That's horrible. I wish to God that they could have that dog testify somehow. I'm telling you. He probably knows everything.
If I ever become a medium, the first thing I want to do is I want to connect with animals more, because I really think about it. We have Murphy. We could go to Chloe. We could find out. I could connect with their energies and find out what really happened.
Yeah.
Think about it. Murphy's going to tell the whole story.
Yeah, I agree with you. One of the girls said that all of the girls went. They went to Emily's before they went to the police station. But are we saying that her hair's wet in the body cam video, or is it in her interview? That's my question.
Her interview, you can't really see her, can you?
No, but in the body cam,
it looks stringy.
Welcome, my boys.
But I never even remember seeing the writing on her arms either. Like
you can see it. You can see it in the body cam. I swear, first time I saw it, the girls.
That's crazy. Why did he not bark when the cops were this whole time? We didn't hear him bark when the body cams are going.
Maybe he's used to them.
I know.
Just saying.
Yeah, poor guy.
Yep. On we go.
Middle and birthday.
Right.
They had that.
It started off like any normal day. I had slept over at Emily's apartment.
The girl in the middle with the green pants, long pants, and the blonde girl behind her
live here.
They live here, and then
those other girls just live here.
Yeah, the girl in the blue shorts and the girl in the orange sweatshirt live with me.
I mean,
did they call you over here?
Yeah, they called me over here this morning, 15 minutes ago.
And your phone number. Mask on 36 will attach.
Yeah. Hunter had enough courage to tell them to call the police for not a real reason.
Let me get this straight. Emily is proud of her boyfriend who lied and offered misinformation to emergency services about her best friend's critical condition. Or worse, failed to truthfully report that her best friend was lying dead in a pool of her own blood.
Right.
This is a crime, a felony if it was done so intentionally.
Exactly.
What is wrong with the entire Idaho 4 picture? They continue to make themselves look like worse and worse people with each new public appearance. How do they live with themselves? Seriously.
Yeah, we watched Linda's interview day before yesterday, Heather.
I thought I heard that too. So I'm wait, there was a whole hour.
First of
all, the time to call him, and then the time the cops are called. I thought.
Oh, say again.
I thought I heard that too before, that they had called around 10 or something instead of 11:55, like they said, or 11:50.
They woke him up. They woke him up around. He said 10 in the interview, but Hold on here. Wait a minute. Fizzy said, hold up. He said the girls live with him, but Lyndon said Hunter, yeah, he did say that he was either in bed or at his own apartment. So which is true? See, here we are again. Very good point, Fizzy. Welcome, Heather, True Crime Junkie. Thank you for joining us. See, this is what I'm talking about. That's why I like that when they point things like this out that we've seen in other videos or other interviews, and then boom, there's that. So
yeah, where is his dog?
Just saying.
Oh, walking out of the house, you mean?
99. Yeah, that's right out. License Idaho, correct. Okay. Who do you know that lives here? All of them.
The girl in the middle with the green pants, long pants, and the blonde girl behind her.
Live here?
They live here. And then
those other girls just neighbors, or?
Yeah, the girl in the t-shirts and the girl in the orange sweatshirt live with me. Over there. And then the guy in the green sweatshirt just lives on campus.
Okay.
And then those two girls live here, and then that girl in her room is there, and there should be two more girls. I don't know what was going out there, but there's two more girls, and then one lives right there as well.
Okay. One lives here. I haven't seen him.
A behavioral analysis expert may consider Hunter's use of impersonal pronouns to describe the 4 victims a monumental red flag, signifying a lack of empathy, as well as a way to emotionally distance himself by choosing to use a language that fails to humanize the victims. Officer asks Hunter Johnson, "Who do you know that lives here?" Hunter thinks first of the living. He refers to Dylan and Bethany. Then he refers to Emily and Josie, which fails to answer the officer's question. When he gets to Xana Kernodle, Hunter points to her bedroom window and says, "That girl in her room." After describing Kaylee and Madison as 2 girls.
Hang on. Let me play that back again.
Yeah.
Okay. One more time.
Is there, and there should be two more girls. I don't know what was going out there, but there's two more girls, and then one lives right there as well.
Okay. One lives here. I haven't seen him.
A behavioral analysis expert may consider Hunter's use of impersonal pronouns to describe the 4 victims a monumental red flag, signifying a lack of empathy, as well as a way to emotionally distance himself by choosing to use a language that fails to humanize the victims. Officer asks Hunter Johnson, "Who do you know that lives here?" Hunter thinks first of the living. He refers to Dylan and Bethany. Then he refers to Emily and Josie, which fails to answer the officer's question. When he gets to Xana Kernodle, Hunter points to her bedroom window and says, "That girl in her room." After describing Kaylee and Madison as 2 girls, Hunter refers to Bethany as one who lives there as well. But one thing stands out among all others. He never mentions Ethan.
And that's supposedly his best friend, y'all, which we know ain't true, but still, that's an interesting point she just made. Quite.
There's a locked door back here. What do you know what that leads to?
Which door? I don't know.
It's like a key access or a code access.
I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
Residence is cleared.
We cleared it, yeah.
Yeah. I can't figure out if he's shady as F or he's traumatized. I don't know. It just doesn't. I mean, like, I guess it could be unwilling participant. Like, I feel like Bethany might have been, but. I don't know. This is the whole, like, they don't.
Then I literally got here and I saw that.
What time did they call you?
They didn't call me. They called my girlfriend.
What did you say before that, Krista?
Did he? I forget what I just said. Did I say about him? When he just pointed to the house. He was about to say something, but before that, what did I say? I can't remember what I just said.
You're saying how you didn't know if he was either
shady or if he's shocked. Like, is he in shock or is he like hiding something, or is he unwilling participant? Like, because I feel like Dylan may have known something was going to happen. I think Bethany was forced into it because Dylan needs a witness that she didn't do anything. And then like him, I can't tell if he is hiding something or he's just completely in shock. And then that's
See, I think that the roommates both knew something was going to happen. I don't think they knew to the extent that it was going to be, because it probably wasn't supposed to be that
what
serious.
it came out to be.
Yeah.
Because I always got to like I remember in the very beginning you were saying to me like they knew something was going to happen, and I kept thinking to myself, why wouldn't they say anything? Like why would they let something happen? But then as time went on, I realized you mean like like a shakedown or
Yeah,
that all
it
now
wasn't
makes
supposed to
sense
be
why
that
they're not
serious, in my
right.
opinion, and then it poof, you know what I mean?
And that's why they're all not completely like I don't know if it's really true. Like are they really dead in there, or like are they just unconscious, or maybe that gravity hasn't hit all of them yet because that's not exactly what it was supposed to be. And they don't wake up this morning, they're like, oh shoot. Our roommates, like they're not just beat up, there's something up, like and then no man, I just feel like the way that I sent you that link to that one video or that one what I was watching this morning, and I just go back to like God man, there had to be way more blood then. We didn't see a lot of the blood.
There's a lot of, I think there was more than they showed in some photos because the way it's described.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot in some aspects that we just don't see. So
do you know why they redact the black? Do you know why when the officers walk in the body cam, why the first floor where they walk in is redacted? Is that why are those rooms redacted in black?
Redacting Dylan's bedroom. Why? I don't know.
No, like on the first floor, like the bottom floor where Bethany was supposedly.
I don't know why they're redacting anybody's bedrooms. Truly,
like, was there like blood that leaked down into that room or anything? So I'm thinking, like, what are they trying to hide in that area when the officer first walks in? Because they're like, I don't even know what's back there because it's a big black bulb. I didn't know there was a whole walkway. There's like a bathroom and then 2 bedrooms and then the steps to go upstairs. But it looks like he looks into the rooms downstairs and it's like blacked out. So I'm like, okay, well that's a bit. And maybe blood dripped down through that wall or something.
I don't know, but I know, like I said, Heather says she thinks someone was in that room.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
it could be.
It could be.
It also could have been. It also could have been. Try, when they were cleaning it up.
Welcome, Terry.
There's nothing there to clean up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't understand why they're at all. I've argued this since they started doing it. Why they're redacting Dylan's bedroom. We know who she is. We know. I mean, I think that should be seen.
That's what I mean. Like, I think things were dripped into hers from up top floor, and like
but I don't think they would redact blood. I think they would redact a person, or unless they're trying to protect her privacy. I still don't think that makes sense to me.
I mean,
and you know how we have said that they had a party on Friday night, not Saturday night.
They had one on Friday night. That they had the reason, supposedly, Terry, I don't know if you knew this or not. The reason that Dylan went to get Kaylee to come back here for her for this formal thing they were going to go to, they had it or sponsored something at their house instead, from my understanding, of going to it. It was like a dance or something, or a party for it, from my understanding, at their house, even though they were no longer part of the sorority.
It was at the Pi-Fi house. But it doesn't matter. I mean, Kaylee's out of Pi-Fi.
They didn't go, but none of them are in, except for Dylan and Bethany were still in their sorority
because they're wearing the jeans.
They said in the reports they didn't actually go. They had a thing at their house.
Weird.
And thinking about like if Dylan went to go coerce Kaylee into coming back, and then like the Gonzalez, they don't even know her. They don't really even know who Dylan is. No, so wouldn't it be weird to go to her parents' house and be like, "Oh, please, best friend," or try to like, "I want you so badly."
Here's the thing: is she didn't go to her parents; she had to go to her aunts because she wasn't talking to her parents at that time. So
that's right. You're right. She lived with her.
So how come Christy is saying, "Well, Kaylee was thinking back and forth if she should go or not." So she's not talking to her parents. Then how does Christy know what she was thinking?
Because I think she's like a little wish, like
probably based on what the aunt said to her. Probably that's my guess. I'd like to know why they weren't talking. I think that's kind of important.
I'd like to know why they weren't talking. I'd like to know why she was debating back and forth why she didn't want to go.
That's been, yeah. Well, I said that too. Like, why did you go home first off? You know what I mean, Terry? And then because you were going to be graduating the Tuesday thereafter, your friends are here. It's your last days in college. You would think you would want to have some fun and spend your time with your friends. And then she goes home. You know, I've always wondered that. And then she's brought back by Dylan. Dylan called her. She didn't respond, you know, with an answer. So Dylan goes all the way to her house. Like, that's insane to me to drive clear to her house.
Right.
Or her
Especially
aunt's house.
nowhere like that. It feels like if it was Maddie, I get it. Like, because it seems like they've been best friends for a long time. It would make sense. Please, but you know, but why Dylan? Like, Dylan doesn't seem like she barely even.
That's always been a problem for me.
Well, it was
Like,
the
it's
same
crazy.
party, and Maddie was supposed to go to, what do you call it?
I don't think Steve and Christy realized that we were going to pick apart like the fact that they weren't talking to their
Right.
daughter and
He was-
everything.
She was
They've
supposed
never
to go
they've
to-
never paid attention to that, Krista. they
Yeah,
never
they don't realize like.
I don't even think they read the documents. So why would
I
they
know. I still can't get over that. Like, I don't get it. You should be talking because, Steve, come on, man. Like,
Yeah.
if you knew what was in those documents, you would not be saying. You'd be going nuts.
I see. I've always thought that if that's all true and they weren't talking, and I was also told she blocked her siblings on social
mean, I
media and
blocked
stuff
mine all
like
the
that.
time.
I think here's my opinion because we've heard them talk about Jack Decor all the time, like he almost like they love him more than her,
Right.
especially Olivia. So at that
Completely
point,
out of
I
touch with
wondered if
Jack.
they were trying to shove Jack down her throat, and she said, "You know what? I'm done talking to you until you can get over this. It's my choice. I'm the one that has to deal with it." Things like that. You know what I mean? So
I mean, there's
that was
times
always my thought as to maybe why they weren't talking.
I have a lot of brothers and sisters. There's times when we block each other too. We're not, we're not fighting. I mean, I didn't talk to my one sister for 2 years, and I've gone back and forth with my parents. Like, I get that part of it, and it must really suck to like lose your daughter and when you've had a toxic relationship recently or whatever, and you're not talking. I get it, but they seem like they want us to believe that everything was great and they know everything about Kaylee's life when Kaylee clearly didn't want to be with Jack anymore, and it seemed like Jack was starting to like accept it too. And what was Kate going to do? You know what I mean?
Maybe, yeah. And that's the thing is like they were forcing that. Oh, they were going to get
Yeah,
back together and they were going to have kids and get married and blah blah blah. And it's like,
no,
how do you know?
And they were so out of touch with what she wanted. It seemed like, and what she
Yeah,
wanted to
and
do.
they also gave him a car. They gave him a car to drive too, which is another wild thing to me.
Why
but
would they give him a car to drive when he is from an extremely?
Say he didn't have something. Like, I mean, that's nice and all, but like,
no idea.
I mean,
that's a great question, Terry. Great question.
And then, did she really have $100,000 in the bank? Like, how would Steve know that if they weren't talking?
For God's sakes, his last name is Decor.
I don't know anything about them, but like, I heard that they own a wing or something of the college, don't they?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They have tons of money.
Well, it's claimed that they did, Fizzy. We don't know. We don't know.
It just didn't make
Maybe
sense.
Kaylee had a car when they gave him one.
I guess, Tomboy. I just wanted to know why she went home. Like, was there a specific reason, and why she was nervous about going back, or didn't want to go back? I guess you know what I mean.
She was probably done. She's probably ready to move on with her life. Like, was she thinking about moving here or to Texas or?
She was going to Texas, but then you hear Bethany say in her interview that, well, I think she changed her mind and she was going to stay. Well, why would you say that?
Yeah,
I think maybe she was talking to somebody, like maybe she met a guy and then it didn't work out like she thought. I don't know. Maybe she thought maybe it was all gung ho and then changed her mind. Like, you know what I mean? Because we don't know.
That was the guy that treated her so bad.
That was Reed Upmore that treated her like shit. So
she had a different. I didn't know she had a different boyfriend after that.
I heard a couple different people. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I mean, like, maybe she just wasn't sure what she wanted to do. Like, think about it. She's young, gorgeous, got money in the bank. I think she's getting ready to graduate.
She was going on a hiking or a backpacking trip through Europe, and then she was going to go to Texas for that job.
She could do whatever she wanted. Yeah, like she had enough money to do what she wanted.
Yeah, but she has money in the bank. Why?
I know that's another question. Like,
there's multiple ways. See, I think there's a couple different reasons why that could be what it was, how much she had. And Meg said she still had school to finish. Finals weren't until December. So, see, that's what I mean. I don't know.
They tried to tell us that her final was what, Tuesday?
That was her. That was her graduation. That's what she was done. I guess was Tuesday. That's what they said, unless they were wrong.
A paid
Oh,
intern
that's
making
the other
money.
name.
That's good. 100 grand. I can't imagine a paid intern making that much money though. Like, listen, it's not uncommon for them to be sugar baby. That is so common now.
She was doing more than one thing, Krista. She had multiple things going on. Hey, Jennifer, good to see you.
I mean,
Lisa Vallejo.
She do. I mean, and to me, like, I don't even see that being any type of motive at all.
Tuesday was midterms, Meg said. Thank you, Meg. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, she was like basically graduated, and I know they said all her stuff was still there, but I'm sure. Like,
I thought she was graduating early. I don't know.
Yeah, see, that's what I heard too. And if those were midterms, then why was she gonna be? She wanted to show her car before she left for Texas.
That's a good point too.
Which
I heard early on that she was graduating early. I think that came from her parents, but I don't know if that's true or not. So,
well, we also heard that her parents, apparently had this wonderful relationship with her, and she wasn't even staying with them.
Right. That's a good point too.
So,
yeah,
it's not bad at all. Through this little timeline we got now.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say again, Hemi.
Can we go through a little timeline real quick?
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
This is all in the documents, folks. I'm not making this up. 8 o'clock, Emily says that they went to bed. You got 10:30, got Hunter calling or texting Ethan. His buddy says at 10 o'clock, wait a minute. So they slept to, hold on. I'm trying to get this straight. Let me back up because I got a little bit ahead of myself. So
go ahead. I'm grabbing coffee, Hemi. Keep going. I'm grabbing coffee. I can still hear you though. Okay.
So they went to bed at 8 o'clock. Sometime between 10:30, we got Hunter texting Ethan. They fall asleep, woke up at 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Now we all know that Dylan and Bethany was up all night that morning, texting back and forth.
Right.
Kaylee and Maddie didn't show up until right at 2 o'clock in the morning.
According to Olivia.
Right. So Homeboy slipped up in his interview and was asked, where was Hunter at when y'all woke up at 2:30 or 2 to 3? He said he was in bed. And then there was a long little pause, and he slipped up and he said, or he might have been in his apartment. So I'm thinking, wait a minute, hold up. Now, all of a sudden, I'm thinking, y'all all together in on this, sleeping at the same apartment. So how did he placed Hunter in a different apartment? This is at, what, 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know. I mean, is that what you're reading from the documents?
I'm trying to get the timeline down. So 2-3 o'clock in the morning, they all get up. The officer asked, what's Hunter's best friend's? He said something about Hunter was asleep at 2-3 o'clock in the morning when they got up. They hung out. They hung out to about 4. Then went back to bed.
That's what I thought they said, yeah, too.
Okay. So we got Bethany and Dylan texting back and forth, just freaking out, doing their thing, right? And all the way through, from the time that they called 911, Bethany and Dylan are supposed to be in the same bed or bedroom together. And both of them are very active on their phones, right up until they call Emily and Hunter to come and check the house. Emily slipped up and told Payne whenever she showed up that she saw the knife on the floor. Hunter was there 15 minutes prior. So what's he doing walking around the daggum crime scene?
I think he went upstairs to the third floor, in my opinion.
He said that, Dago. He said it. When he told the officer, he put that knife on the table. He didn't even acknowledge Kaylee or Maddie at all. He slipped it in there like he didn't think nobody noticed.
Yeah, he said.
Oh, I went upstairs, went into Xana's room, and went into the kitchen to get the knife out of the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And then said I went upstairs to them and then cut it off. Now, next thing you know, your girlfriend comes walking up the stairs, sees the daggone knife sitting on the table. Officer Nunez is coming upstairs, and you can clearly see it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Escorting down the hallway, talking about Nunez to Xana's room.
Right.
Officer Nunez says, get out of the room. Because then he realized, no, this is not unconscious person we're calling here. These people are dead.
Bad dead.
With a pool of blood sitting there in the front of the doorway.
Mm-hmm.
Well, explain to me how, they showed, I don't know what channel I was watching, but they literally showed a picture of a 3D house, and you can see into Xana's room. There's no possible way that Dylan could have walked down that hall or seen Dylan in her room without seeing.
I have no doubt in my mind. In my humble opinion, Terry, she was very much involved in all this.
The
plotting and the planning, the whole dang on thing. She knew what's going to happen and how it was going to happen. She was involved. And she's playing little dumbass with her little story. That's the reason why she keeps contradicting herself and lying all the way through this whole thing. She don't know what's real. She don't know nothing.
And then right here, we heard that they had a party the night before.
Friday night, yeah.
Before, but Friday night, right? Where they had like 100 people there or something. And that is when Hunter left his phone. However, how come Hunter just said they called my girlfriend and he's holding his phone?
Maybe that's why he. Oh, well, here's my understanding with that whole thing, Terry. I think we talked about once before was that he may have left his phone there Friday night, got it back Saturday when they all hung out, and then so on and so forth. Dylan probably called Emily because those two are friends. It'd probably be weird for her to call him instead of her.
He's a handler. He's every time the police come to the door, there he is. There's no way you can tell me he left his phone over there 2 nights.
I don't think it was 2 nights. I think it was just Friday to Saturday morning.
So why would they call Emily over him? I mean, I never saw Emily come out.
Because Dylan is Emily's friend. Or Emily is Dylan's friend. I'm sorry. That's why she would call her.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Wasn't she big or something? Or she was like one of their bigs?
Yeah, she was. I think Emily was Dylan's big or something like that.
Then
I'd like to apologize to Chad for yelling. I feel like I've been vindicated because I've been feeling strong about this. I am not making this up. This is exactly what's been said, what's been showed to me through body cam footage, through interviews, even to this. And what is this man doing with ladies' slippers on? When he's stepping out in the back of that, you'll see it. He'll be he's on got the ladies' slippers on.
The guy with the sweater?
With the guy right there we're looking at right here. Hunter.
No, he just had, those were just like Adidas.
I'm just saying to you, if he's going into Xana's room and there's a pool of blood sitting right there and he has his shoes on, where's his shoes at? Did he go over there with those slippers on?
Well,
Probably.
see, that's a problem too, Hemi, because the Mark Meg pointed this out to me about 3 months ago that I didn't even realize. Those are slides, like sandal
Right.
slides, and those are Vans.
Right.
And they have the same sole that a Van tennis shoe has. So, is that the latent footprint in front of her door?
That's what I was thinking too, because I do remember him saying in the one interview, he goes, "I just threw my they say gym shorts and slides and socks on because I wasn't going to be there very long." Like he says, like he makes a point of saying that, like. So I definitely
does that with more than one thing. Just like he states that I went to Xana's room and that's the only room I went into. You have to clarify that for whatever reason. I don't know why, but
no.
And why would it? So they said, and then they say too, like, oh, that was from when he would walk in after the fact. But like, wasn't it a cleaned up latent print they found? Like when it was like wiped up.
It was after the cleanup per se.
Yeah,
basically. That's why it was latent, like it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
my
like, it could
understanding.
have been like from that morning because they said it was, somebody tried.
Yeah, those are.
Did you watch the Pavarotti video?
Which one?
It made 100% sense.
Which
He
one,
said
Carrie?
The weird, the thing he couldn't understand, the one thing he could not understand. Okay, first of all, he said there were three people probably involved in his mind, and they're dead.
I believe that.
Okay, they're dead.
Yeah.
Now,
Oh,
one of
yeah.
them, I don't think so, and he doesn't either. And that was that little short guy, that was jumping out of closets or whatever.
What?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Remember that?
No.
What? Say it again.
The short guy that jumped out of a closet with a knife.
Oh, yeah. No.
Okay.
Oh,
He's
there.
dead now, apparently.
Okay.
I didn't know he was dead, but he
Okay,
doesn't
Cruz.
think that he's the person part of it. But I do think Mallory, or is it right? Mallory? He was killed by Leonard.
Nicholas
Whatever,
Mowat.
Mowat. I believe he was killed by Leonard that night.
I do too.
Okay.
You mean like assaulted and then ended up dying because of his wounds?
Well, what happened is that Leonard, I think, is the one that did it, was part of doing it. He had wounds all over his arms and everywhere, and he was like out of it. I don't know if he was on.
Is that the one that was roaming around the streets or something?
James Kirk.
Oh yeah, he was beating his wife up. I mean, he got called. They finally had to call the police, but he shot. He called Leonard, or Leonard called the other guy that starts with an M.
Nick Mowich.
Yes, and shot him and killed him.
Well, he didn't die immediately, Terry. He ended up going to the hospital and he had to be life flighted to another hospital, and then he died within a couple days.
And there we go with the life flight that we keep hearing about.
Right.
Okay. And then the other one was okay, so I said Leonard didn't do it, but
you're fine now.
Yeah. Leonard Mowat, or the other guy, I don't think the M guy did it. I think he was called over to be blamed for it, and he got shot instead.
Who's the third person then? Who do you think the third person is?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I just had it. It'll come right back to me. So then he said they cleaned. If you look where they cleaned, downstairs, right in front of Dylan's room, that's where the latent footprint was found. And that's what he couldn't understand, how Kaylee would end up in Maddie's bed. Remember, she said she ran down, or Dylan said she heard her run downstairs.
Yeah, right.
So she was probably killed right in front of Dylan's room, and there was no way to fit the narrative unless they moved her back upstairs.
Or she was bleeding bad in front of Dylan's room. Yeah. And Janelle Brown, was that number 3? Is that who
No,
the third
not Janelle
person?
Brown. God dang it, I can't think.
Well, she's still is Janelle Braun still alive or is she?
Who's she?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe so. But see,
Didn't
that
she also work at Jack in the Box too? I think she work
I
at Jack
don't
in
know
the
for sure.
God dang it, I just had the name and
It's all right.
anyway,
But
he
here,
says it, and it totally makes sense.
well, I'm going to tell you guys something. Okay, if you want to go with this, okay, and even throw Janelle into the mix, something that has bothered me that I have to say. I've said it once before. I'm going to say it again. And I truly believe that it makes sense to me now. If we throw Molly into the equation and what we were told by one of the law enforcement officers, the plainclothes officers, okay, just picture this, okay, and I think this makes sense, you guys. I truly think this makes sense. That Molly was doing weird shit that night. She was supposedly dropping off a DoorDash, blah blah blah, and all this stuff. Rosie's claims that he saw 3 or 4 people walking towards the 1122 house, but it was dark. He wasn't really paying attention, but he saw one blonde person. He did claim that. He didn't pay attention to them because they was looking for open containers. Molly's car was parked right there with the taillights facing them. When they went by, she's walking down the road or whatever. Makes me wonder, did Molly bring these people to the house so that they could do what they're going to do?
The cleanup part sounds good.
No,
Sounds
just
like
or just brought them there in general to do what they were doing. Maybe they were there to shake somebody down, whatever the hell it was. Okay, I'm just saying.
She seems like she's a lookout. That's what Molly seems like. If she was there, she was some type of lookout
and/or transportation.
and bringing the cleaners, and that makes sense.
Well, hold on. Let me finish this real quick. The transportation, she's there for a reason,
right?
To deliver a DoorDash,
right?
And if you don't want people to know you're there, why
you're not gonna come forward right away?
Jump into the DoorDash car and nobody knows you're there because there's only one vehicle there. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's true. Yeah.
That'd be a good way to hide that. And it's just an opinion I have, by the way, but that they very possibly
Brent Kopaka. He's dead. These people are dead.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with that, but okay.
I know. I think about that, but I'm like, how many? Why did he think he was going to get blamed for that? Like,
is there a way to prove Brent Kopaka had a relationship with James Leonard and Nick Mowich and or any of these people?
That's where it goes.
Prove that he was part of the Aryan Knights.
Well, what if he was like? What if Brent was just buying something that night off of maybe he was buying something off of Molly that night. And Molly ends up setting her people find out, and then like all hell breaks loose, and that's why Brent was there. Maybe Brent and Brian were there, and that's why they think they're getting blamed, or I don't know. They saw something they shouldn't have seen because they were supposedly just meeting up with Molly, but all hell breaks loose because Molly's eventually setting up the people that are coming into the house, and the people don't know shit they're getting set up, and then they find out, and then they get pissed, and then they all hate.
I feel comfortable with what I just said, and I do believe Molly had something to do with this, in my opinion. But I'm not saying that she was hands-on inside the house, but I am very comfortable saying that I feel that she could have brought these 3 people with her in her car. It's big enough that she pulls in the back, she lets them out, they take off to the house to do what they're going to do. She walks down the end of the road, looks around, sees if she sees anybody around.
Look out. Yeah.
Texts on her phone and says, "Hey, everything's clear. Do what you're doing."
Looking for an address is a really good excuse to say I was as me to look out for something.
Well, it's dumb because the address is in big black letters right there in front of the house. So I don't believe that she didn't see the house.
Right. Under a light.
Where you going, Hemi? He dropped off, I guess. Okay. And Dylan had to run because he got something in sports going on. But anyway, that's just my opinion. Okay. But that doesn't mean, like, I feel like that these kids could have been threatened. Okay. At least the 2 girls. Like, if this is what's going to go down, you're going to go in your room, keep your mouth shut. And if you don't, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's true too. K-Pow's right. Molly worked for a cleaning company when her hubby was killed. That's true too.
There's so
they know how to get blood out of things because, like, I worked for a carpet cleaning company, and they knew how to get stuff out of everything. Like, the women cleaned the houses, and the guys would do the carpets, and they knew they could make your house look brand new. So I know it sounds weird to say, but it does look like it's freshly painted walls at some point. But because I'm thinking, how do you really get? Well, I mean, if the Amino black that we see is really
bleach.
You see all that blood. How do you get that? Like, yeah.
I mean, they may have painted after that, but I think that I don't think that they painted in between because
Yeah,
I'm
that
telling
would
you,
be a lot to do.
they'd smell it. They'd smell it, and it would take a lot. I mean, 8 hours is a long
Think about
time,
the,
but
they're not saying, they had to have smelled something else, and they're not mentioning that either. You know what I
right.
mean? Like there had to be an obvious smell coming from the house. What at least walking into it, right? They're not mentioning that. So if they smell freshly painted rooms, they're not gonna really they might say that they may not say anything about
I
it.
don't know. That one bothers me a little bit because of the paint would still be wet to some extreme too, and if people are
That's
touching
true.
walls and shit, you know what I mean? It just I don't know.
I know it's all just
I think it's a lot. I think that's a lot to do in a short period. I mean, it wasn't a short period of time, but it wasn't like
a house painting room
yeah.
painting thing.
It just
I
didn't
have a
seem like
question.
enough time.
Tomboy, you say you think Jose Cruz, he was the short guy. Am I correct? May have been part of the cleanup crew?
That's what Senor Wazowski said.
Who's that guy?
That's
I
Senor
heard.
Wazowski. He's the creator, and he used to be a
No, who's the one? Who's the guy you're just saying?
Jose Cruz. He's the
Oh,
one,
he's
the
somebody else.
little Hispanic guy that I showed you guys.
I
That
think I remember you showing
Robert brought up not too long ago.
Yeah. I do remember that now.
The Pullman break-in, dude. Yeah, thank you, Tomboy. I couldn't remember what he did. I'm telling you, I just the paint thing I can't get past because the paint has a very strong smell. I don't care if you leave the doors open or not. It doesn't. It takes a minute to dry, especially with all the spots that had to be painted. And you would have noticed if they just painted in specific spots, it would have been brighter and cleaner than everything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they would have seen that.
But they also said it was
Right,
to
D-Dog.
walk in there was bad for your health, right?
Well, it can be. Yeah, you're not supposed to breathe that kind of stuff in.
What I'm trying to say is, what if that was the reason they didn't want people walking in there? What if this was a setup?
Well, it obviously was.
Sarah, you're like, you start to say all these things. You're like, wait, and things just start like, if they start making sense when you really think, when you say it out loud, you say it out loud, it sounds crazy, but then when you think about all the other things that we don't know or they didn't tell us, it doesn't seem crazy that they might not tell us about a freshly painted wall either.
I don't think that and like Meg said, you can bleach walls and make them seem, or use specific cleaners and make them look like they've been painted if they're clean. You know what I mean?
Think about it. If you just bleached a certain part of the wall too, that would look weird. Like, think about it. If you just went to one of your walls and tried to clean it with bleach, you're going to see you're going to see something because I'm sure they smoked in that house at some point. You know, like
you can't bleach a wall and have
you'd have to freaking bleach the whole thing to make it look not.
It depends, Christine, on how much of it is in. Like, okay, the pooling of blood. It depends how fast it dries, the surface that it's on, how much of it is there. There's a lot of things that make a difference. Okay, if it's a real spread out, thin, diluted amount of blood, it's going to dry very fast and it's going to dry dark. If it's like Annie was doing in her show, she was pointing out, like in Xana's room, that there was decent pools of blood that looked like they were still fresh because they were thick. I think the temperature of the room specifically and the surface, the temperature of the surface has a lot to do with it too. Some of that was on the floor, some of that was on the nightstand next to Xana's bed, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna, the more there is, the brighter it's gonna stay because there's more of it and it takes longer to dry. So
yeah,
there's that as well.
And
and I agree with that too.
All the bodies ever come out.
They hid that from the media on purpose, Terry.
I know the smell.
They put up they backed the truck up to the door. They put up a tent, and then they did it at night, and they blocked everybody off for 2 blocks around. They said, and then they made sure
it might have just been a really bad scene, and they didn't want anybody to.
And Senor's right. That's something I noticed too.
No, you're right.
We didn't see anybody applying vapor rub to their top lip or cotton balls or anything because that's what we do going into a house like that, knowing that there's a time lapse. I mean, you saw the EMS crew walk up the hill. They had respirators on. They were told you're going to need respirators because this has been ongoing. But law enforcement and EMS, first responders, they will typically rub like Vicks under their nose because the smell is so bad that you have to do something or you're going to get sick. It just automatically makes you sick.
Think about it. Like by 5 o'clock when they were like when Anne and or what was there? Not Anne. Santa guy were showing up. That was like 12 hours or 24 hours. No,
It was
12 hours later.
It was close to 24
I'm
hours. Yeah.
reading the
Yeah,
comments,
like,
and I am just like, oh my
and you
god.
know that,
I
right?
mean,
You showed up the scenes, like, you know when the smell starts, probably, right? Like,
That's
for
why I'd
sure.
like to know more about the autopsies and about when Mabit
Yeah.
did what she did, because I want to know.
Yeah.
I think it would give us a better look at the timeline, because again, if rigor mortis had set in and then outset and then they started posing, that takes longer. Okay. If rigor mortis hadn't set in, that takes less time. But what I believe at that 8-hour period of time plus, by the time police got there, it depending on the situation and how, I think rigor mortis would have started to set in if it already hadn't, and then started to offset, meaning they're coming out of, they go in to rig and then come out of it, and then they start to pose, is what it's called. So I'm curious if that's what was going on, and that'll give us more time on the timeline, as well as knowing a possible timeline for sure.
Yeah.
Because we don't. Because she gives the time of death at noon, and that really, really pisses
Doesn't
me
make
off.
sense. Yeah, that's not even.
I think she was told to do that on purpose. I'm telling you, she didn't do anything. There's nothing in the reports talking about liver temperature testing or any of the other testing you can do to find a time of death, and I don't understand why. That point should have been investigated immediately, but they don't seem to have done that. She just calls it noon when they got there, and that's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
they were also all cremated. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And talked into it, basically, the parents.
Yeah.
They were cremated. They were
getting to see them.
They basically told them, you don't want to see this. You're not going to want to see this. You're not going to want to see this type thing. That's my understanding.
Again, but who also identifies their body? Like, you have to have an next of kin identify the body, I thought, right?
Yeah. And that's right there. What Tomboy just said is one of the biggest things that I want. I want to see the actual original autopsy report that shows TOD, the COD,
contents,
the MOD, the stomach contents, rigor. All of that stuff is important to me to understand some of this, and they've never given that to us. They gave us some generic bullshit grid that they put out of the autopsy. That's not what we should have seen. We should have gotten.
Did they not give it to us? They didn't give it to the parents.
We should have gotten a diagram. Okay, the stick person diagram that has everything on it and that gave all that stuff. We never got it. So
and I was thinking this earlier too, like we were reading the reports, right, of like the injuries, and I know we were like, it says some says wound, some says injury, and like I know it looks like a lot, right, but like some of it, what if it was just nicks and scratches, and you know what I mean, like me, like because I know, because we think like, I think just like a 90 stab wounds, or you know what I mean, like, but then it says like wound here, injury there, and I don't know. I guess what I'm saying doesn't make sense, because I mean, like, if I cut my finger and I think I see more blood than I would think I would see. You know what I mean? Just like, I don't know. I just feel like we should be able to see, or like at least specify what wound means compared to an injury, compared to there's like 3 words they used for their injuries. And it does sound like, 2 weapons as well, right? But like no matter what though, like this one man perp story, just like I don't know how they can, like I could see Lee, like they're not even corroborating either each other, like, with Dylan's story or whatever the case is. They're not calling each other out, but it's like why are they letting us believe it's an impossible story? It's impossible. It couldn't be Brian if you want to say that's his car. It couldn't be 7 minutes, or it couldn't be all this unaliving in 7 minutes. Like that part should just ring bells for everybody in the world. They're like, hello, wait a minute, what? Like, no, like one person, if you see what happened, like unless you specify these injuries are nothing but like nicks and scratches, I still am not going to believe one person did it in 7 minutes. Like, and nobody comes to and says, wait a minute, what do you mean this Brian? Like everybody's like, oh, he's guilty. He said he did it. He said he did it. I'm glad you say that he said he did it, but can you please tell me how? How do you think he did this? And I couldn't get this person to answer me the other day. I said, okay, I will give you that, but tell me how he did it. Tell me how Dylan says between 10 and 20 minutes it was between she opened her door and the last time. Well, Brian, that car was out of there by then. So, I mean, 7 minutes, that was way more, there was way more time. This person was in the house, according to Dylan, if that's what they're believing. The only witness to see this person, only one, except for the 4 that aren't living any longer that we know of. So that's all you really have is to go by what Dylan says. But then you're telling us this is his car, but it's not his car because it's not his car. It's just not. And it wasn't in the time frame that Dylan says he was there. This person, and he's not wearing a hazmat suit, according to Dylan. So how did he not get any nicks, scratches, cuts, DNA? Say sorry.
He didn't have anything on him. He showed 10 o'clock the next morning. They show a picture of him doing this, and there's nothing on him. And real quick, D-Dog Wifey, I like your name, by the way, says, yes, after about 24 hours, when it starts, environmental factors play a huge part. That's very true, and you can definitely you don't want to be in that mix. And she says, play a huge part. Just my experience working as a paramedic for 20 years going on scene. Absolutely. Okay, I've been on scenes where the person in the house has been gone for 3 months. Okay, lived in an upstairs apartment. We had to go in wearing a respirator and all that kind of stuff. You're not supposed to breathe any of that in.
And you can smell before you get to the door, right? Like you smell that.
Bad, big time. And you don't want to be in that mix. There's a bacteria. There's all sorts of things that you're not supposed to have anything to do with. So it's just not healthy. And even, like I said, even that minimal amount of time, 24 hours, it's bad.
You know what? So let me ask you a question. Because COVID was still kind of in the mix. Wasn't COVID still in the mix when this happened?
In 22, I think it was toward the end of it at that point. Yeah.
So were they maybe worried? Weren't they worried about the exposure of that? Because I know, when you apparently with COVID, you couldn't have a funeral, or if you had, I didn't know this also. If you have certain diseases, you're not really supposed to have a funeral because you're not supposed to open the body. So, do you think that maybe that's why they weren't I don't know how to be cremated. I'm thinking that why weren't the bodies more, accessible to the parents and stuff? Maybe they're just limiting access to that because of diseases and stuff. But then I don't know. Does that even make sense?
Yeah, no, it does. I think it was towards the end. If I'm correct, I can't remember, you guys, because COVID was a big mess for me.
Yeah, I was 22.
Hold on a minute.
Are they even still worried about it then? I can't remember. It doesn't seem like it. Nobody seems like they're wearing masks in any of this, because I kind of remember being 2020, 2021. Maybe they by then.
Plugs you put in your nose when you do autopsies.
Yeah. They weren't doing that at all.
They didn't do anything like that.
I know, when you see that poor guy, it's so embarrassing to see that guy put his booties and stuff on. And
I think COVID was probably the last thing they were worried about at this point, but that's just
I know.
My opinion. I understand your question, though. I do.
Yeah, I thought maybe the exposure to the bodies too and maybe that's why another reason they took the house down, because they weren't sure what. But then I know there's a lot of murders that people.
Oh, yes, D-Dog. I did. That's the one I was telling you about. I did 3 months. This guy was gone, and he died on a waterbed in an upstairs apartment in the middle of summer. We didn't get to him till July. The family that lived downstairs, it was like a duplex. They had been on vacation for 2 weeks. They came back. Nobody had really said anything. He was kind of alone. He didn't have much family. I mean, it took a lot of us to get him down the stairs, his trigger warning. Okay. Trigger warning. After that period of time, it was horrifying to walk. I mean, there were police officers who got there first. Both of them were vomiting over the balcony on the front porch. We walked in and we automatically put respirators on because it was bad. But to get him on, we had to take the sheet, everything, and take him to the cot that way. We triple wrapped him that way, and it was just sliding all over the place. It was bad. So heat and all those things play into this, guys. I don't know what it was like in that house. And so
what was the temperature outside? Do you guys know? Was it
it was cold? It was cold.
30? Yeah.
I think we looked it up, and it was probably in the low, I can't remember, it was high 30s. I think
they're all wearing
a little bit of snow, so
they're all wearing shorts.
I know, but they seem like they wanted to run just trying. I just run out of the house real quick. I throw on my shorts and my
I mean, Dylan's not even wearing shoes.
I know. It's why did she run out of she wants to seem like she just ran out of the house real quick, but I mean, you would grab shoes or something.
That's awesome, D-Dog. God bless, because them trauma centers ain't no joke. Truly. I did a little bit of my my training in the trauma we had a level 1 trauma center for the one emergency room here, and it ain't no joke. It's no joke.
Nobody once says anything about any smells or anything, do they? You don't hear it mentioned at all.
No, There's a couple of them that you can hear, like when they come in and out of the rooms or they come in out of the house. They're like, Jesus Christ!
Yeah, the first guy I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell that it's bugging him, and he hurries up and gets outside. And I think in the back, when
right, I remember that
in the back goes outside, comes back in a few times. So yeah.
But I don't think that was because of that. Didn't to me sound like it was from smell. It was from sight.
I mean, it could have been either one. That's a good point.
Probably both, while you think about it, because like you say, like they lose their bowels too, don't they? Usually, and that's something at times 4 people.
Like Annie said, how the hell did Dylan not have time to put shoes on? And they were in the same room supposedly. And
well, she was in Bethany's room, and that's what I said that I think that's because she was with Bethany. Bethany's feet are way smaller than hers.
Yeah.
And when he got there, he said, "Get out," and they went out, and she was barefoot. That's what I think.
Yeah, maybe it was the swishing of get out. That's why she had an issue. Yeah.
Allie said it went down to 26 to 28 overnight. Okay. I was talking about during the next day, Allie, is what I thought, honey. I thought it was like high 30s, I thought, but okay, I could be wrong. I'm sorry.
They said like a couple of people said maybe like the door might have been open. They saw the slider might have been open, or like a window might have been open. Like that could maybe get rid of some of the smell, I would think. But I mean, I don't know. You'd have to.
Well, the door was supposedly wide open 8:30 that morning.
Right. We haven't seen that.
I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
I've been asking that question.
Yeah, I agree too. I want to see Blaker's body cam for sure. I don't know that Payne ever wore one, but I want to see Blaker's.
Why are we on it?
Why did he not wear one?
Because he's a detective. That's why I think, because he's a detective. I don't think the detectives wear body cams when they're doing
They
stuff
all
like
have
that.
to.
Why can't we see? And I want to. Why can't we see Brian's? Because our interview, his arrest, his.
They're not going to show us. They're never going to. They already stated that they're not going to show us the Pennsylvania interview or
That
none of
is
that.
so wrong, though. Like, why?
People have tried to FOIA it, and they were like, "No." They just said
That's
no. Flat
crazy
out.
to me, because that to me seems like maybe I don't know. Like, what are they hiding with that? Like, what they want to expose everything. They want to see is we got to see all his pictures, and we got to analyze this, analyze that. Why don't we analyze what he said instead of like what you think he is? You know what I'm saying? Like, why not show us who you like this person that you say is this person?
D-Dog, where did you work out of? I'm curious. Just interested, I should say. Different areas are interesting to me. If you don't mind, if you're not comfortable stating it, absolutely, I understand. I'm just curious where you worked out of. That'd be wild to know.
Because
yeah, all of these things you guys are stating are very good points, guys. Kane B, what's up, buddy? And I don't care that it's 85 down in Florida, big mouth. We have our cold air up here. You keep your heat down there.
Redacted. I know.
Kind of rub our face in it like he always does.
Hey,
always
it could be worse.
I know it's all rhetorical, basically.
Upper Michigan, and they've got like 14 inches of snow.
Well, we had our snow over Thanksgiving, Terry. I'm good with that until Christmas Eve now.
When we have a dust?
Oh,
a dust? What are you talking about? You live right down the road from me. We got like 6 inches.
No, we didn't.
Yes, we did. Are you nuts?
I'm not nuts.
You're right down the road from me. You had to get the same snow.
No, we didn't.
Sorry.
I swear to God. Well, I live right by in between 2 lakes, so maybe I got a little bit more than you, but
we got nothing. We got some. It didn't stick.
There's no way.
Catch it up on
the channel. Let's
just
add it to this crime.
I'm gonna take a picture of my front yard and show you how much we got. That's still there.
Okay, please do, and I'm gonna take.
Harriet, I'm gonna take a picture of your front yard. I want to see what you.
That's crazy.
That would be crazy though if you didn't get some.
We're literally like 30 minutes apart, if that. That's it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we didn't get any.
That's nuts. That's nuts. See, that's a good old crazy Ohio. Anyway, sorry you guys.
It could be a whole yeah.
Yeah, I'll take a picture of my yard and show you here in a few minutes.
And I'm gonna do the same.
Snowgate. Yeah, it's Snowgate in Ohio, right? Exactly.
My friend lives there too. I'll have to call her and ask her what happened at her house.
So let me push play real quick on this. We'll continue on.
But it was
in the morning. There was a get-together shindig at Xana's house.
Xana football this Saturday! Xana was calling me, come over. So I was at Xana's in the morning to pregame.
It was our core friend group. Like it was Ethan, Xana, it was Dylan, it was Bethany, Maddie, it was Kayla, like everyone who lived there was there.
The party just lasted all day.
I was really drunk, if I'm gonna be honest. But I left my phone there, and
Probably like 20 minutes ago.
Who's your girlfriend?
Last night.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's in the blue shorts.
Blue shorts, okay.
She got a call from her and asked us to come over because she didn't think something was right.
Okay.
And then as soon as I got here first, and I went upstairs and saw their bedroom, and I grabbed a knife from the kitchen because I didn't know if they were still in here or not.
What did you see when you grabbed that knife?
Yeah, the only thing, there was a knife on the floor, right? Immediately when I walked in.
So explain to me.
Which, I mean, like, that could be normal, but you walk in, you go up the stairs right here, and then it's the living room. You go down this hallway and it's Anna's room. There was a knife right there on the floor.
Like in front of their room?
In front of, just at the top of the stairs.
Not the stairs.
Which I don't know why there would be.
Dad, are you there?
What kind of knife? Remember?
Like a steak knife.
Hunter's girlfriend, Emily Allant, said that there was a knife laying on the floor at the top of the stairs when she went inside the 1122 King Road residence. Hunter Johnson said that he grabbed this knife when he entered the house. If he entered the house from the front door, he would have had to have entered the front door, ascend to the second floor, walk past the hallway where he could have seen Xana lying in a pool of blood, in order to go to the kitchen, to retrieve a knife, and then return to Xana's bedroom. Now, the right thing to do would have been to phone the police instead of walking into the crime scene, which compromised his innocence along with the crime scene.
There you go. Calling, there you go.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
They would like you probably now to rewind, maybe. I think now back a minute. Probably about.
Oh, I couldn't hear you guys. I'm sorry.
I figured. I saw it. They were on the chat, and I'm like, wait, he could probably only hear
Right
me.
there?
Fizzy. No, probably more Fizzy. Which one?
Okay, hold on. Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'd probably go back like a minute or so.
You gotta yell at me. I must have it turned up
Just
too loud.
try. And then I was like, I'll try to get in between words.
Little more. Hold on. Back to that again. Is that enough?
I'm not sure what's he doing that.
He's doing the Amazon doc. Hold on.
More, he said. That's what he said. She said.
Hold on.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be there.
There.
Right. Wait. Hold on.
And what's the
With Hunter though, when he's sitting in the chair.
I'm not. Yeah, there. Fizzy said. Probably right.
Right here. Okay.
In the morning, there was a get-together shindig at Xana's house.
Xana football this Saturday. Xana was calling me, come over. So I was at Xana's in the morning to pregame.
It was our core friend group. Like, it was Ethan, Xana, it was Dylan, it was Bethany, Maddie, it was Kayla. Like, everyone who lived there was there.
The party just lasted all day.
I was really drunk.
He said her name wrong again. He called her Kayla that time. Interesting.
If I'm gonna be honest, but I left my phone there, and
Probably like 20 minutes ago.
Who's your girlfriend? Is she here?
Yeah,
Why did he have to say
blue
he's going
shorts
to be
are-
honest?
What's the matter, Fizzy? What did you hear? The fact that he can't say her name?
I think that's what it was. Yep, Kayla.
We called her Kaylee the other time. Now he calls her Kayla. That's just bullshit.
That is weird.
You know her name, bro. You spent so much time with her at the house.
And
You gotta
especially
know her.
now, like after it's a core friend group, and after this has happened, you don't know her name's Kaylee.
Core friend group, exactly. But you don't know her.
You're there every goddamn time. Every time there's a cop called, you're there.
Always there. Yeah, exactly.
Like lurking around.
I'm telling you guys, and I hate to say this, but I swear he's doing that on purpose. Just to distance himself from her in some form. That's all. That's it, and it makes him look way more shady, in my opinion, when he does that. That's all I'm saying.
And I don't know if it's true. Like somebody said he tried to self-unalive himself at one point after this. Like that would really feel. Yeah, I don't. Is that what they said? Yes.
Yeah, we
I
Forget
never
noticed
heard
that
that. That's
about
new.
it was.
Dylan
I
too.
was shocked. I mean, but like, I mean, that would really make. I mean,
Oh,
that would make.
that would. Why are you doing something like that? Is it
Yes, like that is some not. That's not good, dude. Like, there's something wrong, and
for
like
guilt? Guilt?
he looks bad. He looks really bad. It
Where'd
looks like
Hemi
he
go?
runs.
Hemi must have had to go somewhere because he disappeared completely. I don't see him in chat or anything.
I miss you.
Or from what he was involved in, could be ATX. Yes, there's many reasons why it could be that stressy laugh. Yes, I agree with that.
I
You
mean,
get Lucy
yeah.
yelling. Why only her? That's another good. Like I said, it's almost like he's distancing himself from her. You guys. That's just my opinion, of course, but allegedly, this is all allegedly. Yes.
Yeah, in the chat, somebody had said it came like, I can't remember the beginning of the person's name in chat about the self-unaliving. They said 2 years ago, so that would mean like a year after this happened. So
I
it's like,
never heard that. That's the first time I ever heard that. I'm gonna have to look into that.
yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find it in the chat.
And if that's true, I mean that points
That's
directly
obvious.
to guilt, in my opinion.
Yeah, or you can't live. Yeah, like you really can't live with yourself. Like this, seeing him look like different is one thing. Like I could see maybe, the drugs got too bad, and he couldn't deal with losing his friend. I don't know, whatever he saw. But like to take your own life, to me, that's guilt. That's not even like you don't miss your best friend that much.
Christine said, I think he stopped eating. He did say in an interview, he does look way skinnier, that he felt like less of a person after people in his online media said that he was the murderer. So,
hey, no, I don't want to feel bad for
okay.
that.
No,
I mean, yeah, like if you were, I'd say that he was like Bethany forced into, in my opinion, forced into helping or take care of this situation after the fact, and like you're scared for your life, but you also first you're afraid to go to prison because you're afraid you're gonna end up getting caught, or you're afraid these people are gonna come and get you because you're the witness, you're one of the witnesses or something, and you had to do this to your friends, and you're forced into this. Like, could you just imagine being the lowest man on the totem pole of this whole entire thing? Like you're the most disposable at this point. Like, and
right.
I don't know. Like, I'm just saying, like somebody
no. The Blue Devil, the police report for the wellness check was on Jack Decor. If we're talking about the same under the supplemental reports, that was Jack Decor because they said that he was struggling when he and Kaylee broke up. If that's what you're talking about, that's what that one was about. Unless there's another one that I don't know about.
I did hear that he was struggling after that. I mean, but like, who wouldn't? They were together for like at that point, like 8 years almost. And it's your high school sweetheart. Like, I'm sure he thought he was probably thought they were going to be together forever. And that was
why
probably
didn't he answer the phone?
Because he was probably asleep, or passed out, or like.
But
I don't. And I think Dylan called.
Wait. Jack was drunk. Jack was severely drunk the night before. Was trying to throw up. He said so on and so forth. And that's the understanding that he's trying to make people believe, or at least that's what we're supposed to believe, is that that's why he didn't have any remembrance of the 17-minute Zoom call, that he didn't remember hearing the phone or any of that stuff. My opinion.
I think that it was Dylan calling Eric Gower, and I think for some reason, like if he was trying to get them there to be as alternative suspects, kind of like if I get Jack over here to get the vape because we see it in Kelly's phone, like maybe she had Kelly's phone on her.
Well, I told you guys the theory I have about that whole thing, that I almost wonder if the people that did this were trying to get Jack to come over there to put him on the scene at that specific time, possibly.
Yeah, right. Like to make him
like trying to possibly get him involved or frame him or something. And that's just a theory that I have. That's all.
I mean, why not throw alternative suspects in there? Because people are thinking, oh, the ex-boyfriend, or the guy that seems to be stalking her, or the shady Uber driver that gives them alcohol. Like, why not make it look like those people too? Like,
I mean, think about that. If you're looking at, and I believe that they were searching for a patsy for this for a minute, okay? And in the very beginning of this went down, this could have been what the whole plan was we'll do this, we'll do that. And then we'll get the boyfriend over there, send him a message or call him or something, get him over there, put him on scene, and then we bolt, he lead, whatever, and it looks like he did it, period. So, I mean, that could have been a plan. That could have been premeditated at some point. Nobody knows, but
and didn't Jack say it was weird for him? Like, Maddie would have never called him. It was weird for all the calls to go to him.
Yes.
So like on mine, they're taking their phones and like trying to get him over there for just to
That's
show
why
up.
I got to that conclusion, Chris says.
Or
It made it look like that to me. Hi, Tanel. Good to see you.
or to find the bodies too, maybe your friend.
Maybe that was part of it. Maybe he was. Who knows? I mean, it could have been a whole thing.
Because like say he does walk over there, he hears something commotion or he hears the dog. Like he wasn't that far. He probably could have heard. As far as the way it looks to me, like he could have heard Murphy barking from his house, right?
Yeah.
Like so.
Well, if he was in a normal state of mind, yeah.
Like just say he woke up because he heard the phone ring, and they would have probably think, "Oh, Jack's going to hear the commotion. They're going to come here. He'll find the body. It'll look like he did it, or it'll be some type of like, distraction from what really happened, or I don't know."
To go with what you said, Jen, they could have dialed the Zoom call and set the phone down next to Kaylee without them being seen to make it look good. If you wanted to go like that, if they were doing something like that's all I'm saying. But I agree that
maybe they could do that to fuck with his head too, or something like. Oh, like I can't even I just can't. I get so upset when I think about what they had to go through in the end of their lives, like the betrayal and what's happening to them, and then like the betrayal on top of it. If maybe your friends aren't helping, or like, and you're just losing your life. I just can't imagine the fear.
I don't either, Meg. I don't think he did either.
What? Oh,
I don't think Jack had anything to do with it. That's
no, because I keep thinking like we have to agree that maybe like one person couldn't do this. They would need help, right? And who's going to do that for you? Because you're emotional over your ex-girlfriend. You're going to risk your life. You need 3 or 4 of your good friends to go along with you because you're losing your mind over your ex-girlfriend, and they're going to throw their lives away for you. You know what I mean? Like, no, like
that could have been part of the message. Like I think you just said maybe to have him find the bodies.
Right.
That could have been part of the message that was being sent, to have him find it to create the pain that this could have caused. So just saying, it's just another theory. That's all. But
right, because like you said, it's very strange for like Maddie, and maybe Maddie was. We don't know why Maddie was calling it to him. He said that's odd. Like to me, that would be an emergency of some sorts, or
maybe.
like
maybe.
That she didn't leave any messages apparently. So like I think it was the people that had their phones or whatever did what they did. Hey, Tennille.
On we go.
Yeah.
She got a call from her and asked us to come over because she didn't think something was right.
Okay.
And then as soon as I got here first, and I went upstairs and saw their bedroom, and I grabbed a knife from the kitchen because I didn't know if they were still in here or not.
What did you see when you grabbed that knife?
Yeah, the only thing, there was a knife on the floor, right? Immediately when I walked in.
So explain to me.
Which, I mean, like, that could be normal, but you walk in, you go up the stairs right here, and then it's the living room. You go down this hallway and it's Anna's room. There was a knife right there on the floor.
Like in front of their room?
In front of, just at the top of the stairs.
Top of the stairs.
Which I don't know why there would be.
What kind of knife? Remember?
Like a steak knife.
Hunter's girlfriend, Emily Allant, said that there was a knife laying on the floor at the top of the stairs when she went inside the 1122 King Road residence. Hunter Johnson said that he grabbed this knife when he entered the house. If he entered the house from the front door, he would have had to have entered the front door, ascend to the second floor, walk past the hallway where he could have seen Xana lying in a pool of blood, in order to go to the kitchen, to retrieve a knife, and then return to Xana's bedroom. Now, the right thing to do would have been to phone the police instead of walking into the crime scene, which compromised his innocence along with the crime scene.
Okay. I'm just going to grab a photo of you, just so I can tie the face to the name. Keep putting your hands out, just so I can see your hands. Okay. Let me see your front and back of your hands, your palms. Other side. Okay. So the guy I interviewed said he grabbed a knife out of the kitchen because he saw. He was like, well, I don't know if anybody else is in there. So he grabs a knife out of here, checks the room, sees. And that's when they called.
I wonder if that's the knife that's sitting on the ping pong table.
That's the knife that my homeboy, or the first guy that caught yours. He said that his girlfriend was called by one of the residents here saying.
Hang on a minute. Back that up for a quick second here.
Just put it in, I guess.
I interviewed, said he grabbed a knife out of the kitchen because he saw. He was like, well, I don't know if anybody else is in there. So he grabs a knife out of here, checks the room, sees. And that's when they called.
I wonder if that's the knife that's sitting on the ping pong table.
That's the knife that my homeboy, or
My homeboy? The hell?
My homeboy.
My homeboy. That's a little wild. Kim caught it too. Oh, you guys all caught that one. See?
My homeboy Hunter. He said that? He called him his homeboy, didn't he?
Word for word what he just said.
I literally missed that. The very.
Hold
I've
on,
never.
I'm gonna
ever
play that one more time to
before.
see how he sounds when he says it.
Wait, why did he say that?
What the hell are you doing here, bro?
I didn't clock at me. I never didn't clock, like, you know what I'm saying. I didn't clock that before.
I interviewed, said he grabbed a knife out of the kitchen because he saw. He was like, well, I don't know if anybody else is in there. So he grabs a knife out of here, checks the room, sees. And that's when they called.
I wonder if that's the knife that's sitting on the ping pong table.
That's the knife that my homeboy, or the first guy that caught yours.
My homeboy or the first guy. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Yeah.
Your homeboy, huh? That doesn't. Jesus Christ, Dago.
I know.
Okay. This case is so ridiculous. These people. All right, homeboy, on we go. Good God.
He said that his girlfriend was called by one of the residents here saying, we can't wake her up, we don't know what's going on, so he ran over.
If we are going to condemn Brian Koberger for his phone losing a signal and worse, accuse him of being at the crime scene, surely Hunter Johnson's action.
You know, Senor was, that makes me wonder that. Is he a CI or something, an informant of some form for him specifically? That's what it sounds like, you know?
He literally, because like there's a couple of times where you see him on the noise complaint camera footage, he's kind of winking at them. He kind of like he knows them. Like you can tell that he's already cool with these cops that are showing up there. When they're acting like they're just meeting Kaylee and they're just meeting, you know what I mean? They're kind of just meeting these girls for her. But like Hunter, they're at this boy. Like they're literally, it's like he was there to find out. Maybe he was there.
Which makes you wonder, and don't go nowhere with this, guys. This is just
I know where you're going. Go ahead, you say that.
If Hunter was always around for a specific reason,
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a good point, Senor. And damn, I never thought of that until I just hear that now, and it makes you go, "What the hell?"
He's always there, and he's making himself
always there. And he's calling him his homeboy. Who? Yeah. That's weird.
And Hunter's getting real cozy with this Ethan, like he just meets freshman year, they're besties, you know what I mean? And like he's always around, and but it seems like, you know, Ethan didn't really ask him to ever be like, you know, to go anywhere, but he's always like, I don't know, it just seems like
he claims that he's Ethan's best friend, and he's not. He wasn't.
I know. He seems like he wants to be Ethan, almost. I don't know, like the way that he talks. Like I was listening to like his speech and stuff, like he gave it the thing.
He's a weird, goofy looking kid. He probably did want to be Ethan. He's not an attractive. I know him a guy, but he's not an attractive dude. Just saying.
No, and Ethan's just like one of those manly men. I don't know. I have a totally different.
Yes, Ethan's very male,
manly, like very. Yeah, he's a hunter. He's a man. Sure. You can tell he's a man.
But you guys, remember? I don't think called somebody his homeboy.
He called him his homeboy.
Teasdale called. He said, when they were in the car with the three guys from Banfield, Teasdale said to Rosie, he lied to you, homeboy.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Did you get the 2 Gmails I sent you with that one girl? Her name's Nicole something, and she did really good like time. Nicole
Casey?
Yeah. That one. Sorry. Yeah, Nicole Casey. Did we watch her before? She does it.
Yeah, we have. Jesus, Terry,
Okay.
you have absolutely no snow. I'm about to have my wife send because that melted
No,
here. But
wait, did you send the
Told
picture?
you we didn't have any.
She really has no
That
snow.
that doesn't make no sense. Wait till you see this picture I show you.
Oh my God! Yeah, no.
Your mind's gonna be blown. I
Wait,
don't
we
believe.
gotta see yours too, though. I gotta see yours compared to hers, though.
Yeah, I'll show you hers here in a minute. There's nothing on the ground. It looks like summer over there. So
there was not. We got none.
Terry, I thought you were messing with him.
that's crazy. That's a good point, SRB. Envy is a good point. Very good point. Good call. Yeah, Ethan was, in my opinion, Jen, the All-American boy. Period. You know,
Yeah,
athletic, all happy.
He was
Good
big.
time, fun, partying type. Yeah, 100%.
Good at sports, like really good at sports, apparently. Like really, like just, yeah. And he just seemed like a manly man. And Hunter just seems like a little boy. Just a
No,
little.
Kim, I don't think that was Maury. I think that was Warner.
Snyder, or was it Snyder?
When he went in there talking to Smith, I think that was Warner.
When?
In the
the part we just watched, Terry. I think you might have stepped away for
Was that Maury?
right here, right there.
That's Snyder. Is that Snyder or no?
Oh no, that's not Maury.
No, that's Corbin Smith. I'm pretty sure, and
Yeah,
I think
that's
this
Smith.
is when Warner walked in.
Oh, why am I getting him confused with the other?
Check on him because he had been in there for 2 hours. Blah blah blah, and that's I think if I'm wrong, you guys correct me, but that's what I thought.
Maybe they just all say that there. I don't know. Maybe they just call everybody their homeboy.
Yeah, but you're talking about the dude that was on a quadruple homicide scene when you walked up. That's your homeboy? Come on. That's a little bit much.
My homeboy out here. Maybe
That's a
he
bit
just
much.
Said it too.
homeboy out here.
Is Dylan and Bethany your home girls? I mean, shit, dude.
Your home girl.
Right. Tandy's like, how old is he? 14? Homeboy? Come on, bro. You want to hit some hoops afterwards? What do you want to do?
Be like, come on, homeboy. I can't.
Talking about Nunez. Okay. Either way, it's just
It
weird.
sounds
All of it's weird.
It is weird.
None of this makes any damn sense. None.
For fuck's sake. Where's Lucy?
Nunez is 22. I guess that's kind of young, but still.
I mean, they all do seem like little punks to me.
Well, there's a lot of young cops here too. That's another thing.
I'd rather you spend that on beer. It's like,
yeah, Warner's talking to Smith, and when he is saying homeboy, he's talking about
Nunez. There you go. Oh, wait, huh?
Oh, okay.
My
But
homeboy.
the way
Well,
he
why
says
would he
it,
call
though, it's not
Nunez
like-
that though? That's weird too, though. It's homeboy.
Are you sure, Fizzy? Because the way he says that right there, it sounds like he's referring to Hunter. Here, let me play it one more time, just to be sure.
Coffee again. I need to get more. I actually do go to get another one.
He grabbed a knife out of the kitchen because he saw. He's like, well, I don't know if anybody else is in there. So he grabs a knife out of here, checks the room, sees. And that's when they called.
I wonder if that's the knife that's sitting on the ping pong table.
That's the knife that my homeboy, or the first guy that caught yours.
My homeboy.
He said.
Nope, she's right. That's the first guy that got here.
Oh,
Well,
God.
no, that could be my homeboy or the first guy that got here.
Why would he call his officer my homeboy?
He says the first guy that got here. Does he mean the first officer that got here? Does he mean the first person that got there?
And that's when they called.
I wonder if that's the knife that's sitting on the ping pong table.
That's the knife that my homeboy, or the first guy that caught yours.
See, I don't know though, Fizzy, because if he was talking about Nunez, I think he would have called him Nunez, like the first responding officer. They work together. I would have thought, you know what I mean?
Yeah, Nunez was the first one to get there.
All right,
That's
homeboy,
weird.
Kane. I'll see you later, Buddy Bear.
Where's Buddy Bear? Buddy Bear's here?
Yeah, he was in chat. Home Kane.
Oh, I missed him.
Sorry, he's going to work now. All right, I got the.
He's
the
got
mail.
homeboys to go play with.
Senor says he's talking about Hunter. I don't know. It's not that serious. Either way, yeah, Hunter was always.
I mean, no matter who it is,
Cops
it sounds
call
funny,
each
too.
other that? Is that normal?
What?
It sounds funny no matter who he's referring to.
I know. I mean, Senor. I mean, is that?
That's all right,
is that
Fizzy. I
cops call each
understand.
other? Homeboys, hey, homeboy.
you put your hands out just so I can see your hands. Okay. Let me see your front and back of your hands, your palms. Other side.
Yeah, we don't know if he's been shot, so we have no idea. We don't check for gunpowder residue.
So the guy I interviewed said he grabbed a knife out of the kitchen because he saw.
Unbelievable.
Nope, right there. He's talking about Hunter. He just said it. So the guy I interviewed said he grabbed a knife out of the kitchen because he saw. Hold on.
He was like, well, I don't know if anybody else is in there. So he grabs a knife out of here, checks the room, sees. And that's when they called.
I wonder if that's the knife that's sitting on the ping pong table.
That's the knife that my homeboy, or the first guy that caught yours.
Okay, here's another question I have.
Maybe
Why
he
you
said,
call
hold
him
on.
my homeboy.
Hold on a minute. Maybe he just said it because he just interviewed that guy. In turn, that's what he's saying is my homeboy, like that guy I just interviewed is what he means.
Okay, I would just say
It's still weird to say it. Yes, I agree.
Homeboy.
Yeah, I agree. It's still weird, but I think we're stuck on it now, and it's just too much. It's a lot to say that is weird. I agree, but yeah, they definitely should have bagged his hands. That's a fact. They didn't do anything they should have done, Senor. Nothing.
Did not check for gunpowder residue. Had no clue. If
They
he
didn't
had
check
been shot
anything
or
for
not.
anything. They didn't check. They just looked at his hands to make sure his hands were
Didn't take fingerprints. Didn't
cut or
check
nothing.
for GPS.
Me thinks this is all crazy.
I'm with
That
you.
could be too ATX. Good point. Y'all are all wrong. I don't care anymore if I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong about everything I think on here.
We're allowed to, like, listen, like we're all coming up with different theory. Like it could be
Yes.
any one of the things we come up with. Like we're just coming up with different things because it could be any one of these things because we really don't know.
That's
we're just
the problem.
trying
Is
to
it
make
could be
sense
too
of
many things. That's
it.
the
Yeah,
biggest
like
problem.
there's too many things. You're right. There's too many things to come that we could listen. I don't. Never mind. We can conspire to come up with the things that has really actually happened. Like. The things we thought were going to be like shady are way more shadier than we thought. I never thought that you were telling me the truth. Like, well, like I was always just stuck on the 9-hour delay. I really believe they might have been in their rooms, that this maybe this fear thing. But when you guys told me that they saw this and that, I'm like, you're effing kidding me. Like, there's no way that we're going to say Brian did this then, right? But like the things that I've like I'm like, there's no way we could even came up with half of the things.
I agree with that, Fizzy.
Like,
And that's the thing. I was talking to my mom, and I
you're
said,
trying to tell me Brian's like, you're trying to tell us we're conspiracy theorists, but you got him being like John Wick and shit, and you're trying to make the whole world convinced.
I
right?
talked to my mom, and I said, there is absolutely no way in the world that this guy could have done this, and the timing and
Right.
the whole. If you just lay everything out on a big slab, and she's like, well, that's not what most people think. Most people think what they hear on the news.
I mean, I kind of believed it too. Like I thought maybe they all got sliced. They were all asleep. He went in there, sliced 1, 2, 3, 4, a couple of throats, ran out the door. Like that's what it would seem to how he would have to been. I didn't know about this, the car and all that either. I didn't even have that information at that point. None of us really you guys were digging into this, and we're out here being these lay people. We're just. I thought that Lana was messing with, like she said, this is worse than Karen Reed. I said no. I thought no way. Like there's no way. And she's like, no, it's Karen Reed on steroids. It's Karen Reed case on steroids. It's way worse. Like she knew from the very start that this wasn't what they said it was. Like, and that was before I started coming over to you guys, because then I started to be like, oh my God, like this is crazy. Like I need to talk about this. Like I need to know. And remember you guys are like, how long have you been paying attention? I'm like, no, I'm just hearing you guys tell me that they thought there was a firework and a fireman and she saw a masked man and this. And I'm like, this is no way. There's no way. And we're all there wondering whether they had anything to do with it. Of course they did. You know what I mean? But then there's so many other things that have happened. Like there's so many crazy things that like anything could be true. And like, I think that people like Birdie and DA and then us who like, they come up with these theories, they're good theories. They're things that would make sense to make it make sense, because It's not, this isn't magic. I mean, unless you want to call this all magic and I know like it was the ghost and shit. Like we have to logically think a little bit. Like,
I
yeah,
think
I'd love
it's
to
right in
think it.
front of our face, and we just
I
don't want to
know.
believe it.
Remember, I kept saying to you guys, what are we missing? Please, guys, what are we missing? What aren't they telling us? It points to Brian Koberger. Why is he pleading? Because at this point, I wouldn't know if he's planning an appeal. But if he's not, I have to believe that he feels like he feels some type of responsibility for this or something. I don't know. Do you think that maybe he does feel some type of responsibility? Because like, and you don't think no, like you, oh, man. See, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know what to think.
In my opinion, there's another reason for the plea. It's a legal legal issue that's possibly going to come out later. That's my opinion, but
I hope so, because I really don't think. I mean, he could have. There's so much. We know there's so much. There's so much. Not even reasonable guilt or like factual innocence. You want to say, kind of almost. You want to call Karen Reed factually innocent. Like I believe that Brian would have been proved factually innocent by just not having his DNA there, or any blood. It's not logical that he wouldn't get hurt.
all of us, I think see, this never went to trial. That's where the problem is. I think all of us expected the fact that it would have been proven that he was innocent based on just what you just said and maybe a few other little things, but we never got to that point. So therefore, that's why everybody's still so transfixed with this, because it doesn't, nothing was ever shown to us to prove to us how or when or anything onto how this could have happened like this.
And to come at the end and say, oh no, that's not true. Oh no, we didn't know that. Oh no, that's what you guys thought.
Oh, they got their guy though, and nothing bad happens in Moscow, so it must have been them. Must have been him.
I agree with that too, Meg. That's part of the biggest problem right there is that Molly changed her story at the last minute, and I feel like Anne didn't have the knowledge that she needed, and it was too late. And at that point, if she would have known, I think Meg's right. I think if Anne would have known what she was supposed to know, and if Lucy was in here, she could tell. She would agree. That would have changed everything here, I think.
I don't even think Molly changed her story. I think they tried to make Molly's story into something, and Molly never said what they said she said. You know,
well, there was somebody involved in coercing.
Yeah, if it was even Molly,
there was a family member, in my opinion, was involved in coercing Molly to say certain things too. So you got to remember that.
Yeah.
He said that his girlfriend was called by one of the residents here saying, we can't wake her up, we don't know what's going on, so he ran over.
You can't wake her up.
I don't
If
believe
we are
that.
going to condemn Brian Koberger for
I
his
didn't say
phone
you tried
losing
to
the signal and
wake her
worse,
up.
accuse him of being at the crime scene, surely Hunter Johnson's actions are consistent with someone who intentionally placed himself on record, touching a weapon, touching one or two of the house's decedents. After claiming to have checked Xana and Ethan's pulse without getting any of their blood either on his hands or on his white slippers by the time first responders came upon the scene.
May I ask you if you can confirm that Xana's room was on the second floor of the house?
Yes, I can confirm that. And
And was it on?
By the way, the person that Skeletor is talking to is Kara, Xana's mother, for those of you that don't
Oh, I
recognize.
was going to say, who is that?
And is she the only one that visited the house that was a parent, because nobody else visited?
Not that I know. I don't know, Terry. I have no idea how to answer that one. I
none of
didn't
the
even know.
other
I don't even know if Kara did.
I don't think any of them. I thought maybe just.
I think no. Jeff was there.
Or yeah, did Jeff walk up at some point? Jeff Laramie or?
Yeah, Jeff was there. I don't know if anybody else did. Or Karen was there the next morning. I know for a fact. She claimed.
I thought Kara was in
that's
jail.
all I know. Huh?
I thought Kara was in jail.
Karen Laramie.
Oh, Karen came.
Maddie's
the
mom.
Next day.
Yeah, sorry.
But she had never been there before.
I don't know. I don't believe, from what I remember hearing, that nobody had been there. Truly, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I've
Maddie's
heard.
parents had never been there.
Mm-mm.
Maddie's parents had never been there.
I am proud of Xana's mom though for staying, like, for cleaning herself up after the fact.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
I know, like, oh my god, like, because I've been an addict, so imagine losing my daughter and then kind of almost blaming myself, maybe, or thinking baby had something to do with that, and then having to sit in jail when you've just like, oh man, and then to really pick herself back up, and like, that's something to be proud of, but like, it just sucks. It like, she's Probably never.
Sorry?
It's something you'll never get over. It's just like a new
I
but
Right.
yeah.
had a question about the other two roommates who were there on the first floor, and I just wonder, wasn't something heard, or the surviving roommates that were there, they had to have heard something. They had to have the dog something.
This is the first time I've heard anybody question it besides in those text messages that were leaked from Steve. See, I'm glad that they said things like this. That breaks my heart hearing her.
Hang on a minute. I want to read through that one more time. That last.
I'm a little bit weird. What does she mean by the two on the first floor? Is she talking about because they were in the same room?
Because they're in the house, the two roommates.
Yeah, like why didn't you? Like she's just saying, like wherever you were, why didn't you? You had to have heard something. Like we all
Well, she
agree.
said the two
That's Tara.
roommates
That's
that were
Tara
on the
Northington.
first floor.
That's exactly what my.
She's
I was just
talking
saying.
about she's just talking about the roommates being in the house
Yeah.
and not hearing anything. That's all.
Like, how did you not call 911? Like, I'm thinking, and I've never really heard like, seeing like how can Trashley is that Trashley she's talking to?
Yeah. And it says an account believed to belong to Ethan's sister-in-law made several posts online before the arrest affidavit was unsealed for suspected quadruple killer Brian Koberger. The court document detailed how surviving roommates Dylan Martinson Dylan came face to face with Matt Spann. The murders. Ethan 20, his girlfriend Xana 20, and Maddie 21, and Kaylee Goncalves were all killed as they slept in a house on the 13th. His sister-in-law, I remember this. His sister-in-law has since revealed that Dylan, who was in the property at the time of the killings, along with Bethany, called all the roommates after she heard screaming and crying, coming from their rooms. Posting in a thread on Reddit, she said, D supposedly called all the girls in the house after the crying and screaming stopped. No one answered. She still didn't call the police. That's what she called her out for not doing that. So, and that was in the beginning. We were never told that. Now we know, and it makes it worse to me. You heard screaming and crying, but never once decided to call anybody, and therefore, in turn, shame the hell on you. And that's what she should be. She should be. I'm sorry, you guys. And
it's not rendering aid; it's a felony in Idaho.
People may not agree with me, but she should absolutely be charged for that crime right there.
Yes.
Period.
Just
and they're
like
not even looking at her funny. They're not even looking at her funny, and that bothers me.
Well, the grand jury did, or the whatever it is.
I mean, I know that, but still, there should be.
I know.
There should be a civil suit filed against her from the families too, but they're not looking at that either.
Exactly. That's why I don't understand. Why is she so comfortable with admitting to things that like doesn't she understand the gravity of what she's saying? And that she must not. And she must not think
No, she does understand. Her stepmother's an attorney.
Oh, well, that's even
she
worse.
knows what she did is wrong, which is why I believe that she has put on the show at the hearing
liability shit.
and all that crying shit she did. Yes,
it could be fake. I don't know if this is real. Like
Ethan's sister-in-law, Blue Devil. That would be
for her.
There's another sibling that is married.
I'm so mad at these people.
Shit. I think it's Jim. Jim has another child with another marriage, and that one's married to somebody else, and that's the one that made this statement. I'm sorry.
This is just as ridiculous as the state. I know I keep bringing this up with Massachusetts. You want us to believe that John's body was laying there after 12/29, then you have to charge the 7 people that would have seen his body that walked out of that house, including a detective, and seen his body laying there if Karen left him there at 12/29, or he was not there. So to me, they're saying Karen accidentally hit him, and now it was just an accident. Well, if that's what you want us to believe, then the people that didn't render aid to him when they walked out, because you say his body was there, you're going to believe 7 people didn't see his body?
John, in my opinion, was drug out of the house and thrown in the snow and left to die. That's
but
what they
the
did.
state wants us to believe that he was laying there. Well, then you got to charge those 7 people that left that house that night. 34 Fairview.
That's a law. That's exactly how that should be done.
You know what I'm saying?
Any crime,
So it's like
any crime whatsoever.
Right. And Dylan should be charged for the same shit. You're not rendering aid if that's what you want us to believe.
Kaylee and Maddie were 21, by the way.
If Dylan or Maddie say that they didn't hear it, which I'm tired of listening to that bullshit.
You mean Dylan and Bethany?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dylan and Bethany.
Yeah.
They also said you can hear everything in that house.
Well, like who also said that they were texting like it sounds like they're getting murdered? Like that right there is like, hello, you knew something was happening. Like if that's really true, why are they not being charged for shit like that? Like, okay, you're admitting now that you heard something happening.
What everybody is forgetting about, you guys, or maybe not forgetting, but we're like jumping over the fact of that in the very beginning of this case, if you remember, we were told that neither one of these two heard a damn thing. Nothing. Okay.
Nothing. Nope.
So here's what my biggest issue is why were we told that in the beginning? And now we know they've released it, but nobody's even saying, why did you lie to us in the beginning? Why were you allowed to lie? And nobody's being.
And where did the
I'm talking about law? Hold on. I'm talking about law enforcement too. Law enforcement wrote the PCA. They're the ones that lied within this and gave it to the public and said nobody heard anything and nobody questioned it. Nobody said a word. You know, we waited 3 years. We all we questioned it, but nobody there said a word. And now all of a sudden that the truth comes out, nobody has said, why the fuck did this happen?
Right.
Okay.
Why is no fear state? Who said they were? Whoever put out that they were in this fear state and shock state? Because like to me, I heard that in the news, right, for 3 years, but we don't ever hear them saying that ever in any of these interviews. Nobody questions this fear state thing that supposedly they were in shock and they were in fear, but they were not.
But they weren't, and that's known now based on the reports and documents that we've received.
Like who decided to put that narrative out there? Like
that's what I mean. It came from law. That's where it all states. It comes from law enforcement or I'll say the prosecutor, because he was the boss. He's the one that decided everything. He's the one that everything had to go through. End of story. So it's either Bill or Moscow. You put it or both. Okay, that's where this comes from.
And you put Dylan's interviews out where she's like, "Oh, I didn't perceive any fear. Nothing happened in Moscow, and we went to sleep, and we didn't think anything of it." Like you're telling us that now, like she's saying that because literally it's in Payne's PCA. But did you ever hear her say it?
No, we know she didn't. We know now that she never said any of the stuff. The bushy eyebrows, the clad in black, none of that stuff was ever her. Payne wrote the PCA, so either he did it on his own volition or somebody told him to do it. Is what I'm saying.
Right.
Why is nobody getting punished for that?
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say right now is why is the Department of Justice not seeing this and saying, what the fuck did you do and why? You know what I mean?
And why are you trying to make us think one guy could do this when now we see what really happened? And her timeline does not add up to what you say he did.
That's the point. That's exactly the point. And that's why that's what my biggest question is. That's what I'm trying to point out right here is nobody's being held accountable for any of this. It's just sliding on by.
That's why I say there's 6
going on, and that's the problem. That's the problem right there. The biggest problem.
Even mentioned eyebrows.
Nothing. She actually got offended when he said. She's like, she thought it was weird that he said what color were his eyebrows. She's like, no,
they made all of that up, and I want to know why. That's what I want to know, and that's what we should be being told is why did you do this?
Right.
Who needs to be okay? Right, we do. We need to text Kim is right, and that's point blank flat fact. Period. So
it's just all nonsensical, and I keep saying like we see this right, but so do the 6 agencies that are way more qualified than us to see through bullshit, and none of them are saying, "Wait, this doesn't make sense to tell the public. This doesn't make sense. The PCA is wrong. How come we give this guy a plea when we brought the death penalty back for people like him? Why are we saying yes to that?"
I agree, Blue Devil. And real quick, Richie, why did Payne put all the roommates home by 2 when Dylan told him she was no idea when Xana did? Right. That's another thing. They said it in the press conference. I pointed this out the other day that Xana and Ethan were home by 1:45. That's an absolute lie because we don't have a timeline for them. So why, again, another lie that law enforcement put out? They put out nothing but lies and nobody is holding them accountable for it. Nobody.
And it's like nobody's questioning.
We're the only people who don't mean shit that are holding any of them accountable for any of this, and it's insane to me.
We're the only ones fighting for the victims. And why is nobody questioning the fact that nobody ever said he was wearing a hazmat suit, Mr. Santa Fuck? Because this guy should have some kind of injuries and DNA on him, and nobody's going, "Oh wait, Brian Krober, he wasn't." She never said he was in a hazmat suit. He was like clad in black. Like
that came from the family. Mr. Steve stated that there's a kill kit that this person was wearing, blah blah blah, all that. And again, another lie that was put out because there's no proof of any of that.
Right.
And I hope Kim, I hope you're right that the Sal data is coming because I think that's going to give maybe some answers somewhere. I hope the PCA says that Bethany and said that Ethan and Xana were home at 1:45 in the PCA. Right. And then they say that in the thing, but that's again, we know that's not true at this point, unless unless Hippler's affidavit is bullshit, where he says that they were sitting in Kaylee's room having a powwow at 2 a.m.
Right.
and Dana and Ethan weren't there. So I'm saying these things are contradicting themselves.
And I feel like something's weird with their phones. Like, I feel like their phones were purposely at that house. Like, I'm just saying, like, I feel like a lot of their phones were at that house for nefarious reasons. Like, I don't think they had their phones on. I don't know. Something's just weird. Because, like, when are Xana and Ethan ordering DoorDash? And how come nobody knows? Like, they're all talking about eating the food.
There's two things there, Krista, that don't match. And yeah, that's a good point too, SRB. Something I've thought about a lot lately is that maybe Ethan and Xana were home and were already killed before Maddie and Kaylee got home, which is a huge possibility. If the door was shut by some chance, nobody knew, nobody looked in there, thinking they were having their own private time. That's possible. That's a very good possibility.
And why order DoorDash?
Hold on. That's what I was getting ready to say next. Was then we know that at some point in time, those two, or at least one of them, ordered DoorDash that was delivered or supposed to be delivered by 3:59. But they also, according, if this is true, Jeff states, as well as Jasmine, Jeff stated it more than once, that he talked to her around midnight, 12:30. She stated she was sitting at home eating pizza with Ethan, and they were home for the night. Is this true? Is this something he was told to say? How does this all work out? That's the problem right there.
And nobody knows where Ethan lived, so like they weren't at his. Like, another thing is, why weren't they staying at Ethan? Ethan had his own place. Wouldn't you stay there?
Because I don't know any of that stuff.
You know, like I wonder why they didn't stay at his house more. I don't know. I'm just sorry. It's just
he had roommates that it was stated. He had roommates that he didn't like to be there.
Gotcha.
That's why. There's your answer for that one.
Wouldn't you think his roommate would either be his brother or Hunter?
No, because his brother lived at the frat house. Xana isn't up in the room with Grub Truck, Kaylee's room, right? No, she wasn't, Kim. Not at all. Neither one of them were there. They claimed in the affidavit that they weren't not home at 2 a.m. yet when they stated that. So yeah. Remember when Molly said that she was an hour late getting an order? Maybe it could have been. That's a good point, Kim. Very good point. So on we go.
Do you know, Kara, if Dylan and Bethany came upstairs and were trying to wake Xana? Because they were trying to wake one of their roommates. Do you know if it was your daughter they were trying to wake?
I don't have that answer either. I'm sorry.
It's okay. And did they say that they could not get beyond a locked door? And that's why they had no idea what was on the other side of the bedroom door and called in an unconscious person?
They sure did.
I believe that's right.
What do you know about that?
That they called in an unconscious person. I know that. How could it not be a planned thing? No, how could it not have been targeted? For all four of them.
Do you know?
Surprise me. I don't think that that's what it was, though. I will be honest with you. I think it's closer than that. I think it's deeper than that. I think I think they have information that they're not giving us, and it's real fishy. That's what I will say.
Let's not forget what Kara said in her report when she said, this better not be because of. So Kara has an idea that she may know something about this, in my opinion. So there's that too. And when she says she thinks it's deeper, let me replay that back here just a quick second. This here part, that kind of is interesting to me. I'll just say that.
What do you know about that?
That they called in an unconscious person. I know that. How could it not be a planned thing? You know, how could it not have been targeted? For all four of them.
Do you know?
Surprise me. I don't think that that's what it was, though. I will be honest with you. I think it's closer than that. I think it's deeper than that. I think I think they have information that they're not giving us, and it's real fishy. That's what I will say.
When you say you think it goes deeper than that, what do you mean?
I mean, I think it was somebody closer than a stalker. And I don't know who.
And just so everybody knows, Christy said the same thing in the very beginning.
Getting ready to say. Who else said that?
Christy said the exact same thing in the very beginning. So this is two parents, two mothers, to two of the victims that say the same exact thing. I think she does know, Kim. I truly think Kara knows. I think she truly knows. That's my opinion.
I'm not gonna specify anything like that. I'm just going to say I think that if somebody, you know, and I think possibly they may have trusted. That's the only thing I can think of, because how could something like this happen so quickly, so quietly, so without any answer, unless it was somebody super close to them. You know what I mean?
Do you think someone?
Yes, Carrie, we know exactly what you mean. I absolutely agree with you. Witchy, thank you for that. Possible retribution for parent drug involvement, 100%. That's very, very plausible and very possible too. Witchy, I agree. Thank you for the super.
Do you think the person who did this had been in that house before?
I think they knew them. I think they may have even been friends with them. I think it had to have been somebody close to them to have been able to get away with it like this.
Again, same thing that Christy said, and yeah, it's in the. I went over it. I can't remember which one for sure. I can find it though. Typically, she made that statement.
No, she did. She made the.
She said it better not be because of, and it's redacted, of course, but I gotta wonder. I truly believe she knows. At least I think she has a feeling that she knows. You know what I'm saying? I've always thought that since I read that document. And now this interview here in itself tells you more. I'm pretty sure she knows. I'm just saying.
Just without, you know, it just doesn't make sense. None of this makes any sense. It had to have been somebody they trusted that was, you know what I mean? I mean, somebody who knew the house well, somebody who knew them well.
Know which number it is. I'll grab it and pull it up here in a minute if we can get the exact number. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to hunt for it for a little while.
Was it like the first or second interview? As long as they were on the couch.
Here's the two that don't know each other, by the way.
Yeah.
The document number, senor, that was Kara Northington's interview, which supplemental report it was. Yeah, see, this picture kills me because he swears up and down he doesn't know her, but like we see him at the house every time we see them, and he's right. This one here, that just bothers me. I'm just saying.
You know what even bothered me worse about that than that is that, first of all, Rosie said he saw that or whatever, you know, the big speaker up there. And
okay, Kim.
He said that he saw the speaker.
Yeah, but there was no sound coming out of that. I know.
There was no song coming out of it. It was not loud. There was no loud noise.
Right.
And he must have had what do you have, Superman eyes? I mean, how can you see it? You couldn't see it from where
I think he went there for a different reason, Terry. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, he did for sure. And then they lie and say that they knocked on the door, which they didn't. And then they go back to the back, straight to the back, right?
Right.
And Hunter comes to the door, and guess who walks in right before he comes out? Guess who walks in? Dylan.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole thing, it's just wild.
Call me crazy, but doesn't she live there?
Dylan, yeah.
So why did they have to ask for whoever lived there and then go back in, and you can see Dylan standing there the whole time?
Wait, are you talking about the other noise complaint?
I'm talking about this one right here.
Oh, I didn't never see Dylan on this one.
Oh yeah, he was in that floral dress.
Oh, I might have missed that then. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she walked right in. You can, if she's behind Kaylee, you can't see her, but she's inside. And the other thing is, why did he take a picture of her?
Of her ID, you mean?
Yeah, there's no reason in hell he needed to take a picture of her.
Yeah. A lot of people have asked that question. It's kind of a big deal if your parent is facing life for felony trafficking, hard drugs, and caught for the third time. That's a good point, Brian. I think we all can get that at this point now and see it 3 years into it when you've been saying that since day one. So I do owe you an apology for that, as I've always given you. Just couldn't put it out at that point because there was nothing else pointing in that direction. But at this point now we know. And then Brian was always right about what he thought, in my opinion, that does have something possibly to do with this whole thing. So I'll say that.
And then he's got all those what do you call those things that are
Zip ties.
Yeah, zip ties all over.
They were playing a drinking game. That's
Who knows? Somebody told us that. We don't believe it. It's in the middle of the afternoon. Do they look drunk?
Well, I believe it because I looked into that, and many people. It is a game that they played, and my niece told me she went to college. That's something that they play, and I don't. It's
I've never even heard of it.
Or 5:30 in the afternoon. It's a new thing that they do now. That's about right. I mean, shit. I know you were in college. People drink all day long, especially if it's a weekend.
But this wasn't the weekend, was it?
I don't know. I don't know. I just said that because typically they would, but they don't have classes.
Well, I was told by, believe it or not, don't laugh, okay? I was told by Detective John.
Good luck with that, then.
I know. So just be quiet and listen. I was told by Detective John the reason, because I asked him the point. I said, why did he take a picture of her? And he said, because he had walked past the cop car and needed the information that was on the ID. And I'm like, he walked past the cop car from another house and he didn't see him.
He probably didn't have his notebook to write it. So I will agree with John on that one. That's probably true. I've actually asked a couple of cop friends of mine, and they said that they have done stuff like that in the past where they'll take a picture of the information. That way they have it to write on the report later. So it could be. It very well could be.
He walked right past his car.
I know you weren't, Brian. Yeah, I know. I agree with you. It's weird.
He didn't take any information from the house down the street. Nothing.
Nope, I agree with that too.
So why would he have to take a picture of her?
I don't know. I truly don't have an answer for that, Terry, other than like what John said. I have to agree that could be the reason, because he didn't have anything to write on, but the other cop probably did. Maybe he wanted the information for his own personal reasons.
They stop at their car since there was no call. I mean, there was no.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know, and I told you I felt that there was a different reason why he went there. He had a thing for her, in my opinion. They may have actually had a little thing going on. I don't know, but there's no facts pointing to that. But there's a lot of people that believe that. So I don't know. It's very weird. It's very odd. It should be able to FOIA that. That'd be interesting, Smitty. If we could FOIA that, I'd like to see what all it says. But he left. Didn't Rosie quit or do something like days after the murders happened? He's just gone. So who knows what the hell's going on?
I don't know what. Who knows? Everybody seems to be running to the woods.
They have, and like I said, I think that he had a thing for Kaylee. That's just, again, my personal opinion. I might be wrong.
He got the same kind of dog she got about the same time.
I was literally arrested by 2 of my ex-boyfriends. Okay, and they became my boyfriends after they arrested me back in my teens. It's not like you know what I mean. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
If you're single, you're allowed. That's how sometimes.
Yeah, there's no law against it, but if you're using your
I
job,
know it's weird, but I think they're the same age, kind of.
They were close in age, and if you're using your job time to run your personal life, that's not a good thing. So,
well, they were going for a noise complaint day ago.
You never know. You never know.
You know what's
Brian,
funny?
thank you, buddy.
Do you remember the guy that was with him? The cop that was with him?
Yeah.
Said,
Yeah.
I'll walk up here with you too.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean,
an
if
older.
you wanted to
girls,
go.
like, why
Well,
not?
the thing I took from this is that it almost seemed like Rosie was kind of being trained by that other officer. That's how it seemed. Okay.
It wasn't that weird.
Yeah, it come off like he was being trained by the older cop, and that he was learning different things throughout that, because the other cop was explaining things. Well, we do this, we do that, we look at this, we look at that, we blah blah blah. And Rosie just was taking it upon himself. I think he had been there before, very possibly saw Kaylee, and here you are. You know what I mean? I'm just saying. Then let your partner take your lead if you're called to a friend. Yeah, that's good point, Senor. Very good points. I'm just saying, these are just my thoughts, you guys. It doesn't mean any of it's true, but just makes me wonder. So
It also makes me wonder why the older guy is going, they don't have any steps down to this area.
I don't know. See, a lot of people brought that up. I just took that as, because I would have probably said the same thing. Like, why the hell don't they have any steps to get to this? It's odd. But that's again my opinion. Doesn't mean it means anything. All right, Krista. We'll see you soon, hun. Have a good night and enjoy your
Hi,
dinner.
Krista.
Night. Good night, guys.
Is that Cole?
Where?
Right here with the yellow on. I've never seen that before like that. I don't know
It
why.
looks like Brian.
It looks like Cole Berenberg too. I might be wrong. Don't quote me on that, you guys. I'm just saying. Sorry to interrupt. This is gonna be a second. Have you and her hooked up yet, Terry?
Yes, we have.
Okay, good. I think you.
Better
I
call
think
me
you.
back.
I think you two should. I think it'd be very good, in my opinion. Just saying.
I just think she's a sweetheart.
Oh, she is. She's awesome. Leah's amazing.
And you're
I
supposed to
think
say, and
two
I
of you
think
working
you're
together
too.
would be a really good idea. I had talked to Coco about that too. So
And I thought, the next thing you were supposed to say was, and I think you're one too, Terry.
what's that?
A sweetheart.
Oh, of course. You know better than that.
Easy you. Show our
But-
pictures of our front yards.
Yeah, as soon as she sends it to me, I'm gonna show you, because I don't have it. But I'll show you. We had a ton of snow. It's crazy.
I'm like, it's summer here.
Yeah, it looks like it. But that guy in that yellow hoodie, you guys, I swear to God, that looked like Cole Berenberg to me, and I never realized until tonight. And he's standing there talking to her. If that's him, if I'm right, if I'm right, that's wild. As if we haven't seen the grub truck enough.
With any research, we begin with an initial inquiry which should lead to answers. But moreover, an inquiry should lead to new discoveries in the form of a newer set of questions. In this presentation before you, we began with the initial question: who was the person who left the King Road residence, as we know it, at 4:24 a.m., 24 minutes after Molly, the DoorDash driver, finally left the residence, and only 4 minutes after the light or white-colored sedan carrying the occupant or occupants who have played a major part in the Idaho 4 crimes left also.
See, I always thought this was interesting, because this car bolts out of here at 4:24, and then 4 minutes later, that big loud SUV pulls up here. Hey, Aquarian, just saying, it's something I've had a lot of thoughts about lately.
Both the John Benet Ramsey case and the Idaho 4 case featured a key person who was
I agree.
present in the home, whose job it was to make sure that all of the doors were locked.
Yes, ma'am, Tomboy, I stopped. Why am I stopping? She said, stop. Collaborate and listen. Oh, sorry. Anyway. Why am I stopping, Tomboy? Good to see you, last 24. Thanks for joining us. No, that one didn't speed. Sorry, it didn't speed out of there. It just took off out of there. And then 4 minutes later, the other one comes out of there. Going in reverse. Okay. Hang on. So is that Molly's car leaving? Oh, they changed the time back. Okay, gotcha. Anyway. You said it. Look up. I'm looking up. I looked up. It's going. Yeah, I see on that. I saw that. It's going in reverse. I gotcha.
When now I overheard you talking about last night.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't have to. The more we know right now, the better. We can start this process.
Yeah.
Somebody will probably be revisiting this interview with you.
Yeah.
Very soon. Again. Okay. So just you're probably gonna have to retell the story quite a bit.
That's fine.
All right. What do you remember seeing? What started?
I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee, who
Oh yeah, this is Idaho 4 revealed, Mike. Sorry.
This morning?
Yes, it was 4:10.
You first noticed a guy.
Well, I first noticed Kaylee go upstairs and scream and run downstairs.
So 4 this morning, went upstairs.
Yeah.
To the way top.
Yes, to her room with Murphy the dog.
Okay.
And then
you heard Kaylee scream?
I heard her scream and run as fast as she could downstairs, and she said someone's here.
She ran downstairs?
Yes, I could hear it. You can hear everything. I'm not sure I heard her run downstairs really fast.
Yeah, you can hear everything, but you can't hear nothing. They didn't hear nothing.
And then I heard Murphy barking a lot.
This was the time when we hear our first bark, And it comes while the cleaner in the light-colored sedan that you think is Koberger cleans, positions, and stages the crime scene. But again, there is one more vehicle that leaves the King Road residence after the 420 departure of the light-colored vehicle. So even though our initial assault to the victims happened much, much earlier that night, the light-colored vehicle's driver is not the last one out of the King Road residence. You see, both Bethany and Dylan, and I've noticed this, they tell you that specific things happened, but they place those things that happened in later parts of the morning, such as anytime after 4 a.m. But you will notice that the only thing we hear after 4 a.m. is a male with a female. The female sounds as if she's dying. You can hear moaning. It seems as though once the 420 character in the white to light colored vehicle is gone for good, we see one last vehicle that emerges with its lights turned on, and this person or these people are the last to leave the King Road residence. Why do we think this person is either related to Bethany or Bethany and Dylan themselves? Well, let's take this minute by minute, beginning with 4 a.m. Nothing Dylan says happens. Come on.
What? Thank you, Brian. Gifted a membership there. Hold on a minute. And looks like Doc received that one, Brian. Thank you very much. Very generous, and congrats, Doc. Welcome to the sauce. All right. What are you doing? What are you looking at? Say hi to the grandbaby. Say hello. Say hello, Nikki. Say hello over here. You see them lights, right? Say hi, guys. All right, back to where we were.
We'll show you.
And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up, I heard her scream, and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. That's what I'm pretty sure she said. Someone's here, and she screamed and just ran downstairs. And I called for her name, but I jumped up and locked my door because I was so scared. And then I heard someone in the bathroom, and I heard her crying, and I heard some guy say that you're going to be okay, I'm going to help you. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he's wearing all black and like this mask, which is covering his forehead and his mouth. And then I locked the door and I called, and I didn't know what to do.
This was at 4
a.m. Yes. Okay. And so then I just ran down.
You left here?
Yeah, I left my room down to.
In this excerpt from an article in the New York Post, dated, probably updated on August 25th of 2025, in the bottom paragraph, it quotes Dylan Mortensen as saying, I remember I was in my room and I was trying to go to bed and I heard Kaylee. All I heard was her go upstairs. And I was like, okay, I'm going to go to sleep now because she is going upstairs. And then all of a sudden I heard her walking up and I heard a scream and she ran upstairs because she saw someone. Mortensen told police. In this version where Kaylee sees somebody, screams, and runs upstairs, tells us that she most likely saw somebody downstairs, screamed, and ran upstairs to get away from the perceived threat. Emily tells Brett Payne this same thing. Listen for Payne getting frustrated because what Emily's saying doesn't line up with the way Payne needs it to be written down for this particular witness. Have you ever heard a detective tell a potential witness, listen, while interviewing them so that he could rephrase it in the way he needs it to be said for the record? We'll return to this another time.
Well, that made me smile. He's awesome.
They saw and heard a man. Did they?
They saw a man last night around 4 a.m. She saw Kaylee scream and go up the stairs, and
Here we stand again on the 4 a.m. stone.
Yes, that was my grandson, Kaniki. He's adorable. Little ham hock.
Tablet with nowhere to go but forward. Ahead. Now, how in the hell could Dylan mistake Zana
No
for
worries,
Kaylee,
Kelly. Welcome.
since we saw Dylan demonstrating in that their street how Kaylee was singing
Take care,
and
Terry.
dancing
Thanks for joining us.
before walking up the stairs to her bedroom with the Murphy dog. How could she mistake Kaylee up on the 3rd floor in her bedroom freaking out saying that somebody was up there in her bedroom, then run in downstairs to the northwest bedroom on the 2nd floor bedroom? This was what Officer Mitch Nunez wrote in his report. He said that Miss Dillon told him that at 4 o'clock in the morning, she heard Kaylee scream that there was somebody in the house, while running from her 3rd floor bedroom to the 2nd floor bedroom belonging to Zana and her boyfriend, Ethan. I'll tell you why none of this matters. We are standing on this cold slab of 4 a.m., aren't we? Dylan's trying to go to sleep. Meanwhile, check this out. In ISB investigator Vicky Gooch's interview with Miss Mortensen, in paragraph 38, Dylan said that she went to bed after texting Uber driver, Eric Grower, which would have been at 3:10 in the
They're amazing, D-Dog. I have 6 of them, and they are amazing. They change your whole world. No lie.
morning. But that would mean that she really went to bed at 2:10 in the morning, because her Dylan had her time synchronized with Boise time. So, according to what she was saying to Detective Gooch, Dylan Mortensen went to bed while she, Kaylee, Madison, and probably Bethany were discussing going back out for some food at the grub truck. Yeah, food to sleep by. Of course, she messed up her times. I'm not the one who would lie to y'all. Okay, so she stays with the 2:13 or 2:15 sleep time. But she said that she was the first of the roommates to go to bed. It was Vicky Gooch's mistake to put in her report covering her interview with Dylan Mortensen that Dylan went to bed at 3:20 a.m. on the morning of the murders. How long does it take to walk from the Linda Lane dumpster to the King Road residence? Ironically, another 4. How about that? At 4 o'clock, she was awakened by a noise.
So this says Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were at home by 2 and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4. Probable cause affidavit. Brett Payne, page 3. And yeah, you got me beat, Dorothy, for sure. And I hope for a long time, because I don't want no great grandkid yet. Congrats, Lori. Can't wait for you.
So she told you that she was able to tell with the mask, take a picture of it, with the mask that it was a white person.
Yes, because she said he had a big nose. I just remember her saying that to me.
She said that he had a big nose?
Yeah.
And if you guys remember that Dylan made a statement at some point where she said, I think I'd remember a nose that big, so on and so forth. She didn't recognize Koberger when she was doing the lineup pictures of him. So who's telling the truth here? Once again.
And then she ran down.
Yeah, I think he was like.
Yeah, because you made some comment about, she's making a comment that her phone's about to die.
Mm-hmm.
And then you told her to run down to you. And then that's when she came back down shortly after that, from what I can tell.
Mm-hmm.
And what did she say when she got there?
I don't really remember. Just that she was scared and we didn't really know what was happening.
Did you cover this with her initially, this section?
With her?
Yes.
Yeah, I've covered quite a bit of this. This is still tracking with what she's told me from the beginning.
Because did she tell you about whether this person had anything
like in his hand?
She said it looked like a vacuum. So I didn't know what that meant. I thought she was just like seeing stuff because she was drunk still.
Did she tell you the shape of what she saw?
She said it looked like a small vacuum.
Exactly, Murky.
So I was confused. I was like, thought she was like imagining something.
Okay. I'm gonna grab some notes here.
Okay.
For that, also, she said like a triangle thing, like wrapped around like a small vacuum. It was.
Is now 4:06 and 6 minutes after Dylan is trying to sleep. The fixer, the cleaner, the agent himself appears for the final time to finish cleaning and staging. But why does he? I said he. Why does he try to park when all night he has been parking wherever he wants to park? I was wondering about this, and the answer is that this time, he has a container, and in that container is a wet vacuum and other cleaning supplies. This is why Dylan gets a good look at his big nose and his bushy eyebrow. You know who we're talking about. This person knows everything about Moscow and a little bit about Genesee and Washington also. He sure as hell knows some Coke dancers in Pullman, or they know him. So how does he know Molly? Does he also use? Yes. See the upper left side? A driver of the white Lexus gives up and parks where he's been parking all night mostly, in back of the house, in the little parking lot. Watch for his headlights in the upper left corner of the screen on the houses.
Watch the clock. If you can watch for 4:19, there's no call from Dylan to anyone, but you will hear a slam of a trunk by the local with the white Lexus who just finished staging the scene, complimented by washing as much as he possibly could with that funky triangular wet vac / power cleaner. Hey, I don't know anything about cleaning up a crime scene, but I hear a trunk slam at 4:19, which means he left, finally. Now at 4:19 and some change, it's Bethany who calls Dylan first and not the other way around. But why? Why did everyone make it out as if Dylan and her dying phone, what else is new, was calling Bethany to tell her of the bushy-browed, big-nosed intruder? Bethany calls because the 424 vehicle has to go soon. But listen for 4:19 and you're gonna hear his trunk drop closed. Mr. Efficiency.
So if that's true, if that's what that is, I would love to see the other video from across the street to see what trunk was closed or what car door was shut or whatever that noise was. If there's another vehicle there, whose vehicle it was, and exactly the time and all that. I'd really love to see that. Honest to God, I would. I think I'm going to try to FOIA those videos again. I have to get the exact addresses. There's 3 of them. I'm going to try to see if I can FOIA any video from those addresses again.
And then we fell asleep. I woke up early.
So before we keep going there,
Thank you, Dan.
you said you called.
Yes.
Can you look up to see exactly what times all those phone calls came in?
Yes.
And this is right after you see the sparkler?
That called you?
Pretty much, yeah. 4:19 and 4:20.
You called her or she called you?
I don't remember.
It should show on your phone.
I don't know what that means.
Can I look?
See, that's the one thing about Bethany's interviews that I can't stand. It seems to me, it's weird to say this, but it seems to me that Dylan was more forthcoming in her interviews than Bethany was at all. Okay. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Bethany seems to me she was pulling back. She was hiding things. She was trying to get out of giving certain details. And he wasn't letting that. He was like, you can look and it'll tell you. And then she has to do it. So that's still another problem as well. It's funny that the main timestamps align with same video or the same sounds that on 12/22 MPD recorded their comparison video on 11/12. Yes, good point, bub. Good point. And I can tell you've been doing your police work within these videos, bro, because you've really been pointing out some things that most of us don't catch. Swear that's what it is too, D-Dog. She's playing dumb. I can just envision her sitting there chewing her fingernails, like just giving these stupid one-word answers. I don't even know. So ridiculous.
So she called. So you called her at 4:19, and it was a 33-second or 23-second call, and then she called you at 4:20, and it was 41 seconds. So you called her first,
and then she called you back. Okay.
And then I called Xana.
Wait a second. When you called her at 4:19, what did you say to her?
I said, "Did you hear that?" Like, because I thought like the sparkler or whatever. And she said, "I think she said yes." And I said, well, "What was it?" And then she didn't know.
Wasn't one of Bethany's parents. So I can't remember. I know Dylan's stepmother is an attorney. I can't remember about Bethany though. I'm sorry. It's a good question though, for sure, Dorothy. I wish you would play Truth and Neuron Breakdown of Bethany's interview. It's so eye-opening. Truth and Neuron. I've never even heard of that, but I can look into it. Neuron. Absolutely. Thank you. What's up, Scully Skull? Good to see you, buddy. I agree, Steve. See, that's something else too, you guys. I'm gonna have to throw out there. And I thought about this a long time ago. I just never brought it up. They're trying to claim, and they want us to believe that car right there that just pulled out of there, blew out of there like, like crazy was Brian. But here's my thing. And this is just a thought. I could be completely off center with this. But knowing that Brian knows the law, that's just one more thing that makes me think. Do you really think that he would blow out of there like that, wanting to attract attention to himself, or do you think he would just kind of take it slow and get out of there, at least till he gets out of this area? You know what I mean? I wouldn't imagine, knowing that he knows the law, that he would do something like that either. It's just one more of those red flags that makes me say, I don't think it's him, you know? It's an amazing channel. Use psychology, neurological stuff. Oh, okay. I'll check it out, Happy. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated.
The question is whether Dylan called Bethany or Bethany called Dylan first. Bethany's another liar. It's obvious that both of them saw the dead bodies either in person up in the room or else by a photo that was sent to her. If Bethany didn't see the dead bodies firsthand, and this is my belief, then they were yelling back and forth, frantically trying to conjure up a fake messaging session. Some things ring true, but when Bethany mistakes Xana's black dress for the black mask worn by some intruder, what becomes obvious is that the two are trying to fake a dialogue without being on the same page. There has to be a litany of instructions being given to Bethany by Dylan from one floor to the another, or else both parties are too impaired to get on the same page with their story. Remember, these two and possibly others have had at least 6 hours to clean and to rehearse their stories. Therefore, we reject the story about the firecracker and believe instead that Bethany called Dylan about the sound of the car trunk closing back at 4:19. If an autopsy report tells us otherwise, we will address data necessary when and if that time arrives. While she was texting me, she left, Bethany says, and this isn't true. We've already demonstrated how she was half asleep, right? Bethany was half asleep. She relies on the half asleep pretense when it suits her, but we've already demonstrated the drop of the trunk, which, yeah, the man with the big nose and bushy eyebrow, who was carrying the triangular-shaped wet vac, is gone, and Beth calls Dylan asking, "What was that?" But the centerpiece to this story and overall presentation is that the white or light-colored sedan we've been seeing back and forth all night is not the last to leave. It's the 424 vehicle. Keep in mind, Bethany is saying goodbye to the 424 driver.
So about a month ago, I was corresponding back and forth with somebody through text or through text. We were talking about that whole thing right there. And they asked me, Dago, do you think that the text messages and the phone calls to the victims when she tried calling all of them, do you think that those possibly could have been because she was checking to see if they were gone? Meaning, if they didn't answer, then that would tell her that they're deceased. And I said, well, that's a very good point, because I had never thought of it that way before, but it is very interesting. I'll just put it that way. It's a very interesting thought. So it made me wonder if she knew, maybe that was the way to check to signal things, that this, let's call. If they answer, then it didn't happen or it didn't work out. And if they don't, then that means it's over. You know what I'm saying? And I was like, wow, that's a good point. And it's a good, interesting way to look at that. So that conversation, that just reminded me of that conversation. That's why I was telling you guys. They go to the Hotel Noel later that night after everything's said and done. They all end up there. Where did that go? They initially described it. It's in there, Brian. There's one where there's a 3-point turn in one of the videos from 11/12. There's little Officer Oompa Loompa himself. Also, for those videos with the car, Christy's Chaos, Christy figured out that those videos have been tampered with. She found 2 videos that are different, completely different times, and lined them up, and they are identical. Even the lights hitting the house are identical, folks. So there's been tampering done with this video as well. Just so you guys get that. There's quite a bit of tampering that's been done with audio, video, all sorts of different things. So
Brett Payne, in his living document PCA, stated that the homicides were believed to have happened between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. In light of the info contained in this video, what knowledge did Brett Payne have that helped him determine that the times of the murders occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m.? Why 4 a.m.? The cleaner in the white to light-colored sedan doesn't return to the house until approximately 4:06 and leaves at 4:20 a.m. The last vehicle to leave 1122 King Road is at 4:24 a.m., as we have demonstrated. Where does he get 4:25? Why not 4:30? We will return with our final questions to see if anyone can help us. According to Detective Lawrence Mowry's investigative report, Sequence 42, on November 14, 2022, Dylan Mortensen told him that once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany.
And then we fell asleep. I woke up early.
So before we keep going there, he said,
that's a lie. Neither one of them slept that night at all, but okay.
did you call him?
Yes.
Can you look up to see exactly what times all those phone calls came in?
Yes.
And this is right after you see the sparkler?
That called you?
Pretty much, yeah. 4:19 and 4:20.
You called her or she called you?
I don't remember.
It should show on your phone.
I don't know what that means.
Can I look?
Yeah.
So she called. So you called her at 4:19, and it was a 33-second or 23-second call, and then she called you at 4:20, and it was 41 seconds.
Yeah.
So you called her first,
and then she called you back. Okay.
And then I called Xana.
Wait a second. When you called her at 4:19, what did you say to her?
I said, "Did you hear that? Like, cause I thought like the sparkler or whatever." And she said, and she said yes. And I said, well, "What was it?" And then she didn't know.
Did you hear Murphy barking or doing anything
Yes, he was barking a lot.
throughout the night, or?
And I heard Kaylee go upstairs, he's barking a lot, and then I could tell that he was outside. I don't know how the police found him because he wasn't in the house.
Okay.
But he has a puppy, he barks, but he was barking a lot if there was someone there.
And that was at 1:32, or was that around
Like
4?
Okay, so she clarifies again that he was outside. As I said, it's obvious. I don't know how the police found him. Well, he was on the bed in Kaylee's bedroom when they got there. So what did you guys do? Don't lie.
Nothing happened.
And when he was barking, when you first heard him on barking after she was up there playing, did you hear him go outside, or did he start outside?
Murphy was with Kaylee when they were like dancing. They walked upstairs, he was still with her. And then when she yelled, someone's here, he started barking in the house. And then I believe the slider door was open, and I think he went out that way because I could tell like the sound of his barking was getting like more distant.
Do you think that Murphy would have went after him, wherever he was?
Maybe, but I mean, he's a puppy. He doesn't fully know that yet.
No, he would just be, if anything, probably playing with him.
Yeah, I don't know.
When the guy in black left, did he close the slider or did he leave it open?
I don't know. I just ran downstairs. And I kept calling her name, but she wasn't answering. And then I opened the door for a second, and I saw this guy, and he was not insanely tall, but he was wearing all black and like this mask that was just covering his forehead and his mouth. And then I locked the door, and I called, and I didn't know what to do.
This is at 4
a.m. Yes. And so then I just ran down to
You left here?
I left my room down to she's that one with the white blinds at the very bottom. Okay. I ran down there and we talked.
And then I called Xana at 4:21.
So before down?
Yes. And then I called Maddie at 4:22.
So right after you talked to...
Yeah.
You called them?
And then I called Ethan at 4:22.
And with no answers, right?
Yeah.
Voicemail?
Did you hear the phones ringing from where you were?
Mm-mm. I didn't hear a scream. I didn't hear anything.
How could Bethany accidentally call Kaylee using FaceTime unless if she knew she'd accidentally called a dead person? That's an interesting point. Very interesting point. And I'm sorry, but even though she was on the first floor, I still feel like she should have and could have heard what was going on, at least with Xana and Ethan. That's, again, my opinion.
FaceTime or just regular phone call?
Just regular phone call. And then I accidentally FaceTimed Kaylee at 4:30, but then I called her again at 4:31.
In Bethany's interview with Nevada law enforcement officials, with attorney present, why did she deny knowing the guy at the grub truck who lives at the Browns' apartments? Furthermore, Why does Showalter and Hunter Johnson both play down their association with Kaylee Gonsalves and who she is? That shit is very telling, but also stirs my curiosity about the girl.
Bingo. I've been saying that for a minute now, and I'm glad they pointed that out.
Yeah, go get some water, take a break. Yeah. Come back whenever you need. So. Get some hydrated, finish my lunch. That's what I got so far. Open's still inside. Oh, I should probably grab mine. Let's use your pen. So what is in right here? Am I technically in? Yours at the door. So I'm not inside right now. I was out. I'm just the closest I've got.
What is this right here?
So before 12:15, I didn't really know any times, but I was outside. I took a picture of a dude I was interviewing right here at 12:15, 12:11.
So who's in there right now?
Corbin.
Just Corbin?
Just Corbin.
All right, so I need to get their names when they come in.
When they come in, yeah. So out and it's still blank for him going out.
Okay. Well, I won't write anything down for you then.
So,
you want to run this up to Corbin?
Oh yeah. We'll just mark me as going in then.
All right, what time is it?
12:14, or sorry, 1:14, 2:14, 14:14.
It is 14:51.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong hands.
1:46.
Yep. Hey, Corbin, coming in.
Everything is connected. You guys, I like this channel. I like how they put their stuff together. I think they make some very, very interesting points, and they do great work, guys. So please, if you have not yet, I did drop it in the chat here earlier. Idaho 4 Revealed. Please check them out. I have one more thing I wanted to review based on a request here and discuss. And I thank you to Busy for finding that so fast for me. You guys are awesome. These mods are
Officer Noons on his arrival.
These mods are the best mods on YouTube. You guys do amazing things, and you do it in a very quick fashion. I couldn't do this without you guys. I truly couldn't. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All of you guys. I love you guys. Yes, Brian. Very good point, sir. Very good point. Yeah, it's very telling stuff.
1122 King Road on November 13, 2022 is revealing. On the surface, the question appears jarringly inappropriate. A young woman asking about holiday travel plans while standing at the scene of a quadruple homicide.
This isn't very long at all, guys, so.
Where 4 of her housemates lie murdered. To the uninformed observer, it might seem like evidence of shock, dissociation, or the kind of cognitive fragmentation that extreme trauma produces. But when we examine this statement through the lens of linguistics, behavioral psychology, and the full contextual timeline of events, a far more disturbing picture emerges. This was not the confused, excited utterance of a traumatized victim.
I spoke to Eddie Aquarian. He's been working a lot this time of year. He gets very busy with what he does, so he's working a lot, guys. But he has said multiple times that I've reached out that I keep checking on him, that he misses everybody, and he will be back as soon as he can be back. He promises. So says to tell everybody he loves you guys, he misses you guys, and he will see you soon. So this video is again care of Truth and Neurons. I have seen stuff by this creator before, so thank you again, Fizzy, for sending that over. Good to see you, Moonbreaker. Thank you very much.
Unable to process reality. This was a calculated opening move of someone whose primary psychological imperative after 8 hours of decision making was to establish her exit strategy from a situation she'd chosen to not escape from earlier.
To understand the Thanksgiving question, we must first establish what Bethany Funk knew and when she knew it. Court documents reveal a communication timeline that fundamentally contradicts any narrative of innocent ignorance. This is a tactical coordination between two people who know they are in immediate danger. They both attempted to contact all 4 victims. None of the victims answered, and then inexplicably silence. No 911 call came until 11:58 a.m., nearly 8 hours later, and it was placed not by either surviving roommate, but by someone else, reporting an unconscious person. When Officer Nunes finally arrived at the scene, Bethany Funk's first verbalized concern was whether she could still make it for her Thanksgiving travel arrangements. This was not a question born of shock occurring minutes after discovering bodies. This was a question asked after 8 hours of deliberation, decision-making, and psychological calculation about how to manage an impossible situation.
Perhaps the most damning piece of evidence in understanding the Thanksgiving question is the physical architecture of the house itself. The front door, the primary exit to safety, to neighbours, to help, was located directly outside Bethany Funk's ground floor bedroom. When Dylan Mortensen received Bethany's instructions to run and down here, she had to navigate through the house past his readily accessible exit to reach Bethany's location. Let that sink in. When both young women knew something horrific was happening, when Dylan had just seen a masked intruder, when Bethany was instructing Dylan to run, their exit to safety was immediately available. Turn right, less than 20 feet away, unlocked, leading to a neighborhood with houses on all sides.
Absolutely, cat lady. I try, and you guys have helped make this happen, guys. So yes, I appreciate you guys for adding to this. I just put it up and I gave you guys the option, and you guys gave me the direction to go in. So this is on you guys tonight, and I really appreciate it because it turned out to be a really great show. Absolutely happy, absolutely. But thank you, cat lady. I appreciate that very much. Here's the room, guys. Everybody was asking me about the room, Bethany's bedroom, looking like it was ransacked. There it is. Now, okay. Some people are sloppy, okay, but the door's busted there. Maybe she just got rough with it one time and it was falling apart. The drawers are open. She could just be sloppy, you guys. Truly, she could be. I know how it looks. I do. I know her. You can look in the mirror, see the bed's trashed. There's stuff everywhere. The drawers are open. That's open. It does look like it was ransacked. I agree. But it could just be that she's a slob. Honest to God, it could be. Tomboy said Bethany was possibly at the Whites. Do you think she meant come down here to the apartments? Could be. Could be, Tomboy. It very well could be. It could be. Why is Manny's oink hat in there? The pink one? I think they all, or a couple of them, had those hats. That's just my opinion, but there's pieces of the blind on the floor, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, she could have just been a slob, or something may have happened in here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an actual real answer for that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they both had one because I saw a picture somewhere a long time ago where I swear I saw them both wearing the same type of hat. Or could be, Brian. Yes, like I said, it could be either one.
Full of potential help, safety, people with phones who could call 911, they chose not to use it. Instead, they ran towards each other, stayed inside the house that contained both a potential killer and 4 dying or dead roommates, and remained there for 8 hours. This single fact, the accessible exit that went unused, eliminates virtually every innocent explanation for their behaviour. If you're genuinely in fear for your life, you don't run deeper into the danger zone to meet up with a friend. You run out. You run to the nearest neighbour's door, you scream, you bang on windows, you get to safety first, coordinate second. The decision to stay inside the house, to hide rather than flee, to coordinate with each other rather than seek help, speaks to a psychological calculation that prioritised something other than immediate survival. And that calculation, whatever it was, set in motion 8 hours of inaction that followed.
Between the last documented phone activity and 11:58 a.m., when the police were finally summoned, nearly 8 hours elapsed. What happens psychologically during this time frame is the key to understanding the Thanksgiving question. These were not 8 hours of unconsciousness or confusion. These were 8 hours of active decision making, during which two young women who knew something terrible had happened chose to continuously not call for help. Consider the psychological states that would have cycled through their minds. Initial terror and adrenaline, which would have peaked around 4:25 a.m. during the frantic texting and calling. Then, as minutes turned to hours and no additional threat materialized, the acute fear would have begun to transform into something else. Mounting dread as silence from the roommates stretched on, increasing certainty that something catastrophic had occurred, and perhaps most significantly, escalating awareness of their own inaction and what it would mean when help finally arrived. As dawn broke and daylight filtered into the house, they would have faced a psychological reckoning. The longer we wait to call for help, the harder it becomes to explain why we waited. Each passing hour would have increased the psychological weight of their decision not to act. By 8 a.m., they had been sitting with this knowledge for 4 hours. By 10 a.m., 6 hours. The guilt, the fear, the confusion about what to do, all of it compounding, creating a psychological pressure cooker. And somewhere in those hours, they made additional decisions to call other people to come to the house rather than calling police themselves, to have those people discover the bodies, to create a layer of separation between themselves and the official report. By the time Officer Noons arrived, Bethany Funk had spent 8 hours managing not just trauma, but the consequences of 8 hours of choices. The Thanksgiving question was a product of this crucible.
Looking at linguistics, Can I Still Go Home for Thanksgiving is a masterclass in strategic communication designed as innocent inquiry. Let's deconstruct its components. First, the auxiliary verb can indicates a request for permission from an authority figure. This frames Bethany as subordinate, compliant, and seeking guidance.
Multiple observers who have reviewed Bethany Funk's police interviews note a striking contrast between her presentation with law enforcement and her presentation in social context. In police interviews, she consistently employs what witnesses describe as a 5-year-old's vulnerable voice, soft-spoken, mumbling, with patterns of a much younger child. Her body language is uniformly closed in a huddled position, wearing a hoodie.
This is Truth and Neurons, bro. Sorry, hon.
And jeans, carefully desexualized clothing, minimal eye contact, physically contracted as if she was trying to make herself smaller. She cries gently, enough to signal distress, but not enough to become incoherent or lose composure. She answers only the specific questions asked, volunteering not much additional information, maintaining strict linguistic boundaries. This presentation is remarkably consistent across multiple interviews over time, suggesting it's not a temporary trauma response, but a maintained strategic persona. In contrast, her social media presence and photographs from before the murders show a young woman who presents as confident, assertive, even sexually provocative, posing in underwear and bras at clubs, displaying dominant body language, projecting a different self-image. This dichotomy is significant. While people can certainly behave differently in different contexts, shifts between dominant sexual confidence and childlike vulnerability sometimes suggest either significant personality fragmentation or sophisticated impression management. The fact that the vulnerable child persona emerges specifically and consistently in interactions with authority figures suggests the latter. Research on police interview dynamics demonstrates that certain presentations elicit more protective, less suspicious responses from investigators. Youthful appearance equals perceived innocence. Soft speech patterns equal traumatization rather than evasion. Closed body language reads as fear rather than concealment. Minimal verbalization appears to be the result of being too traumatized to elaborate rather than strategic information control. However, whether Bethany Funk consciously adopted this presentation or whether it emerged from unconscious self-protective instincts, the effect is the same. It creates an interview dynamic that discourages aggressive questioning and positions her as a fragile victim rather than a potential source of concerning information. The Thanksgiving question, delivered in this carefully maintained persona, becomes another data point in a consistent pattern of self-presentation designed to minimize scrutiny and maximize sympathy.
The 8-hour window between the murders and the 911 call, Bethany placed a call to her father, who is a dentist, reportedly to discuss a toothache. On the surface, this appears to be another example of bizarre priority inversion, focusing on mundane physical discomfort. This call may have served multiple psychological functions. First, it could represent profound dissociative compartmentalization, where the brain has so completely walled off the horror that ordinary concerns can still occupy mental space. Second, it might be normalcy-seeking behavior, an attempt to convince herself that life can still proceed normally if she can just focus on normal problems. Third, and more cynically, it might have been a form of coded communication, a way to contact her father for guidance without explicitly stating what had happened, pretty much. Either because she feared being overheard, couldn't articulate the truth, or wanted parental advice about what to do. Fourth, it establishes a documented pattern of normal behavior during the timeline, creating evidence that she was functioning routinely, thinking about ordinary things, not behaving like someone who knew about murders. Whether this was conscious strategic thinking or unconscious self-protection, the effect is the same. It creates a behavioral record that complicates the narrative of she must have known something was terribly wrong. The toothache call and the Thanksgiving question are psychological bookends. Both represent Bethany's brain reaching for normal life.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, in my opinion, Fizzy's right. The calls to her parents, her mom, her dad, and her house, that had nothing to do with a toothache, guys. That was, I want my mommy and daddy. I don't know what to do. I need advice. What do I do? Type shit. Because she was calling repeatedly until she got an answer. I'm calling bullshit on the toothache thing. Just telling you. Right, Busy. Both did that. And there were messages or calls that were had to be extracted that Dylan had with her dad that were deleted or something like that. I'd really like to see what those said.
Normal plans, normal concerns, as if normalcy could somehow override or erase the catastrophe unfolding around her.
After analysis of the linguistic content, temporal context, physical layout, communication timeline, behavioral presentation, and psychological patterns surrounding, can I still go home for Thanksgiving? The conclusion is unavoidable. This question was not primarily a symptom of trauma, shock, or disassociation. It was the opening statement of a self-preservation strategy developed over 8 hours of decision-making by someone who had chosen not to flee when flight was possible, chosen not to call for help when help was needed, and now facing the consequences of those choices. Bethany Funk spent 8 hours in a house where 4 people had been murdered, with an accessible exit she didn't use, surrounded by neighbors she didn't alert, holding a phone she didn't use to call 911. During those hours, she experienced not just trauma, but an escalating awareness that her inaction would require explanation.
Exactly, Happy. That's my point. This has been her dad her whole life. He's been a dentist her whole life. She grew up in the house with her dad her whole life. She already knows what to do. That's why I'm calling bullshit. Absolutely, Happy. That's a huge point, folks. Think about that for a minute. She used that as an excuse, okay, for the reason why she was calling her dad. Period. And I will die on that hill, folks. Just telling you. Great call, Happy, and that's absolute. Absolute.
She knew that when authorities finally arrived, there would be questions. Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you call? What did you see? What did you hear? What did you know? The Thanksgiving question was her answer to all of those questions, compressed into one strategic utterance. I'm just a normal girl with normal plans, trying to figure out if this terrible thing that happened to me will disrupt my life. I'm not someone who made choices. I'm not someone who has things to hide. I'm not someone you need to scrutinize. I'm just asking if I can go home to my family for the holidays. It positions her as a passive recipient of tragedy rather than an active decision maker during crisis. It deflects attention from her 8 hours of choices by focusing on future logistics. It projects innocence.
I think I'm telling you guys, I'd give anything in the world to hear the conversation between Bethany and her parents and Dylan and her parents. I'm telling you, every word I would pay to hear every word of those conversations.
Through its mundanity. This doesn't make Bethany Funk guilty of murder, but it makes her guilty of something the public narrative has never acknowledged. Prioritizing self-interest over victim welfare, managing personal consequences over moral imperatives, and presenting strategic self-preservation as helpless trauma. The exit was there, she didn't take it. The phone was there, she didn't use it. The neighbors were there, she didn't alert them. And when the police finally arrived, she asked about Thanksgiving. That question, in its perfect distillation of self-focus, reveals the psychological truth that 8 hours of choices had already made clear.
Well, the toxicology reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
What the hell?
Guilty of murder, of self-focus.
Reports, right, they usually take 4 to 6 weeks, sometimes longer. But they might, I don't think they're going to be relevant in the actual manner or cause of death.
That was creepy. Wild, y'all. Wild. At some point, something's going to come out with those two for sure. Something's going to come out. Oh, that was my granddaughter standing there. She was saying goodbye to me. Sorry. Didn't mean to scare anybody. Give me a minute here. Give me a quick second here. Just trying to make sure. Oh, yeah. That was what I was going to end this up here. 1 minute. There we go. This is what we're going to end with today. Just as a reminder, I want to remind you all of you, don't forget this stuff here.
You collected numerous devices, but you collected an active phone that he had. What did you find on that phone?
Well, the phone, it just provided us and matched up everything that we mostly already had. You know, we'd already conducted search warrants.
Oh, wait a minute. I grabbed the wrong one. Sorry. I have these all labeled, some of them the same way. 1 minute. Sorry. There it is. 1 minute. Yes, I'm an amateur. You're right, Busy. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
They're not identical. They have numbers behind them, but I just grabbed the wrong one.
My name is Anthony Dollinger, and I am the Chief of Police of the Moscow Police Department. Thank you for joining us. Today marks the conclusion of a case that has profoundly impacted the University of Idaho, the City of Moscow, the State of Idaho, and communities nationwide. Today's sentencing of Brian Kohberger brings the legal process to a close following his conviction for the brutal murders of Kayla Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. While this marks the end of a long and challenging journey through the criminal justice system, we acknowledge that for the families.
They've claimed that they didn't get to Kaleido, but I don't know.
Friends and loved ones of these 4 young people, the grief does not end because the losses are permanent and the pain remains. We want to express our deepest gratitude for their strength and resilience during this challenging time. We will honor their loved ones' memories and reaffirm our commitment to ensuring their lives are not forgotten. This investigation, one of the most complex and high-profile cases in our state's history, was made possible by an extraordinary level of collaboration. From local and state police officers to federal agents and analysts, as well, I'd like to introduce Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, representing the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. Bill.
Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, the criminal approaches the podium. Here we go. All right. Just give me a second here. All right, guys, we can make sure that we can see what Bill's going to say here.
Welcome, everybody. It's been a long time since we've been able to stand in the same room together, and you have to listen to me talk. I'm sorry.
At least he apologizes for.
First off, I want to thank the folks here in Ada County. I can tell you I would much prefer to be in Latah County right now and be able to talk to the people most directly impacted by this. But Ada County has been support and protector for the integrity of this case, and I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you were all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for.
Oh my God. You know what, Michelle? Hold on 1 minute, you guys. I am super sorry. 1 minute. Good God, you guys. I have the worst memory. 1 minute here. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, second here. One second. Bear with me, you guys, please. I know we've been here for a minute. I'm going to bring this to a close here, but I do have one other thing. Hang on. I was going to do that, but I do have one more thing. I completely forgot about it. 1 second. I guess. There's a couple people that are interested in this video, and Christy just reposted this, by the way, since I've been live. So thank you for the reminder, Michelle, and I have my apologies for not even seeing it. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Yes. 1 second. Again, make sure you guys are subscribed to Miss Christy's channel, Christy's Chaos. She does great things, and I thank you, Christy, for posting this again. There's her link if you don't have it, and make sure you subscribe, hit the notifier, and hit the like button, please, and thank you. I know she'll appreciate it, and as do I. Christy's part of our team here, and she does great work on her channel as well, and I'm beyond grateful for her. This is the Corner Club video once again. Michelle had been wanting to see this again. It's kind of hard to see a lot. I'm not sure who this is. My understanding and my thought was that this person they were talking to very well could have been Jenna McClure. That's something that I was told. Is it true? I can't tell you because I can't tell by the face. That's what I was told. I don't know if it's true or not, guys. I don't know who that is for sure. A couple other people said something about Peyton. I don't know. So I don't want to give you a false answer. Was there anything specific? Thank you, Panama Mom. You're an angel. I appreciate that very much. More than you know. I know we've been here for a long time, and I hate doing that to you guys. I get these things in my head, and I want to run them, and they all just start flowing. You guys help with that too, but I forget things sometimes, so I'm sorry. Was there something specific you wanted to see on this, Michelle, that you were pointing out? I think that was Adam that just walked by the screen there. White purse. See, here's the thing. If you look at that too, that bugs me a little bit right there. Watch this again. Watch Kaylee's face when she goes over and grabs Maddie. It's like she didn't want her standing there talking to whoever that is. She looks irritated. I'll say that much. She looks really irritated. Who else is in that video? Or who's in that corner? Okay. Or no, I'm wrong. This is where Adam was sitting. Right here. See him back here? Let me get back to that point again. Right there in that corner. See my cursor? She just looks irritated when she drags her out of there. Like I get Maddie was tipsy for sure. And there's Showalter there, but who else is at that table is what I'd like to know. Decor was, oh yeah, right there. He was sitting right here in this, right over here. That's right. That's right. Based on the other video we saw. Yeah, she was definitely watching over Maddie for sure that night. Yeah, that's Adam sitting back there. I don't know why they have all these faces blurred out. It drives me nuts. It could be, Mike, that she's pointing at something, arguing. Very, very possibly. Maddie seems like she might be. I want to know for sure. Decor's here. Showalter's over here. I want to know who else is sitting back here behind this table. Cole got thrown out, I thought, Kat. If I'm right, I might be wrong, but I thought Cole was thrown out of the bar that night for being obscene with another female. I thought that's what I understood. Maddie goes up to Adam at the door in the corner. But there was another, I understood there was a longer conversation that Maddie had with Adam earlier than this point. Like maybe she's getting in someone's face. It looks like she's gotten, yeah, that's a good point too, Fizzy. I can't tell by looking at Maddie's face for sure. It's not real clear, but she has her hand up, though. She puts her hand up in the air like she's making a point. I don't know if you saw that, but she's like going like this. Looks like she's trying to grab something there or do something. Mm. Can you do that, RJ? Yeah, you can. That's the best I can do there, bud. Let's see if that helps with anything at all. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. It looks like somebody might get up at the table there. What's up, Hemi? Welcome back, bud.
Sorry, Dago, my dog is tripping. Excuse me.
Oh, you're fine. This is nothing about Christia, but I never felt this footage. Isn't this the footage that Olivia released? Olivia Goncalves, supposedly. Yeah, Kaylee looks really irritated right there. And then as they're walking, she's still even more. She's more. What did you say to Adam? You know what I mean? There was something going on there that night that was not like somebody did something to somebody somewhere.
Yeah, it looked like Kaylee was in a hurry to get Maddie out of there, that's for sure.
I have heard people say, seen, yeah. Oh, 100%. That's what I've heard too, Lucy. I don't know for a fact. I don't know where it came from. It just appeared. I don't know. With AI and all that shit nowadays, it's hard to tell what's real, what's not. If you notice the timestamps and stuff on this are not real. They're not right, at least. I don't know. I don't know what kind of camera this truly is. I don't know, you guys. I don't know what to trust or not trust anymore.
Yeah. See, that's the reason why I was asking about Kaylee's phone. If they have any information on that from 10 to 2, that would give us a good,
Yeah,
bigger
yeah.
picture.
We'll never see it though. I agree with you.
But
I don't remember, Fizzy. That's interesting. That's a good way to find out though. We'll have to look at it. See, I struggle with this footage too. See how they're like, watch right here. This is why I struggle with it. I didn't catch this at first, and I had to watch it 4 or 5 times. But watch Kaylee. She like disappears for a minute. Watch. See how she like fades out? Something's not right with this. Something is not right with this. I don't know how to explain it. The same with this.
I was thinking earlier, somebody mentioned about Maddie possibly being upstairs. If she was as drunk as she was, she probably ate a little something, then passed out. And Kaylee stayed up,
right,
playing with Murphy,
right?
Because
Yeah,
sounds like to me, if that was the case, then Maddie got killed in her sleep.
Yeah, there's always been something about this footage that's bothered me. It has nothing to do with Christy, guys, because she got it from somewhere. But it's just something's wrong with it. It's not, something's off.
See, now I seen the same video of a footage from Dylan's interview with um, Nunez, and it was a body cam of Snyder. And you can clearly see
Yeah.
that she was pointing at Snyder from his body cam.
That's what a lot of people are saying. And yeah, that's another point. Where's everybody at in this video? Where's all the people, you guys? Where are they? Honest to God, where are they? Like you should be able to see at least feet and people standing all around here, but there's nobody. Nobody. Where is everybody? And still, we don't see anybody. There should be people all standing right here. Oh, there's one person over there.
See, that was a big cut from the film right there. From the time that they all went from the back of that van, and then next thing you know, they cut it,
Yeah,
and then went straight to the car that was there.
yeah. And then the timestamp are they're it says 1:41:43 down here. And then up top it says 9 something. Like this is all screwed up. Somebody did something weird.
So it jumped from what? Back it up again. So it jumped from 1:41.
Just watch this down at the end here.
1:42.
At the top it says 9:41. What? That's what I'm saying. The grub truck doesn't look right. The name is like X'd out of it. It's just weird. Look at this. The whole thing don't look right.
Was this a camera of a business that was across the street?
Supposedly, yeah. But watch up here at the top up here. Well, no, it's gone now. But hold on. 140. See up here? 9:41:31 on 11/13 of 22. They were deceased on 11/13. This is the day after. If that's right up there. So somebody absolutely did this. Okay. There's no feet through the bottom of this. There's no people, but then there's people. This is absolutely 100% fabricated, in my opinion.
Yeah, for real.
It truly is. I mean, somebody was screwing around with something and then completely fudged this out. Like I said, and like Lucy pointed out, there was no people here, and all of a sudden, as they leave, then there's people.
Well, I know they redacted a whole lot of stuff, and it just seemed like the way they redacted stuff, it just like handcuffed everything to where you're only gonna get what they want you to know if you get anything.
Right. And the thing that I'm pointing out, you guys, up here in the left-hand corner where it says 11/13, 9:41 p.m., they were gone by that point, okay? They were gone by that time. See it right there? 11/13/2022, 9:41 and 30 seconds. They were gone. That's the day after. That would be the day after.
Interesting.
And then down here it says 1:41:30. Somebody absolutely fabricated this. For whatever reason, I don't know, but it's not real footage, folks. And then, like I said, the fact that it starts here, there's no timestamps on this anywhere. No date, no time, no nothing. And it shows this for a little bit, and then it blends directly into that. Like, I don't know who made this, how they made it. And that was something I noticed too, Lucy. I'll show you in a minute. Something else I pointed out when I first saw this. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Hold on. It's going to flow into it. The time is on the bottom. It's added. Is it down here? Because I don't see it. SRB. I can't even see it behind here.
Come on, how much babies we can see?
Actually, the day of early morning of the 13th. But the timestamp is what I'm saying, Murky, is it's saying 9:41. It doesn't. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's a pretty much all day, all night done happened.
Right, now look what she's wearing. Look what Kaylee's wearing. Okay, that's a zip-up jacket. Hold on a minute. And it was gray, I believe. It looks gray. Maddie's got on the jacket. Showalter's wearing the same stuff. So, I mean, this could be something from there. But I feel like it was something was done with this. It's something, I don't know. The conversion doesn't work right. Okay, Fizzy. And then we go through that to this. That walk still bothers me. That still reminds me of the Riley Strain thing. The way Maddie was walking, it just bugs me.
Maddie's got a lot of personality.
Oh yeah, she was probably a very fun person.
Oh yeah.
All right, and then we have this vehicle here. Immediately, as soon as I saw this vehicle, I'm like, Jesus, there's a white sedan, 4-door. Is it an Elantra? It's even got the damn antenna back there. I'm not saying it's the car, you guys. I'm just saying it's wild that it's there in this video. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you look at this, oh, there's people there. 2 or 3 people back there. This just doesn't look real at all. Yeah. Right. They're just whatever this was all spliced and clipped and cut and put together, in my opinion. I don't trust it at all. Right, Mike. Very, very much so. What another thing I want to know too is if this is true and that's Gower's car, why did they say silver? Because that's not silver. If anything, it's gray. It's not silver. Here's another thing I want to point out to you guys too. Let me show you something here because you guys remember this. I'm sure you do. When they're walking to the grub truck from the bar right here, don't we at some point during this walk, don't we watch a white truck come by them and pull into a parking spot?
Yeah, I remember that.
Like kind of like right around this point somewhere. Where is the truck? Or does it cut it off right before? Just saying, you don't see that happen here. They're walking up and getting ready to cross over. Still, nothing. It doesn't.
Yeah, that was a totally different video though.
Yeah, I don't know. I might be wrong. It doesn't. Oh, and Lucy said it doesn't match the Twitch. See, that's why that's Miss Lucy. Yeah, the big white truck. Agreed.
Yeah, pretty much 13 seconds or so was deleted.
When they approached, there was a lot of people. There was a ton of people. See all these people, and we only see a couple people right here. It just doesn't match up to me. It doesn't line up. I don't trust this, especially this part right here. The Corner Club video, I could say okay, but it looks like they took that and spliced it into this, which I think is fabricated. This is fabricated. Yeah. This part. And if we go back, where's it at? Right about here. I just want to look at one more thing. She says
the redaction is crazy. Like we all know who's all there.
Oh yeah, they should. None of this should be redacted. So Adam is sitting right here. Maddie's over here fooling around or whatever. Kaylee grabs her and pulls her out. And Maddie says something to him when she goes out the door. I don't know if you guys caught that. She says something that it looks like she was yelling at everybody that night. Anyway, she said something to Adam as she's leaving the door. She turns back and points and says something to him. So there's that too.
Yeah, I kind of caught that the way Kaylee went up to her to drag her out the door, like she was just mouthing off. Had a good buzz and just mouthing off.
Uber driver stories fabricated. Go to dumpster cam when he walks towards the dumpster from Taylor. Zoom in at Taylor and you see the girls walking home. Maddie hasn't got elected. Really? You think so, huh? I've never heard that before, RJ. That's new. Yeah, that's a good point, though. Like, what other footage have we seen that is hoaxed, you guys? Makes you wonder, doesn't it? It is a zip up. Okay, thank you, Busy. Thank you for looking, dear. I agree with Lucy. If one part's hoaxy like that, they both have to be. I agree with that. At least to some aspect, they are. But that's interesting that you said that, RJ. Very interesting.
Did they get pulled off at did they get dropped off at the residence or at Taylor?
Well, according to Olivia, they got dropped off right in front of their house at 156. Just saying. Senor says after supplement 88, all the videos audio is bullshit. And I can see why you think that. 100%. Hang on, I'm trying to find out where I was there. I'm sorry it took me so long to play that. Oh, where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Where'd she go? I kept forgetting. So I'm really sorry. Where's she? I can't find her now. But you know who I'm talking to. You know what I'm saying. Michelle. Sorry, there she is. But my apologies, Michelle, that it took me so long to play that. I just kept forgetting about it. All right, so where was I? Hold on. Just a minute here.
Yeah, I'm just a little mind blown about it earlier about Hunter and all that, and just like, wow, I wonder why nobody really put all that together.
What part? What part are you talking about?
Talking about that, the whole thing with Hunter from the knife to.
Well, I think people put it together, but we can't prove anything at this point, unfortunately. But we see what it is, and they've done nothing. They've done nothing about it. I've zoomed them who you pointed out that stood at the grub truck as Jack walks up. Actually left before Maddie and Kaylee did. No worries. Oh, thank you, Michelle. Thank you. And I'm sorry about that. There was a lot of tampering done with audio and video in this case, guys. A lot, way more than ever should have been. And I guarantee you that if we could get raw footage with everything that we've seen, if we could get the raw footage, it would probably tell a completely different story, in my opinion. Just saying. That's a good point. That's a good point.
It's amazing because 9 out of 10 times when these cases happen, the majority of the investigation always investigate from the who knew them intimately or was real close to them.
Right.
They didn't do that in here. They didn't even investigate this case. And
not at all.
Where I'm sitting, if it was all staged, then you had. I feel bad for them girls, man, because they was on the lab sometime between their timeline that they give us was 4:30 or 4 to 4:20. Then I'm had to think that they was laying there from 4:20 a.m. until 9 o'clock the next day, or that later on that day, that night.
Right.
It's just wild to me.
I agree.
First of all, you when you did call 911, you called under false pretense saying that it was a passed out or unconscious person.
Yeah.
Then it turned into a big old huge murder scene, and we all seen there. I got a bunch of questions about all that, but anyway.
Good
And
point.
it just seemed like it was just another casual day, and it wasn't like that big of a deal.
Yeah, I know. That's how it comes off too. Very, very non-personal and not personal, but there's like nothing happened. It's crazy. That's weird. I know what you're saying. I've noticed it too. You think any of the parents have actually read all that? No. Maybe a couple have looked at them, but I think for the most part, Happy, no. I don't think at all that the Goncalves family read them like they should have. Maybe a couple, but just saying. But that's truly my feeling.
For the integrity of this case, and I just want to send that shout out right now. So today, you're all, I think, listening in either in person or with the live stream. We have reached the conclusion of the judicial process, and we believe we've achieved accountability and finality and certainty for everyone who has suffered from this, so we can try to move on. As you are aware, Mr. Koberger pleaded guilty to all 5 counts of the indictment. He pleaded guilty as charged. There was no plea bargain to change charges, drop charges. He pleaded guilty straight up, and he admitted under oath to Judge Hippler that the allegations are true. He has also received a life and death sentence, and that he is going into the Department of Corrections custody, and he will remain there until he dies. And our communities are protected from him. Our communities are safe from him. And we have finality and conclusion, not just for the families, but for everyone who suffered because of this. Chief Dollinger talked about the extraordinary teamwork on this case, and I can tell you that Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I, we were with the investigators from day one. We worked as a team beyond any team that I've seen in my almost 33 years as a Lake County prosecutor and 45 years as an attorney in Idaho.
Yep.
You seen the Matrix,
yes.
The trilogy, right? You seen all 3 of them?
Yes, I did.
You remember that one part in the movie where Morpheus, who was dressing the underground families and all that?
Uh-huh.
That had that big old that was the vibe that I got from him when he was talking. Yeah. Because it was kind of like the same little space about the machines and that he had this little council, and they went in front of the council, and they was trying to sell the plan to the council and give them an update, and it was all for like a big old hero kind of thing, you know. And that's the kind of vibe that I got from Bill Thompson. But yeah, I mean, they're all full of shit over here.
Bullshit. 100% bullshit. Yes, sir.
This level of collaboration is indescribably phenomenal. And in this room, we have representatives of the FBI, and we're here, of course, Special Agent Grover. We have representatives from the Idaho State Police. We have representatives from the Moscow Police Department. We have representatives from the Office of the Idaho Attorney General. I can tell you, I will be forever grateful for the assistance that Jeff Nye, the head of the criminal division, and his deputy attorneys general, Ingrid Maddie, standing beside him, offered to us. I don't know that we would have been able to reach the conclusion that we have today as successfully without their brilliant and dedicated work. And they too have lived this case from the get-go.
Really, Billy? Really, Billy?
Our hearts and prayers go out to the families, not just the immediate biological or equal families, but the university family, the 1122 King Street family. You all saw the group picture, and you've seen that group picture so many times over the past 2.5 years. And now you have real faces to go with those young, vibrant people who, 4 of whom were killed 12 hours, half day after that picture was taken. We respect the families. We realize that we had tough decisions to make, and we made them, but we did not make them in a vacuum. As I said in court today, we reached out to the families. We asked their thoughts. We listened to what they had to say. We accept and recognize that not everybody agrees with the decision we made, but this isn't a popularity contest. And we made what we thought was the most appropriate decision under the law and on the facts to give this case closure in a sense that would never be realized otherwise. Judge Hippler talked today about, I guess, the fallacy of expecting that there would be some miraculous coming clean of disclosure from the defendant. In the first instance, as the judge said, he doesn't have the power to compel that. We, the state, don't have the power to compel that. And as a practical matter, it would not be helpful. It would give him a forum to share whatever he thought to control the dialogue. Not going to happen to our victims.
This is absolute bullshit. With your little girl hands on your chest there, you're lying. Okay? That has nothing to do with the reason why they didn't allow him to speak. God, what a piece of... I want to fight this man. Literally want to fight this man. I'm telling you.
We can't allow that to happen. So, I'll say this with caution. I look forward to your questions. I will be perfectly honest with you. I will answer them as best I can. If I can't tell you the answer to something, I'll tell you that. And I ask for your assistance and your respect as we walk through that, because there are still people who are suffering, and I'm not going to victimize families. I'm not going to victimize the deceased again. And I'll just tell you that if we get those sorts of questions. So we'll get to that in a little bit. Right now, what I would like to do is hand the podium over to Colonel Bill Gardner from the Idaho State Police so he can share his agency's perspective on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Colonel Bill Gardner, Director of the Idaho State Police. To the families, your courage and strength throughout this painful process, it indeed kept us moving forward. Your strength, and particularly your love for one another, was inspiring, and it motivated all of us. You've carried a burden no.
Good afternoon. My name is Brett Grover. I'm the Supervisory Senior Resident Agent in our Coeur d'Alene office of the FBI, which is part of our FBI Salt Lake City division. On behalf of the FBI, we offer our deepest condolences to the families of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xander Canoodle, and Ethan Chapin. The culmination of this case was a long time coming, and we hope the victims' families and friends have some sense of peace in knowing that Brian Kohberger is being held responsible and accountable for his heinous actions. The FBI is proud to have supported the Moscow Police Department in the state of Idaho with the investigation and prosecution of this case. Countless hours have gone into this investigation. The FBI dedicated significant resources to include digital and forensic analysis, intelligence support from our folks at FBI headquarters and field offices around the country. And
good afternoon. I'm Raul Labrador. I'm the Attorney General of the state.
Now, this guy, Mr. Labrador, This guy, there's some shady shit around this guy, guys. I've been talked to about him by more than one person that have issues with him. People that have issues with him and things surrounding him and things that he does. I'll just put it that way.
Of Idaho. Today's a heavy day for the families who lost their children, for the community of Moscow, and for the entire state of Idaho. With the sentencing today, a painful chapter closes in one of the darkest and most heartbreaking moments in our state's history. We're here because 4 young lives were stolen from us far too soon. They were full of promise, they had dreams and aspirations, people who loved them, and communities that believed in them. Their loss is immeasurable.
Exactly.
Their absence is felt every day, not only by their families, but by classmates, friends, neighbors, and all of us who came to know their names and their stories. There is no sentence that can bring true justice for this kind of evil.
I'm pretty sure this guy was a Moscow PD officer at one point, or I might be thinking of Foreman. Either way, I don't trust him either at all.
Nothing we do today can undo the heartache or fill the empty chairs at family tables. But today's sentencing ensures one thing, that the perpetrator will never again walk free. In fact, he will never harm another family. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to Prosecutor Bill Thompson, whose steady leadership has guided this case from the beginning. To the bullshit. People of Lake County for their trust and commitment to justice, and to the state of Idaho, and to the state, also to the local and federal law enforcement communities who have been focused on bringing justice for the victims. I also want to recognize Jeff Nye, who's the chief of my office's criminal law division, and the team of attorneys in my office who work side by side with local prosecutors. Their contributions were quiet but vital. They help protect the grand jury's work. They push back against legal challenges and successfully defended the use of advanced forensic tools that helped identify Kohberger. These were groundbreaking legal efforts done with resolve, with care, and in the name of public safety. Their outstanding legal work spared the families and the public from a drawn-out, painful trial that would have reopened wounds and prolonged the family's agony. When I became the Attorney General 2.5 years ago, I interviewed Jeff Nye. He was not the chief of the criminal division at the time. And I asked him if there was anything he would change in the office of Attorney General. If you get to know Jeff, he had a long list. There was a very long list of things that he would change in the criminal division. But the first thing he talked about was the fact that our office was not helping local prosecutors with their defense, with their prosecution. It was a take it or leave it kind of approach, that we either took the case and handled all the matter, or we did nothing at all. And he said that there were important cases where we could actually assist in the Office of Attorney General. It's one of the reasons I hired him to be my chief of the criminal division, and I think today culminates the wise decision that he had to make those changes and the important change that we made in the office. This moment didn't come easily. It was the result of tireless effort, careful preparation, and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Behind the scenes, our legal teams worked diligently to defend dozens of legal challenges. Their efforts not only helped ensure a just outcome, they also spared the families and the community from the painful trial and endless appeal.
Thank you. Now we will transition into our question and answer phase. Joining me at the podium will be Bill Thompson from the prosecutor's office and the two lead investigators, Brett Payne and Darren Gilbertson. Just a couple of things before we begin. We recognize that everyone has a lot of questions. We're going to try to do our best to get to as many as we possibly can. Also, keep in mind that there are still some things that we are unable to talk about because of either privacy interests for the victims and their families, and or they are under seal currently in the court. So if those items do... come up, then that will certainly be the answer that you will receive. And to keep this sort of orderly, I will try to be the one to point out who's got their hands up. Right there.
Chief Dollinger, Amanda Rowley with CREM 2 in Spokane. What more can you tell us about the release documents that the police department is working on putting online, and what can we expect from that?
Certainly. As we put out that press release, I hope everybody can understand the immense amount of information that's in this investigation is going to take a lot of time to prepare. It has to be gone through legally to be redacted or figured out whether or not it can actually be released. So I did get word today. It sounds like our website will be going live hopefully this afternoon. There should be another press release coming out in the next few hours to show that website so that people can start accessing that. Initially, what is going to be on there, and certainly this is just for the Moscow Police Department because we're only the holders of our records, but it will be all of our police reports from this investigation. So just the documents there. They'll be redacted, ready to go, again, free of charge for the public. We want to be as transparent as we possibly can, so we wanted to get those out to everyone.
Chief, from the very beginning, your department was saying this was a targeted attack. Can you now say who was the target and what's your evidence to show that?
I'll turn that question over to the investigators to answer that one.
This answer is great, y'all. Oh, gee, did they not put you this? They didn't give you the step stool, Brett. Sorry.
I think Darren and I have, the evidence suggests that there was a reason that this particular house was chosen. What that reason is, we don't know. We don't know who the target was, and we're not going to speculate on that up here today. But we can tell you that for whatever reason, Mr. Kober chose that residence. Perhaps it's the location, layout, we don't know. But that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's what that statement likely led to.
Haley got third page two. There was a social media account that surfaced that has all had speculation that it was Brian Koberger. Can you talk at all about the Papa Roger potential connection, if any?
Right. There was no connection. There wasn't at all. We looked into every bit of it. We took a deep dive into it. We researched it. We utilized. It was not. It was not. Thank you. We can cut that off.
Is it possible that there was a second murder weapon used, not just the knife?
Is it possible? All the evidence shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife, and that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
What about that steak knife?
That's not the answer to the question. You see how he walked around the answer to the question? Is it possible that there was another weapon? He completely walked around that and didn't answer it. Jesus Christ.
Myers.
Here.
It sounded like the Gonzalez family said that there was a second weapon that was used on Haley Gonzalez. Can you confirm that?
Out of respect for the families, that's something that you'll have to get from them. If they wish to share that with you, it'd probably be through them, not through us.
And one more question.
You were the lead investigator in the case there, Oompa Loompa boy. You're going to say that you want the reporters to go to the family and ask them questions that you're supposed to know.
Man, got a frown on his face with his eyes closed. I hope they bought it.
What a joke.
You said that it seemed like he chose that house. There's no clues as to why he chose that house.
You know, after working in Moscow for several years as Chief Dollinger, that area is frequented by many, many people at all hours of the night when college is in session. So what Darren and I have surmised is that perhaps it's the old hiding in plain sight. There's lots of people around. There's lots of vehicles around at all hours.
Exactly, Lucy. So the families know what the second weapon is and you don't? Or you can't talk about it? What a mess. That's why I came back to this for a reason, you guys, tonight.
It's not isolated where you'd be noticed, so that's where that comment comes from.
It does, and no, it doesn't make sense, and it's if you were in that neighborhood at all, it's a very complicated neighborhood. It's very closed in, but at the same time, there's everything from college kids to adults that live there, people that have full-time jobs, part-time jobs, so any one of us could come and go and fit in there. So,
Frederick.
DA Thompson, during the plea hearing and then again today, it seemed like your voice quivered a bit when you were either putting up photographs or mentioning the victims' names, and just wondering about the emotional toll on that. One other question.
Yeah, you're right. My voice was quivering. Y'all were in there. There's a lot of powerful emotion. The losses are almost indescribable. And maybe my filters aren't as good as they might have been 45 years ago when I started in this business. But I think you also saw that even Judge Hitler was affected and impacted by this. There is no easy way to remain stiff-lipped and dry-eyed through this kind of tragedy. There just simply isn't.
I'm sure you're not aware of this yet, but there was a photograph where they zoomed in on a picture that Brian Koberger had on the defense counsel table, and it was an image of a black heart. I don't know if you've heard this or you've seen the image. Hearing this, what are your thoughts?
First I've heard of it. There is something I need to say though real quick. This is the product of, I'm sure I'm getting old in my failed memory, but there's one other person I need to recognize, and this is very important to us because this was a key person that was going to take us through trial, and that's Josh Hurwitz, the former United States Attorney for the District of Idaho who left office and voluntarily joined our office as a special deputy to help us. My apologies for the oversight as I wasn't reading my notes correctly, but thank you for that little interlude. Chief?
Yes. I guess my question is for Mr. Thompson, just to let there, incidentally do the fun crime. You said that, it was your decision to accept this plea agreement. It brings finality, people die in prison, but Corporal Payne just said they don't know who the target was and why he targeted this house. Was there a reason why, as part of the plea agreement, you require Ann Taylor to have her client sit down with you all and to answer some of these questions?
I think that Judge Hitler addressed that today very, very well. Of course, Judge Hitler addresses everything very well, we found. The law does not give the court or us the power.
Judge Hitler addresses everything very well. You are such an ass kiss and a joke.
Or to require a specific factual allocation. And just let me finish. And we recognize that. We recognize that we could have said, well, in order for us to move forward, we want a factual allocation. But I have to be perfectly candid. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would be the truth. I don't believe that there's anything that would come out of his.
But you could believe him when he said yes to all the charges. That's interesting.
Mouth that would be anything other than self-serving, and I don't believe there's anything that would come out of his mouth that would not further victimize the families. And so that just simply wasn't a factor. We made our decision based on our assessment of law and the facts. We made our decision based on being able to obtain accountability and certainty, not just for the victims' families, but for the communities and for the state. And that's where our obligations go. In the end, and the old Harry Truman thing, the buck stops on my desk. Well, that's what I got when I was elected prosecutor 33 years ago. I never dreamed it would involve something like this. But you don't sure have responsibilities just because you got paid less.
What the hell is going on with this? Hang on.
But there's no evidence that we found that would lead us to any specific, even general location as to where the murder weapon or the clothes have been. And we searched. I mean, the FBI, again, to their credit, we had folks doing soil samples and so all sorts of things to try to come up with somewhere to start searching for these things, and we just never found it. As far as the forensics piece, I'll let Darren speak to
Yeah,
that.
and on the weapon, it wasn't a lack of trying. Everywhere that we had evidence of where he went, based upon phone records, based upon the evidence that we had gathered, we searched that. We went there. We did searches on the ground, in the water. We did searches. We sent soil samples to try to figure out maybe where a shovel had been used. So we searched everywhere that we possibly could, but the reality is we're looking for a singular small, it's not that small, but K-bar knife, and that's it. So it's in.
You see what he just did there when he said that? Because you got to keep that narrative rolling. He said a singular small. Oh, it's not that small. I can't make them think it's just a small blade, because then they won't believe that it was the weapon used.
Us of where it could have been, and we just were not able to find it. So.
What about the clothes and his ability to avoid forensics at the scene, in a murder scene where we now know Kay Gonzalez was stabbed 34 times and then another victim was stabbed more than.
Right. So the reality is that somebody can carry this out and still not get covered in blood. That's the reality of it. And this does happen. And there's plenty of studies of that. And we've had some of the world's experts that we.
Plenty of studies. I want to know where you found them out so I can watch them, Mr. Gilbertson. Thank you. You guys notice how Payne's not really doing anything but standing there, and almost every question he looks to Gilbertson for, because he has no clue, you guys.
We've asked those same questions because we've struggled with that. Why do we not find more here and there? And the reality was, if somebody has the training, if somebody has thought about it, if somebody wears the right type of clothing, that could be the outcome. And that's what we were left with.
Good. Over here.
Gene Casars with CNN. Mr. Thompson, did you do psychological testing on Brian Koberger? Did that weigh into your decision to have a plea deal? And the stabbings, multiple stabbings are very personal. How did you assess that mode of murder?
I can tell you that psychological testing was done with Mr. Koberger. The results of that do not rise to a defense to his conduct under Idaho law. The results of the various testing, most of it done by the defense or on behalf of the defense, it's also sealed by court order. So I can't speak to any specifics, but I can tell you, yes, psychological testing was done. I can also tell you that no, psychological testing or any potential psychological condition, Mr. Koberger, that did not play a role in our decision.
Bill, does it have any bearing on where he will be placed or housed?
Where Mr. Koberger, where the defendant is going to be housed, it's going to be up to the Idaho Department of Correction. And that could very well change over time. And the reality is we will know about it after it happens.
Over here.
Did you monitor Mr. Koberger's communications while he was incarcerated? And did he say anything that was helpful or gave you any insight as to why he did this?
Yeah, we did monitor it, both while he was housed in Latah County and then once he was moved down to Ada County. We have hundreds, thousands of hours of monitoring that was done, but there was nothing of evidentiary value that was gained from any of it.
Will you be releasing those conversations?
Because he didn't do anything for him to talk about.
That's a good question.
It's my understanding that the jail will not be releasing things that involve personal conversations with third parties. That ultimately would be a decision because the recordings are possession of the two correctional facilities or detention facilities. But I'm pretty certain the Latah County Sheriff's Office policy does not allow for that. And I would guess Ada County is similar. You can ask them.
Back here.
Thank you. Greg Fisher with CBS News 48 Hours. Was there any evidence that Koberger was following the social media of any of the victims?
So trust us, we wanted that to be the case. We've looked for a link and we have not found one, not one.
Yeah, through the entire investigation, I think that's something that we need, that you want, is to help to understand this and say, well, what's the connection? What was the link? And so we had every resource possible and we worked that tirelessly, both from everything from his side, but all the victims and all the members of the house from their side. So we have never to this date found a single connection between him and any of the 4 victims or the 2 surviving roommates.
I think that speaks volumes, you guys. That speaks volumes, because in any other case that I've ever looked into, there's some kind of a connection. And these idiots can't see it for what it is. I'm sorry, they do know, but people listening to them say something like this should absolutely say, okay, that must mean something then.
Michael Ruiz from Fox News Digital. My questions for the investigators. You guys are going through this case. You've got a lot of evidence about his background, his education, his training. You said earlier you couldn't identify a reason the house was targeted. Do you have a motive?
We don't.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting. This question's for Anthony Dallinger, actually. I remember when Anthony was a beat cop assigned to talk to us at the very beginning when all of this happened, and now you're running the show. So I wanted to ask, as a community member, has this case shaped and changed how you're policing in Moscow?
It's changed everyone involved. How could it not? It was a devastating tragedy to our community, and our police department is a part of that community, and it was very difficult for us as well. So, this is just one of those things that will not define us, but it is certainly a part of our history that we will never forget. Yes.
Rebecca Finn, Associated Press. The perhaps unprecedented.
Sorry, but I beg to differ on that.
A case like this in Idaho was matched by an extremely high level.
Did you say something, bud?
Oh, whatever he just said a while ago about that community and all that.
Oh, yeah.
He won't let that define us and all that. I said I beg to differ on that because it shed a big, huge light on your little town and all you got exposed.
Right. No, 100%. And everything they're saying right here, you guys, points completely away from the person they just convicted of this. Okay? And nobody's calling that out. Not one person is calling that out.
And I got to thinking too, Jacob. I got thinking. Because Hunter, Emily, and all the players that we all know was students of that college. And we can't convict a murderer of a student that goes to our college, because then our college will get tainted for having a psychopath as a student that goes to our school. So we're just going to pass the buck to another student that goes to another totally different rival college down the road. Outsider. And maybe we can all just sweep this underneath the rug and everybody can go back to class and live happily ever after.
An outsider. It's an outsider. That it has to be. And yes, I was going to say that too. No motive, no connection. And they said it clearly. Absolutely. We wanted there to be a connection. Absolutely no connection, no motive, no nothing. And still, you've convicted this person. I've never seen that many no's in a case before, you guys, where they've still convicted this person. It just, I mean, I have, but in a case like this, that's this big, makes no sense. And they know this. They all know this as they're standing here talking to all these people. They know this is jacked up. This is ridiculous. These people are smart. They know we're lying. You know what I mean?
From what I'm hearing from people that's close to the area over there, they bought and sold that Kohlberger did this. Our police department will never ever lie to us. Really?
No, they absolutely believe that. You are correct. Well, I think people that live there know them, but I do believe that there's people that believe in them. That's a fact.
Yeah, because I'm
sure Tomboy's right. If they would have asked any questions outside the line of the perimeter they were supposed to, they'd have shut it down. Completely shut it down. I truly believe that. I agree with Tomboy wholeheartedly on that one.
Well, I think old Bill Thompson got really, really nervous about Cyrac. If you was to look at that hearing, you will see him really, really change complexions, because had Hitler been on the uppity up, it was not a biased judge and would have allowed that in, that right there would have been case over. But
I agree.
time and time again, what I'm hearing from Hippler is I got to keep to my I got a strict schedule. I'm not going to deviate from it. If it's not going to be done by this time, this, that, and the other, then I can't do it or whatever. You know, it's like it was a very, very strict schedule that he had. He was not going to deviate from it. There was one thing that they was trying to do about the psychological valuation on Brian Kohlberger, and he was waving back and forth rather to allow the defense to be represented during those valuations on Kohlberger, but he wasn't too sure about the timeline, how long it's going to last, because it can't last this much. This many days I got. If it goes any further than that, then I'm not be able to go to trial on time, and I'm not going to be able to get to a jury pool. So, in my humble opinion, that kind of handcuffed him in that kind of aspect of he was not going to move dates around to throw the case out any further. That just goes back to what I was how I've always felt. This is my opinion. I say it for what it is. He was there to make sure that the narrative that they had was to be maintained, and he was not going to deviate from that at all. Period. And that he was going to see to it that Brian Kohlberger, that's time for that.
Right. Absolutely.
I mean, that's just my opinion. If everybody has their own opinion about it, I understand that and respect that. But
yes, and that's true too. What Tomboy said, he said several times that Brian's rights didn't matter to him. That's a fact. I absolutely get what you're saying too.
and they went above and beyond to destroy the credibility of Brian Kohlberger's character, calling him all kinds of names and making fun of his autism and everything else.
They were bullying some disability, in my opinion, of sorts.
Very so. I mean,
of sorts, in my opinion, yes, 100%.
In that aspect of it, it's kind of hard for me to let this go because I would love to see redemption for Brian Kohlberger. I would love to see redemption for everybody that has been put in this kind of a predicament from law enforcement and our legal system.
I would like to see redemption for the victims of the damn crime because they haven't gotten any justice at this point at all.
That too, Dago, you know, is we was just talking about that in chat. They was throwing pictures of the 4 victims up like, you know, we did it all for them. No, you didn't do this for them.
Right.
They didn't have shit to do with what y'all did. Because if they did, the right people would be in jail for this. Period.
Agreed. I do agree.
The Gonzalez family has said that they're desperate for answers about what happened to their daughter. Do you anticipate most of the court documents being unsealed, or are there things that you will specifically request remain sealed?
As far as the court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool. And those documents I would expect would become unsealed.
Hold the hell on. Did you hear? Listen.
The court documents, Judge Hippler has told us that he is going to work with the attorneys to go through every sealed document. Many, probably most of the documents were sealed for the purpose of protecting against tainting a jury pool.
And we see how well that worked, right? Okay. You're a taint.
Tainting a jury pool.
But the jury was tainted. The whole damn case was tainted from the beginning. Just as much as God bless America. What idiocracy.
Come to find out, wasn't his office a part of the leaks?
100%. Probably him personally, and or his little elf that sits next to him. Just saying.
And those documents I would expect would become unsealed. Requests for discovery, various things like that. There are also documents in there that contain very personal, private information regarding victims and families. I expect those likely will not be released under Idaho's protections against what the law calls unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. I realize that can be frustrating for folks who want to be able to explore this thoroughly, but we have to balance, and the law balances, the privacy of the people who have suffered, including the victims who are dead, with
bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit.
giving the public as much information as we responsibly can.
Alex Duggan, the spokesman review. I'm just wondering, did the lack of no motive concern you in prepping for trial? Because juries tend to want to explore the motive or reason for a crime. And also, how do
He said documents such as discovery will be unsealed and released, Tomboy. That's what he was referring to.
you as investigators and attorneys grapple with that? Because if you can't rationalize something irrational, then how do you continue knowing that maybe you won't get an answer?
Well, I'll tell you from an investigator standpoint, we already know and realize we often don't get to know that. We want it. We all do. We naturally want that. But the reality is it's not something that we have to have or that we get. And the reality also is that oftentimes those very things that you're asking about, they're only known to one person. It's the person that commits those crimes. And I think that's probably what we have here.
And I would add that going through this whole investigation, I'd probably say it's easier than it was for Bill's offices. We were focused on a task. We had a task to do, and it was discovering evidence and interviewing folks and that sort of thing. So the motive necessarily doesn't play a part in that, right? Obviously it can, but.
Yes, you had a task, and your task was to make this look as much like a real investigation as you could without actually investigating it, and you pulled it off. Good job, bro. And congrats on your new job at the college.
We were just focused on getting the job done in the correct way as best we could. So.
And from the prosecutor's point of view, yeah, certainly lack of a clear motive is something that we think about and consider as we're preparing for trial, because we're going to have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And there is no element of motive in Idaho law for murder.
There is your answer right there. I've been saying this. I'm going to play it back for you. Right there is what was going to happen.
I have a jury of 12, ordinary, honest citizens there who are wanting to figure this thing out. But we also, and I've also found that juries tend to follow the law. And even jurors who come in with strong feelings, they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. And
they tend to follow the law that the judge gives. As I said, they would have looked to the judge for his approval on anything that went through this. In turn, the man was biased. He was going to lead the jury to prosecute Brian Koberger, in my absolute opinion.
That's a good point, because Hitler had control over the jury. So any kind of anything that he puts in jury instructions, the jury has to follow that.
Agreed. And that's what
the jury would have been manipulated that way.
That's 100% what was going to happen, folks. I've said that from the moment this happened. When we saw Hitler for who he was, that's 100% what was going to happen. And there it is. He just said it. He knew 100% what was going to happen if this went to trial. So I don't think he truly was worried if it went to trial or not, because he knew that they had Hitler in their back pocket, that Hitler was going to ride this to the right exactly where he wanted him to have it, in my opinion, of course.
There's no element of motive in Idaho law for murder. And so we set that aside as something that we were going to dwell on, whether there was clear proof of a specific motive, because we knew it wasn't legally required. And practically speaking, we knew it wasn't something that we possessed that we could give to the jury without speculating. And I'm sure as heck not going to stand in front of a bunch of 12 jurors and start speculating. We're going to give them the evidence.
So did he just tell them that he had no case, that the state had no case without speculating? Is that what he just said? Because that's the truth. He did tell the truth there.
And the evidence in this case, what you heard at the time of his guilty plea back on the 2nd, you know, that evidence was compelling, and it showed his guilt without having to worry about motive in
that's a lie
human sense. But thank you for the question.
In the back.
Did he say anything when he was arrested?
Yeah. So,
do you notice how every time a question comes out that the two detectives need to answer, that Payne looks directly at him? He has no answers, you guys. In my honest opinion, Brett Payne has no answers other than what they had for lunch on Sunday. That's the only thing I think he can answer, because he had no clue what the hell he was doing. And he wasn't the lead detective.
Brett, myself, and members of the FBI, we traveled back to Pennsylvania. We were there, and I know they hit on it earlier, but I'd be remiss without talking about the cooperation and the support that we had from them was absolutely incredible. From the time that we got on the ground with the Pennsylvania State Police and with the FBI back there, it was unbelievable. Anything that we needed, they were there to facilitate it. So we helped to shape what that looked like, what the arrest looked like, what took place once they hit the house on the search warrant and he was taken into custody. Brett and I were at another location, a barracks of the Pennsylvania State Police. And then he was brought to us and we conducted an interview with him that night there in Pennsylvania. So,
Talk about what he said.
So we went into this interview. We used a lot of influence and guidance from the FBI and their behavioral analysis unit. They help us a ton in framing our interview strategy, rather.
So what he's saying is the FBI actually they did the interview. They just asked the questions after they wrote them down for him.
When we spoke to Mr. Koberger, we kept it pretty surface level to begin with, the idea being get him to speak and keep him speaking. It was pretty surface level. And then when we tried to get into things a bit more detail, he decided to end the interview. So that's pretty much
as soon as we tried to walk into the purpose of why we're there, which obviously he knows we're detectives from Idaho. So that's when we really started to shut down and they just shut it down. So we
calm.
So where's the footage of that?
Say very similar to what you see and whenever you see.
What did you say?
If he did speak to Brian Koberger, then where's the footage of that?
They won't show it to us. They've already claimed that we're not going to ever see that video. We just had the report. That's it. They're never going to turn that over to any of us to see. Never. Tomboy's right. They had the FBI's help in framing him, basically, is what they're saying. They had no idea. They didn't do any of their own tactics. They didn't do anything. Moscow did not investigate this case. Fact.
No. I don't know.
Him in court.
Okay, next question. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mike Baker from the New York Times. I'm wondering if you can talk about Mr. Koberger's family, whether you got much cooperation, tips, input from them along the way.
The only thing I'm really able to talk about is that we didn't get any tips or any evidentiary items from the family. So, and add that?
No.
Yes.
Just wondering if you ever had an idea of what made Mr. Koberger take the plea deal at the end.
No.
Can I ask a follow-up? I know there were
That was a short answer. You probably have time for a short follow-up.
Can I also ask a follow-up to you investigators? I know there was some reports that there was Koberger's pirates through container out of the house. Did you ever determine what that was?
No, and the belief was in the one surviving roommates in her statement, and that's out there, was that she observed something in his hand when she saw him, but we don't know what it was.
Cool.
You had an expert who was going to testify about cleaning something off of its work computer, some software experts. Was there any evidence that he had tried to wipe anything from his phone, software-wise? The Barnhart, I believe, is their name.
Yeah, and so this kind of goes into the connection to the victims as well. That's a similar question. We had the world's foremost experts on this look into it, and there was evidence that he had used software to wipe.
The world's foremost experts. Okay.
Many of his devices relatively effectively, so there wasn't much evidence obtained after that.
Including, I think he had does he have two cell phones, or is it just the one cell phone?
I think he had one active phone, but I don't remember, so don't quote me if he had more at his home or office or somewhere else. Yeah, he regularly used software to try to wipe, clear things off. He used VPN on his devices also.
And everybody does that. I use a VPN. I clean my devices regularly. So that, again, means nothing.
Okay, back here.
Evan Fisher with the Idaho Statesman. I'm hoping you can walk us through the decision to hand off the DNA process on the knife sheet over to Offer Labs, who's contracted by ISP, and then ultimately the FBI takes over that IGG process. And then Prosecutor Thompson, I'm curious if you had concerns about constitutional rights issues based on how the FBI conducted themselves in that part.
I'll start and I'll just speak briefly to, when we were notified that we had a DNA from the knife sheath, and it was a single source male DNA, touch DNA, then we knew that we had capabilities to take that further. So that you're correct, the Idaho State Police has a contract with Othram Laboratories in Texas. So we flew that over there and they started the process of working that and what was the beginning of the IGG process. And at some point during it, we were working with the FBI, which we did closely throughout the entire case and every aspect of it. We talked and met with them, and they had further resources and some capabilities that we thought may get us somewhere quicker. And so we made the decision to then shift that to the FBI and continue that process there.
And as to your question about legal concerns, my simple answer is no. I didn't have legal concerns about how the FBI conducted their IGG investigation.
Understand something too, folks. No matter what software it is, the FBI has the capabilities of extracting stuff that has been wiped no matter what. Okay. They absolutely, so does the Secret Service, that we're all involved. If you couldn't pull that, that means it wasn't there. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I know that was the subject of lengthy, detailed, painfully detailed motions and briefing, and Mr. Nye rose to the occasion and was able to address all of that. But in the end, it's simply no different than sending somebody undercover into any place to gather information. And I was not concerned about the legality of it. And the judge came through and made the right decision that there was no violation of the defendant's rights or anybody else's rights.
Had he not left the knife sheath behind, would you have been able to track him down?
We've talked about this ad nauseum. The answer is yes. Through the car, most likely. We had some amazing people going truly line by line over tens of thousands of white Hyundai Elantras. So we believe we would have got to it through that avenue. The time frame for that is uncertain. It could have been a week later, could have been 2 months later. We just don't know. We would have found it. We would have found it.
There's a lot of questions in regards to that initial window. Brett and I made the decision on what that window was, even though the experts were saying there may be more years that match it. But the simple numbers that we began to look at were astronomical, of thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of these vehicles. So we chose to try to narrow it and start smaller. And then as we had to, we were going to open that up. But we both believe we would have gotten him through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with CRIM 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why did it happen so quickly, considering some of the families were against it? And also, the Mogan family at the plea hearing had mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week. What was the first part?
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly, even though the family?
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months, and as I mentioned, that's you're bringing Mr. Hurwitz.
Yep, and that's like Lucy said, that's when Molly's name came into play, folks. So think about that. Think about that strongly. That makes perfect sense.
And to help us, because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial, we were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer. In the meantime, we reached out to the families, and we talked to the families, and we solicited their input. And we considered that in making our decision. The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial, with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case, dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
So trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right? With the jury as a factor and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Okay, question here.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
There's a few things that I like to point out.
Uh-huh.
How many motions did Ann Taylor lose throughout this whole thing?
A lot more than I can count.
And we discussed many of them. It's very clear to me. I don't know how you might feel about it when I say this, but they backed that man into a plea deal.
Oh, I've said that 1,000 times, 100%. That's exactly how this happened.
So he mentioned something that was kind of crazy. The defendant has to be proven guilty or something like that. And I'm going, okay, did you get, when he said that, first question I asked, I said, did you get a confession?
Right.
Did you get a confession from Brian Koberger?
No, they didn't get a confession. All Brian Koberger did was agree to the charges that were presented to him to accept a plea deal is all he did, because that is protocol to take the plea deal. If you look it up, folks, I talked about it many a times. A true confession would include details of the crime and or things involving the crime. None of that was ever talked about. None of it. Nothing.
Could you do me a favor? Back it up for just a little bit. It's way back in when he first started answering this question. It was part one of the question. And
The
then
question, the answers and questions, you mean?
Yeah, the
with who? With the detective?
With Bill Thompson. With Bill Thompson, what he was just talking about.
Oh, just now. Okay.
Yeah, just now. There was 2-part question and he forgot the second part, but there was an answer to that first part or half of that question. I want you to go back to.
Okay, hang on.
He was talking about something about Kohlberger's guilt.
So right about here, then hopefully when he steps up.
Yeah,
yeah, and allocution is not required in Idaho, by the way. That is true.
Get him through the car eventually.
A question for Mr. Thompson. Amanda Rowley with Crime 2. It appears that the plea deal, it felt a bit rushed. So the question is, why?
Is this it here?
Yeah. Could you get that comment down?
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, just let it play right here.
Quickly, considering some of the families were against it. And also, the Mogan family at the plea hearing had mentioned saying that this is the best possible outcome. Just wondering, do you agree with that, or would you have liked to have seen a different outcome?
Well, I think we agree with the Mogan family. Our decision was that this is the best possible outcome, all things considered, and factoring into that, that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged. Now, if that hadn't been a factor, we'd be picking a jury for trial starting right now, or starting this week.
Okay.
What was the other thing?
He said the defendant was prepared to plead guilty as charged.
Yep.
Now I have to ask that question again. Did you get a confession?
No, he didn't. That's 100% why that's bullshit, and it's a bullshit statement. He wrapped the plea deal in powdered sugar to make it sound good, to make it look good, to make it come off to the world that we already heard that Gonsalves stated that he got down on his hands and knees and begged them for the damn plea deal. So there's that. I'll just say that. Hey, Gail. But again, he wrapped that in powdered sugar, folks, and sweetened that up real nice and pretty so that it looks and sounds great to the whole world, to make it look like he was the hero and this was the best possible outcome, period. And it's bullshit, because there was no confession laid on the table. There was nothing like that announced, anything. He took a deal. End of story. That's it.
The part of the reason why he was prepared to take a plea deal is like what we was just saying a while ago. And
he was cornered.
Trying to answer the chat here because you mentioned it. Everything that Ann Taylor tried to argue and everything in these hearings, Hipper was not having it at all, period.
No.
Everything that she threw, from alternate suspects to Syray to everything was turned down. Point blank.
Yes.
It forced Hipper really manipulated this plea deal.
The whole thing, every bit of this was manipulation, yes.
So it was like, we're backing you into a corner. You either take this plea deal or else. If you want to go to trial, we'll go to trial. That's fine. I'm going to manipulate the jury, so we're going to find you guilty either way it goes.
That's what was going to happen. Yes.
So, and even Bill Thompson even says later on, I don't know if during this press conference or one of his in many interviews that he's had that Kohlberger does not have anything of value to say.
No, they didn't want to hear anything he was going to say. Whether they were never going to allow it. Okay, a bias is the reason. Good point. And I'm going to tell you, I feel like he was blackmailed into it. That his family had been threatened. The attorney, his defense team was being threatened. Many things like that were happening, and they basically gave him no choice but to say, "What do I have to do to make this stop? What do I have to do to protect my family? What do I have to do for people to be okay with this situation?" Because that's what he cares about, is his family. Well, you can take a deal. You can say you were guilty.
Or you come out with a true confession.
That, in my opinion, is blackmail. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was the very first thing that came across my mind when I first heard through it. I was like, did he confess? Was there a confession?
No, he didn't. Not that's been reported, not that's been documented. And if there was an actual confession, it would have to be documented, okay? It would have to be documented. You can't just throw this out into the world and come out and say, well, he came and said he did this, this, and this. Then where's it at? Where's it on record at? Because if it's not on record, it didn't happen.
Yeah, because I like to know the names. Because I like to know the names of the people that helped him out with this, because he couldn't have done this by himself. I'm sorry.
Well, of course not. Of course not. Yeah, that's right, love. Manipulation. Hitler makes it sweet and calls it facilitation. Good point, sir. Or ma'am. I think, sir. It looks like a dude in your. I hope that's you. I hope I got it right. That's all I'm saying. Either way.
I don't know, Dago. Maybe next time you have the live with those attorneys, maybe you can bring that up to them in this aspect.
Yes, absolutely.
Even if you have to show this to them, I don't know if they watched it or not, but
that would be a good idea.
Kind of get their little spin on it, because this is just hogwash, man.
Well, I'm actually working on doing something with Andrew Myers too, so that may be another good thing to bring up to him as well.
And I can only imagine. I can't imagine Brian Kohlberger, but all this is his decision. You know, I'm hoping he appeals that. But if he does,
of course, I agree with you, and I hope it's something that we see relatively soon. I truly do. Let me get.
I'm just thinking, because he said, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to analyze in this part of it, because he said something that was kind of relevant to me, and there's a reason why I made you stop. It was they didn't really get the answer from the defense right away about the plea deal, so it took him a little time to get a final decision on that. I'm kind of hanging my hat on is the fact that this is all coming from the prosecutor. We have not heard from Ann Taylor defense team at all. Period.
Not at all. Not at all.
So I'm wondering, because I know it's ultimately Brian Kohlberger's decision to take the plea. I know, I get it.
Wholeheartedly, yeah.
She can recommend or whatever, but it's ultimately his decision.
She can't recommend that he do anything with something like that. She can counsel him into the options involving the plea. That's all she can do. She can't say, yes, you should do this, or no, you shouldn't do that. She can't do that. That's not what they do. That's all she can do, is counsel him and give him advice as to how he should handle the plea itself and what would come for it and all that kind of shit. That's it. So
I'm hoping that they went through the options with Brian Kohlberger, because I cannot sit there for my own sake of sanity to think that if it was me knowing balls are bone that I didn't do this shit, and I'm the fall guy for this, that I'll be looking for something down the line.
Yeah, well, there's absolutely, in my opinion, my honest opinion, there's a legal reason that he did this. There's a specific reason this happened. What it is, I don't know, you guys. None of us do. And I'm hoping that someday that answer will come out. And I hope it's not that far ahead of us, but it will. I feel strong that answer will come. and it will be explained in full heart, like full thread. It'll be explained. So
Yeah, because
I hope.
this has Supreme Court all over it. They have to go to the Supreme Court.
They definitely got to get out of this court system, and they need to go to a higher court. I believe that.
And I might be wrong because I'm no lawyer. I don't know anything. I'm just learning as I go here. But should the Supreme Court drop it back down to the state, they cannot try this in front of Hitler.
I hope not. I hope not. I truly hope not. I don't know, and that's another question I'm actually going to write down to ask one of the attorneys that I speak to next, just to see how that works out, along with the death penalty thing that I've had written down already. So yeah, good point.
Anyway, that's all I have. I mean, other than that, but I don't know if it answers anybody's questions about the plea deal, but that's the reason why this ended in the plea deal. They pretty much backed the defense team and Brian Kohlberger into the plea deal to a point where that's the only choice he probably has to get that DP off the table.
Yeah, right. And Happy's right. Before the Supreme Court, it goes to that one guy. It would go to Nye's office, and Nye already said that they would kick it back out. So it is what it is. It'll be a little bit of a fight. It's going to be a bunch of bullshit, but at some point it'll go in the right direction, I hope, as it should. So, and hopefully Hitler retires. Hopefully he does.
I think it's up to 2 years.
Yeah, he has 2 years. He has 2 years to do whatever he's going to do there. They have 2 years to do that in.
Okay.
First part.
Why was this such a quick? It felt rushed. So why did this happen so quickly? Even though the family.
No, I hear you. The process moved quickly. There was no doubt about it. And like I outlined for the court earlier today, things changed dynamically the week following the June 18th hearings on the defense motion for a continuance and the alternate perpetrator motion, where Judge Hippler made it very clear that the defense was not going to prevail on either of those. And so the reality of trial was there, and there was nothing else in its way. We were continuing to prepare for trial. We had been doing that for months. And as I mentioned, that's me bringing Mr. Hurwitz in to help us because the Attorney General's office was not able with the manpower to help us all the way through trial. We were ready to go. When we were approached by the defense about the possibility of a plea, our first question was, is your client prepared to plead guilty? And it took them a little while to give us that answer.
Phenomenal Mom, 2 years from sentencing, 2 years from that day forward, from my understanding.
See, it took them a little while to give us the answer.
Families.
What'd you say?
See, that's what I'm saying. So they took it took them a little while to get back to them because I'm pretty sure they lined everything out in front of Kohlberger and said, okay, here's your options.
Yeah, well, that's what they have to do.
Here's your options. And this is what we can do for you.
Yeah, that's how they have to do it, right?
So they are
usually what happens is they'll come up with a deal. They'll go forward to the deal. They'll go to the defense with the deal. The defense usually tries to counter it with another deal. They'll either accept it, deny it, go forward again. The prosecution probably came back with something and said, nope, this is all we can do. That was that. That's usually how that goes down from what I've seen and what I've read about to understand these things. So, yeah. And he probably had to confer with the whole defense team, his family, things like that, to see what everybody thought before he made a decision too. So,
yeah, I'm just trying to hang my hat on to the fact that there was other conversations outside of the plea deal with him to say we still gonna be working this case in the meantime. That's what I'm hoping for. Anyway.
I think we all hope for that, but we don't know because there's nothing documented about any of that, obviously. So, no worries, Gabon. Welcome, Smiling Sleuth. Good.
Families, and we solicited their input, and we considered that in making our decision.
And that's an absolute lie. That is absolutely not true. That came from the families. They didn't give them any time to think about anything. And actually, if Steve is telling the truth, he said that when they went to get back to them, it was already done. It was already over with. They didn't have time to do anything. But they couldn't verify what BK would say. Yeah, right. Exactly, Kim, exactly.
The fact of the matter is, and I think Judge Hippler commented on this back on July 2nd when we were in court, is that the logistics of the upcoming trial with 10,000 prospective jurors being summoned in, the court staff making arrangements and preparing to process that part of the case dictated that if the case was going to resolve, it needed to resolve quickly. And so that kind of drove the pace over that weekend, the last weekend of June. At the end of the weekend, when we understood from the defense that the defendant was prepared to plead guilty, the court was notified the next morning, and the court wanted to move quickly to get a plea done on the record if it was going to be done, and if it wasn't, so we were not interrupted in our trial preparations.
So trial logistics were the main concern, just as Judge Hippler had said prior, right? With the jury as a factor and that sort of thing.
Yeah, the practical aspect is that the trial machine was running, and if it was going to be interrupted, that had to be known as soon as possible. I think that's the fairest explanation.
Okay, question here.
Michelle Banerjee from 48 Hours. I just had a question about when you were looking into Kochberger's past. Was there any early sign of trouble, or what did his background look like?
Well, we can't go into his younger years. I believe that's actually still under seal. Correct me if I'm wrong. But what I can tell you is the things we do know about him was that his education led him down a path that was very much focused on forensics, crime scenes, that sort of thing. So that was really what we focused on in his background, is what led him down this path. How may he have prepared for this? And I think that was a big component of that, was just his schooling and his choice of potential future profession. So,
and just so there's no speculation here by what Detective Payne just said, documents under seal involving Mr. Kochberger's background, they may or may not be released down the road. I can tell you that there is no evidence of any criminal history of any significant nature. There was no evidence of a history of violence. There was no evidence of a history of a factual predisposition to do the crimes that he committed here. So if there are any concerns among your listeners or readers that somehow he was a serial killer in waiting with all of these prior actions, we are not aware of any behaviors like that preceded what happened here in Idaho.
We'll take this question here, and then we're gonna have two more after that.
Yeah, I'm Heather Harden with CBS News. This questions for Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you talked about meeting with victims' families before the plea deal was reached, including the Gonzalez's. Have you spoken to the Gonzalez's afterward about their displeasure with this? And if so, what has that conversation been like?
We have spoken with families afterwards, and I can tell you that families that did not agree with our decision have made that very clear to us, and I don't expect anything different. I respect, and we respect, that everyone is going to grieve differently, even within family units, and everyone is going to look at the case and possible resolutions from their own light, and they are entitled to that as victims. I'm not going to pretend that everybody was just fine with our decision, because there were families and family members who were not. And we accept that. We recognize that. It's just a fact of life.
Two more questions. We can call on you yet.
It was stated earlier that the target is unknown. However, it's been speculated that the convicted may have encountered Maddie while she was serving at the Maddie restaurant due to the vegan menu options.
Have a good night, Jan.
When digital data was analyzed, were there any locations or any information there that could have connected him to where Maddie worked?
No, there wasn't. like I said earlier, we wanted that. We looked for it in every possible way, digitally, financially, physical location, anything you could think of, anything that we thought, where is the connection? Where's the overlap? And we searched tirelessly and never found it.
Was at that restaurant.
I can't say that he was never there at all, but we never found any evidence at all from interviewing everybody that we possibly could, talking to every person that would have that information to be able to show that he was there. Or
Meaning he wasn't ever there. They know he wasn't ever there. He knows it. They know it. And Brian knows it.
that there was a connection through the restaurant.
Okay, last question here.
Okay, just two follow-ups to earlier questions, if that's okay, so to make sure we're understanding everybody correctly. First of all, Mike's question about the family. You said that you didn't get any evidence from the family. Was there any hindrance of the investigation from the family? And was there any specific evidence you were hoping to get?
Are you talking about his family, Koberger's? There was not any hindrance, anything, nothing that impacted us carrying out the investigation.
Okay, thank you. And then the second follow-up, when you mentioned, like, obviously he followed this line of interest in his studies, did anything in your investigation indicate that that was chosen as part of a planning process as opposed to just an area of interest?
There was nothing aside from, we have some of his coursework where he did, a crime scene recreation, that sort of thing, but it was all part of his studies. So I don't think that any of us attributed that to a planning process per se. Certainly it was a learning process, but whether or not it was a planning process ahead of what he did, we'll probably never know that.
Yeah, and I would say we didn't find anything that would be any different than a student similar, a different student in the PhD program.
Gotcha. So then I'm understanding that the planning process, that your investigation turned out, if it was part of the plan, was maybe that purchase of the K-Bar knife on Amazon would have been the first, I guess, step toward.
Yeah.
Did he plan it? Did he buy it with the purpose of that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
And we don't
have
know.
anything to show or prove that he did that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all. That concludes.
They don't have anything to show or prove anything, folks. That's what they have essentially just said through this entire thing. That is why I showed this again, to show that through all this, up to the point that we're at right now, they have nothing. There's no case. There was no way they were going to prosecute this man and convict him of a crime in a court of law during a trial. That is why they begged the defense for in Steve's words, I should say, for him to accept the plea deal, or cornered him into it basically, in a sense. So they don't know nothing. They have nothing. They've never had anything. It's insane. It's insane. We couldn't find any connection, and that's why we paid mainstream media and paid YouTubers to make up all the hideous analogies about BK, taint the world, and the jury pools with those thoughts about his innocence and convict him in the court of public opinion. Bingo. That's exactly what they did.
This is our Q&A section today. Hopefully we tried to get as many of you folks' questions answered as possible. I'm sure you're going to have further questions, and certainly the question was already brought.
You muted.
And I don't care about anything that Dollinger has to say, because that's no bearing on any of this. And this is, I'm sorry this was so long today, guys, but it was a good show. And I wanted to end with this today, so I'm sorry that it took that long. We jumped through a couple different things. I had a little too much going on. I apologize that it was that long again. But it was an interesting show with great conversation as always. When Payne told people over, did he have to be acceptable? I absolutely believe he did. I'm sorry, but I did. Welcome to doing good this season. He was a dumb jury. And the jury was already tainted. Whatever the jury was going to be was already tainted, folks. I think that's something else the defense knew. They had no chance here. No chance whatsoever. They were not going to allow, they weren't going to have a fair trial. None of this was going to go. And the judge proved that. So that is it for today. I want to tell you guys, though, real quick, just not to forget, tomorrow at 1 p.m., I will be joined by Devil's Advocate. Lee's coming over here to hang out with us for a little while, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm hoping to see you guys all here for that. We're going to have a conversation and get Lee's opinion side about everything going on with this case and see what he thinks. I'm excited for it. It's going to be a good show, and I'm looking forward to it. So I hope you guys are as well. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. Thank you, Hemisphere, for joining me. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for Terry for joining me. Everybody, Dylan, everybody that joined me up here today, thank you guys very much. I always appreciate it. Thank you to my mods. As always, you guys are amazing. Hold on here, guys. One second. We are at 10,990. I need 10 more subscribers to hit 11,000, you guys. Thank you for those of you that are new here. Thank you for those of you that have been here. I appreciate you guys more than you guys have any clue. I promise you. I want to thank you for Christy again for doing what she did so we could review her video. As always, you guys are the beautiful people. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. Don't change a thing at all. And don't forget your own worth, folks. That's the most important thing. Nothing but love for each and every one of you. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Later.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. TruCrime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. Cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.